find a Zoomer who knows an answer to this question. And we do have somebody up. It's Nicole. Hi there, Nicole.
Hi, good morning.
Good morning. All right, Nicole, a person who has been canonized has been granted what status?
Sainthood.
Sainthood.
Yeah.
You got it. Hang on. We're going to set you up with a pair of tickets to MMR Rocks Whitney Cummings, Miller Theater, Saturday, November 22nd. Tickets are on sale now via Ticketmaster. You can go to WMMR.com for more information. Do most popes end up becoming saints? Do we know?
No.
Okay. All right.
No, they as part of the canonization process, they actually receive a canon.
Oh, an actual canon.
Yeah.
I would hope
Monogrammed, of course.
Yeah, okay. All right, so I got some entertainment stories. We're going to start with this one. Leah Michelle addressed the long-running rumor that she can't read.
This thing's been going around forever, this rumor.
Yeah, she was on a podcast, and she called it crazy that people care enough that they would make up something. And to prove that, yes, she can actually read, she grabbed the host flashcards and read them aloud. And she joked saying, Jonathan Groff isn't here to read this to me. I don't know what that means. Michelle noted that she has a photographic memory and said, for everyone who thinks that I can't read, I was on the debate team. I would write speeches, though she admitted the rumor that she can feel sad and frustrating, that the rumor can feel sad and frustrating. She emphasized her pride in being one of the only women in her whole family to get accepted to college. That rumor went viral in 2017, was brought to her attention by Ryan Murphy. Michelle also previously mocked the rumor on TikTok, joking that she had 265 days to learn to read before Barbra Streisand's memoir came out. But she proved it. Hey, she can read.
Has she come out of that? There was sort of like a fog around her.
Leah Michelle?
She's difficult to work with and all that stuff. You remember she was the pariah for a while. I think that's ported over to Blake Lively.
Yeah, probably.
Yeah.
But I remember that, Steve. There were a couple of former co-hosts that were calling her out for shaming her regularly, shaming them regularly, and so on. So yeah, I don't know. I do have some Blake Lively stuff. All right, when the It Ends With Us trial begins, we will be seeing Blake on the stand. People talked to Lively's lawyer, Mike Gottlieb, yesterday. And when he was asked if she will testify, he replied yes, adding that the ultimate moment for a plaintiff's story to be told is at trial. And we expect that to be the case here with Lively. So we would, of course, expect her to be a witness at her trial. Of course, she's going to testify. So that is going to be happening. Justin Baldani's attorney, Brian Friedman, responded to the news by saying that his client would also be testifying. He said, we'll have to wait a while and see how this all plays out. But it's going to start up next March.
In the realm of celebrity, I know. Can you freaking believe that?
We're going to be talking about it till then.
In the realm of celebrity testimonies, where like Johnny Depp on the stand, you had Amber Heard. One I think who rocked it pretty well was Gwyneth Paltrow. Remember that guy who claimed that she had collided with him?
Skiing.
Yeah, she was the most composed.
Yep, so we will see how Blake does. Leonardo DiCaprio attended his first Met Gala discreetly to support girlfriend Vittoria Soretti. You might have missed it, though, because he decided to keep it on the down low, skipping the red carpet entirely. Inside the event, he was photographed with Soretti while trying to shield his face in a black and white Instagram post shared by Vogue.
Yes, do you serve chicken nuggets and yogurt for my girlfriend?
DiCaprio wore a tuxedo while Soretti embraced the gala's theme in pinstriped Moncler XEE72 dress.
Come on.
With matching accessories.
So much easier to say Target.
The couple has been linked together since 2023. Despite keeping details private, Soretti confirmed they met in Milan.
She's broken the curse, though. She is older than 25.
And emphasized love protects and gives confidence, is what she said. So.
Yeah.
How old is she?
I don't know.
I think she's 27.
Okay.
What?
Yeah.
Here's a follow-up. Jennifer Aniston's alleged stalker, Jimmy Wayne Carwile, appeared in a Los Angeles courtroom on Thursday where he's facing felony charges for stalking and vandalism after driving his car through the gates of Aniston's Bel Air home while she was still inside, of course. The judge ordered a mental competency evaluation to determine if he can stand trial. So the case is on pause until then. And the judge ordered Carwile to stay 100 yards away, at least, from Aniston and not to attempt any contact.
Look at this picture, Preston.
Yeah, we're looking at a photo of the guy. I hadn't seen this yet.
Yeah.
He doesn't have a shirt on. He's in lockup, and he looks psychotic.
Yep.
He's a large guy, very hairy face, and look at his eyes. His eyes look
Killer eyes.
crazy.
Yeah, crazy eyes.
Get all crazy eyes. Get all crazy. All right, so Carlisle was taken into custody Monday after Aniston security held him at gunpoint until LAPD arrived. Prosecutors say he's been harassing her since 2023
Jeez.
with alarming rants on Facebook where he claimed Aniston is his bride. Aniston was, and you know what I find? That word, bride, as opposed to wife.
Right.
I find bride to be like a scarier word.
Oh, get
It's
out.
almost possessive.
Exactly.
Right.
Yeah,
My bride.
my bride.
My bride, I own this.
Yes.
Yeah.
Sometimes I will say that as a term of endearment.
You
This
bastard.
is my beautiful bride right here.
You son of a bitch. Look
Yeah.
at you.
I think the context you're providing and the intent there, Casey, is
Yes.
you're good.
Yeah.
Maybe a little more endearing.
However,
Yeah.
if you'd driven through the front of your house and called her your
Right.
bride,
My
it might have a
beautiful
different
bride.
context. Where's my bride? I got no crazy eyes. I don't need no shirt. It's like that Charles Manson, that famous clip.
Yeah.
You can't touch my inner soul.
Yeah. I'm inside you.
Inside you, I'm a serpent.
Aniston, dude, there was a bit that Ben Stiller did one time on the Ben Stiller show,
Oh,
which
yeah,
was
yeah.
great, where it was
Odenkirk?
No. It was who were we just talking about? The killer, dude, Charles Manson, car repair.
Oh, okay.
And he's like, it's me, man. I'm inside your manifold. I'm all over it. I'm in there. I'm the devil digging into your soul. But you might want to change your spark plugs while you're in it. It was really funny.
They did one where it was Charles Manson as Lassie.
I remember that.
Yeah. Manson.
Yeah.
Did Billy fall in the well? You can't see him. He's down there in the dark.
By the way, Jennifer was home during the incident, but was unharmed and did not encounter Carlisle. But she's got to be terrified.
You're
of this
sitting in your
dude.
house, and this dude drives to the front of the house. Yeah, not good.
And then seeing this mugshot and everything, it's like, whoa.
I got crazy eyes.
Yeah, man. All right, this is sad news. James Foley, director of films like 50 Shades of Grey sequels and 1992's Glengarry Glen Ross, has died. He was 71 years old. The Brooklyn-born director who worked with stars ranging from Sean Penn and Madonna to Al Pacino and Halle Berry died of brain cancer earlier this week. Other notable projects for Foley included his first feature, 1984's musical drama Reckless, and At Close Range.
Yes.
With Sean Penn.
I like that movie.
That was a good movie.
Yeah, and Christopher Walken.
Walken, yeah. And the latter featured the Madonna song Live to Tell, and Foley would go on to direct the singer in several music videos, as well as her feature film, Who's That Girl? For television, Foley was behind an episode of the original Twin Peaks, also oversaw 12 episodes of House of Cards, and also directed episodes for Hannibal, Billions, and Wayward Pines, too.
Oh, I dug that show. Remember, that was the one that M. Night Shyamalan was producing.
Yeah, that was...
Though that one, Preston, 2 seasons, and then stopped dead in its tracks.
It did. So I only watched the first season, and it was kind of a closed story.
It was.
And then they brought it back around, and they left it open, I guess?
Well, they got outside, and then you realized these entities, these hybrid creatures that have started to, form and evolve from man that we think are more like beasts, are smarter than were assumed. And there was this whole thing that was indicating there's this culture out there, and it's like, and then goodbye. End of series.
Nothing.
Never mind.
That sucks. All right, well, another story with rumors swirling that Kelly Clarkson may be considering leaving the show that bears her name. NBC is working up contingency plans on how to move forward if that should happen. And former Today Show host Hoda Kotb is reportedly at the top of the list of potential
But she
replacements.
retired.
Yeah, but I guess so.
I thought they were looking at Vin Diesel. Talk about family.
Yeah, it's Vin Diesel's family.
Learn how to pack for a vacation.
So according to NBC, they said there's a long list of names, and Hoda is a part of that list. This is a source.
Hoda is a signatory on Bird Bot.
That is correct.
Yep.
NBC never wanted Hoda to leave. The question is, would Hoda want to do it?
Nobody puts Hoda in a corner.
Kotb entered or ended her tenure today back in January, and Kelly's contract expires next year. So we'll see where that goes. All right, another PR issue has bubbled up for Meghan Markle. Robin Patrick, a fan of the royal, decided to follow a bath salts recipe that Markle showed on her With Love Meghan Netflix show. Now, Patrick says that she attempted to duplicate the mixture of Epsom salt, Himalayan salt, arnica oil, and lavender as a gift for a friend, testing it out in her own bath. Well, after feeling a burning sensation, Patrick alleged she developed painful ulcers on her skin that have not healed yet.
So the chemicals involved in sulfuric acid?
So she's lawyering up. Patrick is reportedly seeking a minimum of $75,000 to cover medical expenses and $10 million from Markle and Netflix and Archwell Productions for their, quote, reckless disregard for public safety and to deter similar conduct in the future.
So I watched a little bit more of that from Meghan with Love.
Okay.
And it's one of those, now I'm sort of fascinated with it. I have a little pouch.
Oh,
put
yeah.
a little paprika in it. And I put it in my closet. And when you open it up, it's an absolutely intoxicating odor. I mean, it's
she's
that,
trying to be Martha Stewart.
She's trying to be Martha Stewart, but there's something ASMR-ish about it, and so fraudulent that I love it.
Oh, okay. So the woman says that she may be willing to settle out of court if a financial agreement can be reached.
Be a shame if you lost that show of yours.
So Taylor Swift's former Cape Cod home is on the market, and it's
huge
for the low price of $14.5 million. Before you spend the cash, be aware, and if you're a Swiftie, you probably already know, the singer lived in the home only briefly back in 2012 before putting it right back on the market. But any connection with Taylor is worth it for a fan, I would imagine.
I think that was during the time she was dating Tom Hiddleston.
Okay.
Yeah.
And it's right near the Kennedy family compound as well.
Yeah, who's over there?
So you get Hyannisport nearby. So, speaking of people selling homes, Ben Affleck and Jennifer Lopez have reduced the price of their Beverly Hills mansion dramatically.
Did that show up on the Zillow listing?
Well, probably it's the Zestimate. It was originally listed at $68 million.
That's sucking nuts.
The
68
pair
mil.
has agreed to slash the asking price to just under $60 million.
Well, you know, not everyone has $60 million.
That's a 12% discount, by the way.
All right.
So you end up saving.
The home has been on the market for over a year, so you could call them motivated sellers. Bennifer purchased the home in 2023 for just over $60 million, so this puts the price point approximately where it was when they first bought it.
And let me tell you another thing. Yeah, it's a good school district.
A few months ago, Steve turned me on to the Zillow app, which I watch all the time on my Apple TV Plus at home. And Steve, there was, I don't know, a weekend where I was looking at this town in California. It's called Desert Springs. It's north of Palm Springs. It's kind of in the middle of nowhere in between LA and Las Vegas. And it's actually, for California, kind of affordable. And now, every day I get 8 emails. This one's a lot, down $13,000 or whatever.
That's one of the liabilities.
And it looks really nice, and they're beautiful homes. But I don't think I'm moving to Desert Springs anytime soon.
I've actually seen advertised on Zillow like small towns. Like they'll put up Preston. They'll put up empty lots. They'll put up alleyways. They'll put up like this small town.
Really?
Yeah. So it's not just houses, things that are of a residential nature, a little bit of commercial. But it's wild to see that stuff pop up.
Yeah, no, that makes sense, I guess so. But if you're interested, check out the Zestimate. It's
that's sucking nuts.
It's just under $60 million. Warner Brothers has confirmed that the Lord of the Rings, The Hunt for Gollum, is hitting theaters.
I'm going to kill that bastard.
It's not for another 2 years, by the way. The Andy Serkis film, first announced back in 2023, is set to be released on December 17, 2027. Serkis will once again play Gollum and will also be directing the film. And Lord of the Rings director Peter Jackson is also producing the new movie.
Now, in the plot line of this is that no one believes he can do it, but he gets into Harvard Law School.
The Hunt for Gollum is expected
Point of order.
to be set between The Hobbit and The Fellowship of the Ring.
Legally Gollum.
So between those two, legally Gollum. And it's expected to show the life of Gollum and how he was pursued by various parties in Middle-earth, including Gandalf, Aragorn, and Aragorn and Sauron. So.
I'm going back to Oregon looking for Jimmy.
No, not back home to Oregon. Did I say Oregon?
Back home to Oregon. I'm going back home to Oregon, where I hope to encounter Jimmy. Jimmy!
We'll see if that makes its way in.
I liked when they did the flashback. I think it was in Return of the King where they go back to when Gollum was a hobbit and not the creature that he became. And you sort of saw him find the ring and the fight that he got in and we ended up killing that other guy.
Yeah,
the other
it was
hobbit.
disturbing.
Yeah.
I just watched a good portion, not the director's cut, which I did watch one time, and I have that, which is like 59 hours.
I know.
But I end up crying so much throughout that whole thing. It is so beautiful. I mean, it's a damn near perfect trilogy.
I tried reading the book one time, and I guess it's three books within, one main book, and it really was a lot. It was too much. I had to put it down.
All right, so sometimes the most unlikely things will impede the shooting schedule for a movie or series. An unusual set of circumstances has led to a slowdown in the filming of season 5 of Emily in Paris, and it was the selection of the new Pope that slowed them down. A source said to Us Weekly that the Netflix series has been affected 3 days into filming in Rome. They said all the news helicopters covering the new Pope are causing mayhem and making so much noise. A production had reportedly had to keep stopping while cameras were rolling near the Spanish Steps.
Same thing happened for the series finale of Alf, Preston.
Yep. Lily Collins and Philippine Leroy Bellew were said to be filming scenes but had to redo takes because of the noise and how distracting it was.
So what was the estimate on how many people were in attendance waiting outside to see the smoke? Something on the order of 200, 300,000 people.
Really?
Yeah, I mean,
Just in the Vatican City?
just in that
Wow.
just waiting.
That blows me away. I mean, because I don't know. It's it's an elected event.
Yeah.
And does he come out right after that, or
Well, and we
is
actually
that
have.
what they're waiting for?
I think so.
Okay.
We have some clips if we want to play them later on. They're in Latin, but they make the declaration.
Right.
Yeah.
All right. Well, we'll get to that. All right. This was out of left field. Marissa grabbed the audio of this, and I did not know this song. The Pointer Sisters experienced a massive surge in streaming after their song called Hot Together, featured in the new Grand Theft Auto 6 trailer, came out. Rockstar Games recently delayed the game's release to May 26, but shared detailed updates, including a new trailer. And the trailer opens with protagonist Jason Duvall, and it includes music from Wang Chung, Zeng Glen, and Five Etoile, and Tammy Wynette.
They always have great soundtracks.
So Hot Together plays when Jason reunites with his girl, Lucia. Within 2 hours of the trailer's release, the streams of the track skyrocketed by 182,000% on Spotify compared to the previous week.
You want me to play it?
I'm going to play a little bit of this, Case. I've never heard this song before, and it's right out of 1980s. You can hear in the production alone, but I don't remember this as being a Pointer Sisters hit song.
No, I know this one.
You do?
Yeah, my mom is and was a huge Pointer Sisters fan. So anytime we would drive anywhere in the Dodge Caravan, we'd be listening to a lot of Pointer Sisters. And I love the Pointer Sisters, probably because of that childhood experience.
Here we go. But
It's kind of nondescript.
it is. But wouldn't it be wild if this sound started to make a little bit of a comeback because of things like this?
So I watched the trailer. So I have a love-hate relationship with Grand Theft Auto. A lot of times I contend that the game gets in the way of the game. But this one has it has a romance, and it has a natural-born killer's vibe to it.
Okay.
So
all right.
there are these Bonnie and Clyde-ish characters that are part of it.
I wonder if it's been so long since I played a Grand Theft Auto game. I wonder if I went back and would enjoy it now.
Do you know when I dropped out, when the content became, I forget how they were doing it, and correct me if anyone knows if I'm wrong, but they started to just kind of parse the game out online so that you weren't, it became really okay, you got to buy this now, and you got to add this, and you got to do that. It became sort of this. It seemed like a real money grab.
I remember a meme I saw one time. I'm like, oh my God. And it was a father with like a 4-year-old kid, and they're sitting there with the controllers. And the text over it says, and if you kill that hooker, you get your money back.
Because you can.
Oh my God.
Can I ask though, what is how do you win the game?
Many people would find it hard to answer that question. There are so many missions. I found one of the things, Preston, you played them. How many times were you playing and wondering, am I playing the main mission or a side mission?
Yeah. But Casey, there's a main story, and you can follow it to the end.
Okay.
And usually some big,
boss
explosion
fight.
at the end with a boss fight is how it wraps up. But it's organized crime is what it comes down to eventually.
I just thought it was like an open
Taking out the
sandbox,
boss.
just go and kill things,
can
and
be.
steal things.
It is.
Yeah, it can be. You
Okay.
could, and you choose when that was one of the cool things about it is you could jump back into the main missions or side missions whenever you wanted to, or you could roam and do whatever you wanted to.
So people would talk about that, this Preston, the game Red Dead Redemption.
Yeah.
It became less about I'm playing a game to complete it and I'm going to go back to the old West.
Right.
I'm going to jump in
and play cowboy.
Yeah.
So, well, anyhow, this song skyrocketed. Spotify's Sulina Ong commented on the massive spike and said that Grand Theft Auto cuts through popular culture like almost nothing else, adding that it's great to see fans, both new and established, connecting with an iconic track in this way.
There was a super talented guy I knew, Preston. His name was Laszlo. I don't know if you remember this guy.
Yeah, we've had him on.
Underground hard drive.
That's the right case. I had a brain fart. But his whole thing was, he was in charge of the radio stations that you were listening to in Grand Theft Auto. And he's a very talented guy.
That's how Jackie Bam Bam got on, right? Like, didn't Jackie? I'm so sorry if I'm speaking out
No,
of
I
turn.
think you're right. Jackie was one of the DJs.
Was it him or was it Cousin Ed?
Well, no, I thought it was Jackie Bam Bam.
Okay.
Let me see because I thought we.
Why
might
don't you
have
ask him?
had
He's still
audio.
here.
He is still here.
Is he still here?
I
He's
think
still
he is.
here.
Yeah. Is he still here?
All right, Marissa's going to go see if
He's
she's
eating his salad balls.
Believe it or not, gang, Jackie's show gets done at midnight.
Yes.
It's 7 o'clock in the morning. He still might be here. He's prepping for, you call it Friday night.
Yeah.
Let me see here. It says here, Jackie Bam Bam provided the voice of radio caller, a caller on LCFR show, Chatterbox, in Grand Theft Auto Liberty City Story.
It's cool.
That's
very cool.
Well,
Yeah.
Okay. All right. Marissa's running down the hall to try and find him. All right. We have movies opening this weekend. Let's talk about them. We're going to talk about these movies, and then we have a special guest who's joining us. All right, so the movie Friendship opens. It's a comedy starring Paul Rudd, Tim Robinson, Kate Mara. Suburban dad Craig falls hard for his charismatic new neighbor as Craig's attempts to make an adult male friend threaten to ruin both of their lives. Running time, 1 hour and 40 minutes. Rated R, wide theater release. Rotten Tomatoes score 92%.
That's pretty damn good.
We also have Clown in a Cornfield. We were talking about this yesterday. It's a horror mystery. And it stars Katie Douglas, Aaron Abrams, and Carson McCormack. Quinn and her father just moved to a quiet town of Kettle Springs, hoping for a fresh start. Instead, she discovered a fractured community that has fallen on hard times after the treasured Bay Pen corn syrup factory burned down. As the locals bicker amongst themselves and tensions boil over, a sinister, grinning figure emerges from the cornfields to cleanse the town of its burdens, one bloody victim at a time. It's 1 hour and 36 minutes long. It's rated R, wide theater release. Rotten Tomatoes score, 81%.
Nice.
And then finally, Nonnas opens. It's a comedy starring Vince Vaughn, Susan Sarandon, Adam Ferrara, and others. I didn't know Adam was in that.
Ferrara's in it, yeah.
After the loss of his mother, a man risks everything to honor her by opening an Italian restaurant with a group of local grandmothers as chefs. Hour and 51 minutes long, rated PG-13, streaming now on Netflix. Rotten Tomatoes scores 83%. And now, ladies and gentlemen, Jackie Bam Bam is here with us.
Good morning, good afternoon. What time is it?
Yeah, it's morning-ish. Hey, buddy.
How are you?
We had we're okay. It was a tough day yesterday.
Rough.
You know that.
I was crying along with you.
I know. All right, but listen, we had a quick question about you and Grand Theft Auto.
Yeah.
You were in which game? Don't worry
San
about it.
Antonio, or how do you say it? San Andreas?
Andreas?
Yeah.
San Andreas, yeah.
It was so many moons ago, though.
How did that happen?
My old pal, cousin Ed Laszlo.
Laszlo, yeah.
Yeah. Said, we love your voice. I'm like, what? And
You do.
yeah, so am I allowed to say it was them?
YSP, what?
Yeah, well, yeah, it was my old station YSP,
Sure.
but it was about me. They wanted me to be the DJ on the car radio about
Right.
shaving my pubic hair.
Right,
Yeah,
right,
you
yeah,
can say
yeah.
that, yes.
Okay.
Yeah,
So-
we've had people eat pubic hair on the show.
Okay, that wasn't me.
And yeah, that was a long time ago,
Yeah.
right?
We do have some audio from it if you want to hear it.
Yeah.
All right, hang
Play
on
it.
a second.
Let's hit the phones. Yo.
Hello?
Yes, hello. You're on Chatterbox. What's that noise?
My name's Lenny. I want to talk about shaving.
Okay, what's the trouble? You got a weird rash?
There's no trouble. I just can't stop.
What?
I love it. And I realized something really important.
Oh, God.
If you shave downstairs, he looks a lot bigger. You know, if you remove the brush, the tree looks massive.
What are you talking about?
Yeah, man. Now I don't have to get surgery down there. I just thought I'd share that with a few people. Come on, Laszlo. Don't tell me you haven't thought about it.
Where do you get ideas like this?
Like, my mom said,
All right. This show's going great. This is Chatterbox. What's ever on your mind? However.
Okay.
There you go.
That was it.
Yeah, very
Nice.
cool. Have you done any other VO work like
As a
that?
matter of fact, Steve, coming up, maybe I'll join you in, it's May, so I think July, my voice is going to be used on public radio at a puppet TV.
A puppet show?
A puppet show, yeah.
Oh,
I'm a
okay.
puppet. That's all I know. So I went in some big studio and I cut some lines, so I'm just waiting for it. But I'll let you know as soon as I
Please,
Yeah,
yes,
please. We got to know.
Nice.
All right, buddy. Go back. Get in the
All
coffin.
right, the puppet is out of here. Bye.
Love you, buddy.
guys.
Jackie Bam Bam.
Goodbye, puppet.
It's after 7 o'clock.
Dude,
I mean, he is still here.
Yeah, we got to move on.
I know. I
Yeah,
just wouldn't have done that if I would have known. Anyway, clips.
My bad, my
Let's
bad.
play clips. Here we go. Nona's is based on real life restaurant. His own brain. Dad, grandma's good. Vince Vaughn. He's talking about the story. Here we go.
I have it here.
All right, go ahead.
You know, I do think being raised with my grandmother, I felt so fortunate to get her wisdom. And so I really got moved when I read the script and the way that it was really focusing on these matriarchs of a family that did so much and loved people, and then that they get to continue that.
Nona's premieres today on Netflix. Here's our next clip. Omar Sy is starting alongside a great cast in new action film Shadow Force. In this clip, he talks about the heart of the film.
It's a movie about family. It's a movie about how you gonna protect your family, and especially Kyra, played by Carrie, is very, very specific mom, and the way she has to protect her family is so special that I think it's a very inspirational for all the mothers and also all the families.
Shadow Force opens today in theaters. All right, we do have to break because we have a couple of guests who are
Yes.
joining us. One of them is from Rome. We're going to talk about the new pope because Jason Martinez of Fox 29 has been broadcasting from there. So we will return in just a moment with him, and Father Steve is going to give us his perspective as well as what's going on. We'll take a break, come back in a moment. Stay with us.
Preston and Steve.
Fine.
And I teach in a suburban area. I mean, I don't understand how these people that decided to live outside of like the city world, how can tolerate that type of sound. It's awful.
And there,
Thanks, Bob.
I don't know how you could. I don't know how you could sleep with that going on. Some people do. Well, you talked about the conundrum of doing the run through with the smoke alarms not waking up your kids.
Oh, my God. The entire thing went off. It was the middle of the night. Scared the hell out of us.
Right.
The house was on fire. We never did figure out why it tripped off.
Right.
But all the alarms in the house, it's a hardwired system. All the alarms went off in the house. Not one of our kids woke up. Not one of them.
Wow.
Slept solidly through the whole thing.
How?
Excruciatingly loud. I have no idea. Me, on the other hand, and this is a completely different story, but I remember when I was a teenager, a cricket somehow or another got in my room.
Yeah.
In my bedroom, and it was, I couldn't find it anywhere. And just that little
That's enough.
all night drove me crazy. I got up with a flashlight and turned all the lights on. I'm just ready to murder this
And
thing.
what do you put out to lure a cricket out into the open?
Yeah, you're just screwed. So that was, yeah, I know exactly what you're talking about. All right, let me go to Joe. Hey, Joe, good morning.
Good morning, guys.
What's happening, Joe?
I could not call in. I'm a fireman in Philadelphia.
Ah,
And there's a couple things with the smoke detectors. Like, we changed the code in Philadelphia where no more batteries. They're disposable 10-year fire smoke detectors now.
Okay, so the whole unit disposable.
Disposable. 10 years, boom, boom, you're done, you're out of here. And that's the law now in Philadelphia. And they won't tell you this, but the reason they changed that is because people, every Christmas, we'd get calls to put in smoke detectors.
Yeah.
And we go out there and find the smoke detectors don't have batteries in them.
Yeah. And you know what? And I would imagine, Joe, some of that was just either laziness or they forgot about it or couldn't figure out how to do it.
They needed the batteries for the toys.
Oh, they're taking
for
the
the
batteries.
toys.
Oh, my God.
Oh, that's hilarious. Yeah, so we might burn down, but the doll will work right.
I remember one in particular. I just could not get that freaking
9-volt.
rectangular 9-volt battery into that little son of a bitch. It drove me crazy.
You have to make the connection on top, and that won't fit in, that little rubbery thing with the two terminals on it.
Well, no, this one is, there's just this little slot that the battery
I know what you're talking about.
only slide in. There's only one angle that it goes in, and when it goes in, the door like shuts perfectly, like immediately.
So we have the Joe. We have in our home. I guess I don't know if this is Philadelphia code or whatever. So we have the Xfinity system, the smoke detectors, or and then we also have to have a second set of smoke detectors as well. I don't know if that's still the case. So we have two. One time, accidentally, I disconnected the Xfinity system, and that alarm is super loud. But is that the norm that sometimes you have to have the backup battery system as well, or has that
the backup battery system is a bought system? A lot of apartment complexes have that,
right?
You know, and systems that you buy to monitor your home. But that's a problem for us too, because we go to an apartment and say somebody doesn't know how to cook and they fill it. We call it a pot of meat. That's what it's called. Fill up the apartment with smoke, and now we're not supposed to reset your system, and everybody gets mad at us. We're not technicians. We're firefighters. There's no fire. Call your maintenance people to reset your alarm.
Right.
They go crazy. So unofficially, sometimes we help them out if we can, but if you have a new system that we don't know what it is, we have to be hands off.
Yeah.
I mean, we're not supposed to do it in the first place.
So
we're people, and we try to help them out.
There's sage advice there, Joe, too. If you do have a system at home, know what you need to do to cancel the system, because sometimes you'll forget. You're supposed to know what that code is so you can punch it in so they don't dispatch firefighters if it's for no reason.
And Philly, we're coming anyway. Once that thing goes off, we're coming anyway. There's no turning around.
All right. That's a good piece of information as well.
Yeah, we do not. Don't worry. They'll just come check it out, and they're not going to give you a hard time. It happens to everybody.
All right. Thanks, Joe. Appreciate it, man.
Well, I guess the silver lining here is that I have 7 new smoke detectors.
Yeah, good.
So we're good for at least another 10 years, hopefully.
Let me go to one more call, then we got to take a break. I'm going to go to Joan. Hey, Joan, good morning.
Good morning.
What's up, Joan?
Love your show. I have a smoke detector chirping, getting under your skin story where I took yoga. Someone had a studio hooked onto their house. And at the end of yoga, you do Shavasana, which is quiet.
It's like a little meditation. Yeah,
that's meditation.
Yep.
So the whole meditation, I heard the chirping. And there was no relaxation, none.
Mm-mm.
So I let the instructor know, and she was like, yeah. So I go back to the studio the second time, same chirping during Shavasana. I had to stop going.
You'd stop going.
How do you live? How do you conduct your life with that constant chirping going on?
It's constant.
And,
it's like
every part of your job involves instructing people how to meditate.
Steve, you make it your mantra.
Yeah.
just tell yourself.
Hey, have a good day, guys.
All right, you too. All right, we'll see you, Joan. Thank you.
Yeah, it was like every 30 to 45 seconds. It was.
You just want to die.
Casey,
you want to get burned to death.
If you come with another one of these next week, we will write you your own theme song.
Oh, really?
For Casey's do-it-yourself adventures.
I gave up on something yesterday. I fixed closet doors yesterday, but I gave up on a whole other project yesterday, so we won't get into that.
What we could do is we could DIY.
Don't do it yourself.
I don't know what I'm doing, and I don't know how to DIY.
All right. It should be don't do it yourself, yo.
Don't do it yourself, yeah.
All right, we're going to take a break. We'll come back in a second, and I'll make Casey feel all better because I got some bizarre file stories of people who've done much worse.
Yes.
And we'll be right back. Stay with us. Chat a bit about this story with Simone Biles, the gymnast. She was on a flight. She's only 4 feet 8 inches tall, but she's very recognizable, obviously. She's a superstar. But some people might not know who she is. And because of her size, it can throw people off a tad bit. Even if if you've ever met somebody famous and realized how short they are in person, it can throw you off a little bit. So apparently she was getting on the plane, and one of the attendants had asked her if she wanted a coloring book because they thought she was a child.
She's a little girl, yeah.
And I wanted to get calls from people who are either small in stature or look really young.
Yeah.
And get mistaken for a child. And if this is just something that happens all the time, because Marissa, it happened to her just recently. 215-263-WMMR is a number, because I'm sure you're expecting it now if it's happened a lot.
So my sister-in-law gets this all of the time. She is very short, but she looks very young. She has.
Is she petite as well?
She's petite. Okay. She's very little. She looks a little more like an adult now because she's very athletic. So she's very muscular. So that will make her. But that would kind of be like Simone Biles.
Yeah,
that makes her look a little more adult-like. But so much so where she was probably. Maybe she was like 17, 18, something like that. And we had friends over, and the little kids were there, and they were like, I'm going to go play with my friend. I want to play with my friend. And they were talking about her. They thought she was a kid. So they wanted to play with her. Yeah, I can pull up a picture of her, sure.
Because also, I mean, Simone Biles, her face actually looks young. And if she's... So I can see that. I've known a number of people in my life who fall squarely in this category, who would dread going out to, it's mostly women in this case, bars and things like that, because of they get the reticent bouncer there's no way,
Yeah, there was a guy I was in line with. He was at a store buying alcohol, and this was it might have been back in Missouri where you can buy alcohol at grocery stores. And anyhow. And was standing, and I'm looking at the guy, and he's got a 12-pack of beer, and I'm like, no way.
Yeah.
And I see him, and he's holding
I'm only 6 years old.
Well, he's holding his ID in his hand.
Yeah.
I'm like, okay.
Yep.
He gets this all the time.
Getting that for your daddy, little fella?
Right, exactly.
It's the same thing also is, and we've talked about this before, is now this is visual, but the young voice when you answer a phone, or the kid's like, chirpy voice. But this is... you're showing up, and physically you are just constantly mistaken for a kid.
Yeah. Marissa, do you usually get carded?
Yes.
Okay.
A lot.
Yeah.
And then it's embarrassing when I have my ID out and ready, and then they don't want it.
Oh, right.
Yeah.
Yes. Yeah, you're in that.
Hi, ma'am.
Yeah.
Will you be needing any sort of walker?
My smile and my crow's feet kind of show. But no, there are some pluses to this. Like, if you can, get a kid's meal without being hassled.
I was wondering.
Some pluses. There's
if you
some
might
minuses.
try to pull that off or not.
Yeah, being at a concert is terrible. I've never seen, a full concert just standing. If I'm in standing room, I've never seen it.
WMMR.
All right, thank you very much, Nick. So we have a new pope.
We do.
We've got the Delco Pope, ladies and gentlemen. And, he's Leon. Leo, not Leon. Leon! Leo the 14th. Leon! So, and we actually have an opportunity to go directly to Rome and the Vatican. Joining us from Fox 29, Jason Martinez. Yeah. Hey, Jason.
Leon the First.
Leon. See if you can. You're right there. See if you might like Leon. I think it flows better.
Anybody like Pope Leon?
Jason, when did you, how long have you been in Rome?
Got here Sunday, I think. And have been and will be here until Sunday.
Wow.
Barely slept last night after yesterday's whirlwind. And 4 espressos later, I'm ready to roll.
Wow. And you know what, gang? You need to see him on our YouTube channel right now, because he is standing right there at the Vatican, and this is a great view he's given us. So have you ever been there before, by the way?
No. I've done no traveling in my life, so this is my first time to Europe. Even.
Oh,
and
wow.
My first trip to Europe is to cover a new pope and a conclave. It was
Wow.
unbelievable. It's been really one of the highlights of my life, not just career, but life.
I mean, also listen, these things historically they've gone all over the place. Some have lasted for an incredibly long amount of time. This, relatively speaking, was a quick turnaround.
Yeah, it was like 4 or 5 votes, and you're talking about 133 new Cardinals. Most had to get to know each other, had to spend the last week and a half trying to figure out who in the world they're going to go vote for, and to come up with this name, Prevost, so fast. He was well known. He was well known within the church, and so that's probably the key here. But I was expecting tonight to be the white smoke moment.
Right. Yeah. It's interesting because he did sort of come out of the blue, but you do say, and correctly so, that he was well known. We were hearing other names. One, I think, Pizza Balla was one that everyone loved. The word on him, though, obviously, there's a point of pride because of the local affiliation with Villanova. And have you talked to anybody around there? Grab an errant cardinal here or there and interview them about their take on it?
So the Cardinals just attended a mass for the new pope, and they are just filing out to lunch, probably making themselves available to the public for the first time since the conclave. Pizza Balla is 60, so maybe we'll see him as a pope in the future. We know Prevost is 70. So he's well known not only at Villanova and Chicago and the pride of the states, but he did a lot of work in Peru, did a lot of work at the Vatican. And I think that's what happened. He was just so well known within and respected within the Cardinals. I'm really interested to see how this papacy goes.
Jason, I'm curious how the crowds around there are acting once the news came through. I mean, because this is obviously a celebratory event. You can hear the crowds cheering when they make the announcements and everything. But it feels like a party. But we're talking about a religious, spiritual thing here, not a go tear it up, let's get hammered tonight thing.
Right.
Right. Are people partying kind of, sort of?
Yeah.
Okay.
It's just a different party. It's just a couple bottles of wine, Venice, and not a kegger. Not a so, and the bars, I get off work at 11 here since I've been here, and I've been trying to, grab a drink after, but the bars shut down, so they're sweeping up when I get in there. Just what you wanted to know, the bar scene in Rome during a conclave. But that's true. So I had to hurry up and before you, can I just get a drink before you close the bar? So that's how it's been. And I don't even really like wine. They have no tequila here. No tequila in Rome.
But it's just, well, maybe you can talk to the new pope about that. He's got some sway.
Yeah, exactly.
Quick question. We were hearing crowd numbers when everything was going down as high as 150, 200,000. Did you get any final tally on what that mass was?
Yeah, I think it was more than that. I think it was 200,000. So let me just kind of give you, this is the piazza that I'm standing. I'm going to spin around, do my best not to run into anybody. I mean, we are talking Broad Street times 3, maybe, because Rome goes all, the area. Look at all these. I mean, just it continues as far as the eye can see. Crowds standing shoulder to shoulder. And here's the best part. There's no hey, get off me. This is too crowded. Everybody was locked in arms. It was like the most, it's the closest thing to heaven I've experienced.
Wow.
Yeah, this is wild, man. And then I just saw, was Harry Styles there?
Yeah, I mean, I guess.
Was he under consideration? Was he in consideration?
If he was baptized a Catholic, he was eligible.
Is that how that goes? If you're baptized Catholic, you're eligible to be Pope?
That's correct. Any baptized Catholic can be Pope, but it didn't work out for Harry. He's still eligible next time.
Jason, are you Catholic? Are you a baptized Catholic?
Yeah. Yes, I go to Annunciation at Havertown, Annunciation BVM. What up, Father Loomis? So he was here earlier, as a matter of fact. I saw him here. My priest was here on a retreat, so that was cool.
Was that by happenstance, or did you guys?
Yeah, totally coincidental.
Wow. 200,000 people, and you find your priest.
It sounds like a meet cute.
Yeah, it's like a meet cute. Yeah. It's a bizarre Hallmark romance.
Uh-huh.
But so a question: when the announcement was made the name was declared, and were you down viewing that from below? Where were you when that happened?
So I'm pretty much standing where I am. I don't know if I can zoom in here.
Okay.
There's I don't know, right in the middle of your screen, you can see like a little balcony.
Yes.
Way up there.
Yeah.
That's where he stood. So I could barely see him. And also it's being projected with big screens and monitors way out into the huge crowd. But the announcement's in Latin.
Yeah.
And so it's a little bit Italian too. And I'm like, okay. And I knew they had a script to follow. And I couldn't quite understand, but I had some Italian guys next to me going, Prevost, Prevost. And I go, oh, the American from Chicago. Is that who it is? And I kept saying, he's an American. He's an American. And then all the Italians, oh, congratulations, grazie. And they were congratulating me.
Oh, that's cool.
Like
So there was sort of a nice familial vibe going on. All right.
Yeah, because the Italians claim him too. You know, he's been here so long at the Vatican and well known. So,
right.
But I got one thumbs down from some guy walking by. No good, no good.
Nice. Hey, a question: have we found out if he is, since he has Philadelphia ties, is he a Bears fan or an Eagles fan? Do we know this yet?
Oh, I think it's Bears, and he's a South Sider, so it's White Sox.
Oh, yeah, that's it. That's the word. Yeah, I think you're right.
But you see the memes going around that Villanova, the only pope to ever have a national championship and a papacy is Villanova.
He's already made it clear, though, Jason, that he's going to make Jay Wright a saint. So
I just think I think it's cool that it's very, very likely that he's eating at a Wawa. Do you know what I mean?
Oh, yeah.
That
no doubt about it.
That perhaps maybe he's eating a shorty over a trash can. Most likely not. But
and Casey, St. Dennis, the church in Havertown, he worked at that cemetery as a groundskeeper, I'm told.
Get out.
Early in his life.
Wow.
I drive past that cemetery on my way to and from work every single day of my life.
You guys used to steal beer from your parents and go there and hang out and drink.
You might have been drinking with a pope.
Oh my God, that's crazy.
No, it's wild how the immediate embracing of it simply by the geography is kicking in. But it is a wonderful thing. And regardless of where you stand, on all of this, this is a massive global event. And for you to be there as it unfolds, as you said, a pivotal moment of your life.
100%. And we should pray for this Pope. It's a heck of a burden to be the leader of 1.5 billion Catholics who are all looking to you to be their modern day savior, their faith leader. Mm-hmm. And that's why they have the room of tears. After the white smoke, he goes into the room of tears and cries the burden, and then comes out, puts the cassock on, and becomes our Pope. It's a heck of a burden for one man to bear.
It's pretty amazing. You really don't want to cry, and you go, hey, I'd be pretty,
Watch the postcard.
Oh, okay. Okay. Yeah, that'll get you crying.
And Jason, congratulations to you for being chosen to go there and represent Fox 29, because I'm sure they're
also a burden.
Yeah. Well, I'm sure
a good one.
No, it is a good burden, but I'm sure there's a ton of people over there that would love to have been in your shoes right now.
Yeah, I actually sent my boss a text saying thank you so much for believing in me to be here and be a part of this, and just experience this. I'm doing my best to try to bring people to the ground and make them feel like they're here with me.
Well, let's cut to the chase. How many commandments did you break to get there?
Well, all of them except the one big one.
He didn't kill anybody.
The one big one.
That's right.
One
You'd be surprised
All right.
how many Birds fans and Philly people I have run into here besides my priest. Just groups of people.
We do know that. When the Pope was here, years ago, and obviously there's a rich history with the area. I think we have a lot of motivated, energized Catholics who would make such a pilgrimage to see this.
But you've not heard like an Eagles chant in the Vatican Square or anything yet, have you?
Well, I may have started one. I may have started one.
Could you imagine that?
No, we're not above that.
But listen, planning a trip to go to a papal, decision, a choice to choose the new pope it's like planning to go see like a rocket launch.
Sure,
like they get scrubbed. You don't know when it's going to happen.
Yeah,
and that in itself is a leap of faith and money.
Yeah, and there was a lot. There's a Villanova group that were studying abroad, and their time here ended yesterday, and they missed it.
Oh,
they
my God.
Man, you're kidding me.
Yeah, no, you're right. The precarious nature of the timing, that's why we're so happy for you that in this small window you got in there and got to see everything play out.
Yeah, no doubt about it. Mike and Alex are about to toss to me right now.
All right.
So should I try to do two things at once?
No, that's all good. We love those guys. We love trying that,
Okay.
but we know you got a job to keep. So, all right, listen, Jason, thanks for checking in.
Thank you.
From the Vatican. We appreciate it. Jason Martinez.
Bye-bye.
See you, man. Oh, how cool is that?
Looks gorgeous there, doesn't it?
That is really cool. Yeah, that he's there for it.
You can't help it if you're not impressed when you see that. Again, you're talking about it's just the historical gravitas is, it just gets you.
Yeah. All right. So now we're going to switch gears. We have another figure who we're going to speak to, and this one from, Case, what church? He's the pastor of St. Vincent de Paul Parish in Richboro, in Bucksco, mind you. We have Father Steve Paolino, who is joining us via Zoom. Good morning, Father Steve.
Good morning. Sorry to bother you guys at work.
It's all good. You're working too, right? Are you at work right now?
I am, yeah. And I said to Casey, I actually have 8 o'clock Mass, so I'll have to finish up here in time for Mass. So.
Well, if you want to Zoom live from the Mass while you talk to us, that'd be fine.
I think our people would love it, actually.
So what has from the other people in the clergy that you've had a chance to talk to, how much more exciting is this that the new Pope has a local tie for you guys?
It's just incredible. And especially in America, and I know we've heard that so many times, it was almost said it's impossible, right? There's no way an American is going to be chosen to be Pope. I know, it's unreal. And especially someone with all of these local connections. I mean, grew up in Chicago, obviously, but the Augustinians, we have so many great Augustinian priests in the area, and between Villanova University and even his connection with Bonaparte, he had visited the school back in whatever year it was, 2005 or so. There's a great picture of then, I guess he was Cardinal Prevost at the time, or Father Prevost, not sure. No, I think he was Father at the time, with my good friend Father Gus Esposito, who sadly passed away several years ago, who was in charge of the school. So there's a great picture out there that Bonaparte posted from several years ago of him visiting as the provincial of the Augustinians, in charge of the Augustinian order. And what an honor it was for them back then, as just being in charge of the order. Now he's Pope. I mean, it's amazing.
Well, so listen, we'd been hearing that they might have been focusing in on somebody from Africa, or that they were looking at that, and I think even not even being remotely as connected and dialed in as you are to this, just assumed that the possibility of an American priest was really a long shot. So why do you think that was? Why was that the perception that it was not going to happen for an American figure?
Yeah, and I think Jason Martinez touched on this a little while ago. He has a nice combination, especially of the last 3 pontificates. So we have, I'll go back to even John Paul II, right, who I grew up with as the Pope, and so many of us in our young adult lives or adult lives saw John Paul as like the example, right? He was the Pope for so long. He had that, what we call apostolic zeal, right? He wanted to be among the people, to get out there, to go to all these countries and to try to make connections with people as he's preaching this message of hope for the world. Then you had Pope Benedict, who was more of an academic type and someone who'd worked in the Vatican for many, many years. Then now we've had Pope Francis, who was very concerned about missionary work and reaching out to those who are oppressed and to those who are poor. And it seems as if, just with the little we know of Cardinal Prevost, he has that sort of combination of all 3. Cool. He's not afraid to go out. He's not afraid to connect with people. He has seemingly a really nice personality. He has that academic background. He was I studied at Villanova, but even besides that, has a doctorate and has studied theology for many years, but also has that missionary heart, right? He went to Peru. He worked with Peru. He worked with people there. Despite being from the south side of Chicago, he had that desire to connect with people. And I really believe that that's what we're going to see with him. That's what makes me personally so excited. And I think a lot of my brother priests are excited in that sense as well.
Cool. I'm curious as to what part of his personal lives will become interesting because of him being an American. And by that, I mean, usually hear of a pope as a fan of classical music and things like that. Maybe this guy likes Zeppelin, I mean,
it's conceivable.
Of his age falls in that line to maybe be a little bit more pop culture.
I mean, listen,
in touch.
I think it's wild that Father Steve listens to our show.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah, do you know what I mean? Like, yeah.
Yeah, so
well, I've been listening since I was in high school. I mean, really.
And Father Steve, so he's the boss. He's the head honcho. When do people like yourselves start to feel the trickle down of the orders, the change in things? Does this happen gradually, or are there sometimes some immediate changes that take place?
It's very gradual. Generally speaking, it's very gradual. Actually, I was just talking to someone about this yesterday. We figure probably it's going to take a few months to really get to know, like, okay, what sort of tone is Pope Leo going to set? We have some sense of it already just from his appearance on the balcony. I mean, coming out in very traditional garb, but yet speaking so beautifully, so simply to the people. And his first word, "Peace be with you," just preaching this very simple message of just peace, something that our world obviously so desperately needs. But in terms of the practical, the day-to-day things that we will experience as priests, it'll probably take a little while.
Okay. Can we ask the new pope to make it the call and response go back to and also with you?
I knew you were going to say that.
Because, and with your spirit, I'm still...
It doesn't flow right.
It doesn't flow right.
I don't like it either. Yeah.
Well, you should have seen us trying to learn the new prayers for the Mass. That was quite a challenge, and every so often now I find myself tripping over some of these words myself. But that actually would not be something he would be able to directly do, at least not initially. Because that goes through a whole process. I know it's hard to believe, but even in the Catholic Church, there's a lot of red tape and a lot of committees. And
I believe it. Yeah.
Make decisions when talking about things like the Mass and the responses for the Mass.
Are priests required to still be able to deliver a full Latin Mass?
No, we're not required, although many of us would at least be familiar with how to celebrate Mass in Latin and Spanish, just from our studies at the seminary. So when I was at St. Charles Seminary here in Philadelphia, we actually learned how to celebrate Mass in both Latin and Spanish. But it's not, you don't have to pass an exam to do that.
Okay. So like a road test. Yeah, parallel parking.
Yeah, right, exactly.
I could do it in Pig Latin. Not the legit
It's a
Latin.
little bit easier.
It's funny.
I'm trying in Esperanto, but I haven't quite gotten there yet. So.
I have been to a Mass that was entirely in Spanish. That was in Boston. My family and I were up in Boston, and we needed to go to a Mass, and we didn't realize that the Mass that we had chosen to go to was all in Spanish. And then I went to a Mass in Italy.
Yeah.
Obviously, it was entirely in Italian. And you would think, oh, yeah, I know exactly where we are. I could not.
Casey, when you went to the Spanish Mass, was it like when you flip over to a movie and you're watching some of it without any dialogue, and then all of a sudden they start speaking Spanish, like, oh man, and now you're
like, we're stuck here.
We're stuck.
This guy's got a thick accent. Oh no. Yeah, because I used to St. Anthony. That was for years was always a full Latin Mass. I was telling these guys, I used to really like the sort of pageantry of it as a kid. I remember it was really cool. And the thing I remember is that the priest never faced the congregants. It was he was facing the altar the whole time.
Wow.
To me, what was so beautiful, though, about that Mass was that sense of mystique, Steve, as you're saying, this, and in a beautiful way, in a nice way, this sense of mystery of what's happening. And sometimes that gets a little lost when we're using our common language. At the same time, using, as we say, the vernacular, the local language, does allow people to understand what the heck is going on.
It does help. It does.
Language.
Yeah.
But Casey, to your point, too, with the Spanish Mass, I was in Toronto, Canada for World Youth Day 2002, got to see John Paul II. I didn't get to meet him personally, but heard him, just an incredible personality, right, and a beautiful homily. But we went to a local parish, and Mass was in French. I had no idea, like, what was being said. But at least we knew what was happening, right?
Yeah.
You know, because you've been to Mass, right, so many times. Okay, here's when the consecration happens, right? Here's when the sign of peace is supposed to happen. Here are the readings. Here's the homily. May not understand the homily, but at least he's saying something that I'm sure is wonderful and inspiring,
Did you yell out the occasional ooh la la?
Oh, yeah, right. So you just broke into the can, why not?
Father Steve, have you been to the Vatican before?
I was there once on a trip. I was in Italy. We did a little more than a week. We did a couple days in Rome, a couple days in Florence, a couple days in Venice. But in Rome, we got to take a tour of as they say, the Vatican museums. Part of that was the Sistine Chapel. It's a pretty common tour that people can take. It wasn't like, I got some sort of special tour because of the collar, but it was really awesome to be in that chapel and to think, like, here is where the cardinals meet, right, to elect this new pope. I mean, what an incredible moment to be able to stand there in that space.
Do most priests make it there at some point during their career?
Most do. It's not not required. It's not like de facto. Like you definitely have to do this now. I will say the seminary nowadays, they actually formally try to get the seminarians to go before they're ordained, which I think is obviously a great experience. Kind of visit the home office, right, so to speak, before you kind of join up here. But it really it's no less awesome for me than anybody else to be standing in that square, as Jason was saying. I mean, how many people can fit in that space at St. Peter's Square? To be at St. Peter's Basilica, I mean, to be in the Sistine Chapel, it's no less awesome for me than anyone else. It's just incredible.
I think by the Catholic Church's decree, the pecking order is local news anchors and then priests.
And then, you wonder sometimes. I mean, yeah.
Hey, did you see the movie Conclave?
I did. I actually read the book first, and then saw the movie. I'll be very honest. I was disappointed at the movie, the big plot twist at the end. For many reasons.
Father Steve, me too. And I listen. I loved. I liked the movie. I liked. Kind of having a peek behind the curtain as to like maybe what the conclave is like, or
Absolutely.
know. But the two twists. And there's a
like we did last summer.
No. There's a priest in training at my son's school, and I talked to him about it. I was like, it was just distracting, and he goes, it was unbelievable, that would never happen.
You didn't need Han Solo.
No, but you didn't need that. Like, I thought the movie was compelling without this weird twist at the end. Do you know what I mean?
Exactly right. And honestly, that twist. And I don't want to say it just in case.
I haven't seen it, so yes, please.
Yeah. But if let's just say in reality it would never happen. It wouldn't even happen. I mean, to begin with. But I will say, Casey, it was a compelling story overall, and it was neat to read this, and it's seemingly its authenticity. I mean, of I hate to say politicking, but the conversations that take place, right, leading up to the conclave, and even within the conclave itself, going back. I mean, you can imagine even on Wednesday, right? And at Wednesday night they had a ballot, and we couldn't come to a conclusion.
Yeah.
So maybe they went back and started like, okay, well, here we are. Like, let's see if we can get Prevost elected, or whatever the situation was. And thankfully we'll never know. And I hope we don't. I don't want to know, what happens behind the scenes exactly. But I agree with you. The story leading up to it was pretty compelling.
Well, I'm glad that this one took very little time, and it seems to have hit it at a good time. Everyone is responding very favorably. You didn't want to drag something like this on forever, though we've had times throughout history where it has gone on for a long time. But everyone seems in general to be quite thrilled, and obviously the local angle is what's motivating so much of the talk right now.
Absolutely, but just real quick with the timing, I actually had a little friendly wager among some friends of mine. There were four of us, and it wasn't so much who would get elected, but when. So one guy selected the second ballot today, which would obviously Friday afternoon. One said, "I'll take Friday morning." So I took the over. I said, "It's probably going to be Saturday or after." And the poor fourth guy was left on alert. He's like, "Well, I guess I take the under. It has to be." Before Friday. And sure enough, he won.
He won.
We didn't expect it to be Thursday.
All right, what's the wager? What do you got to do?
It was basically a beer. That's
do the rosary.
Yeah, right. Well, yeah, that too, of course.
All right, Father Steve, thank you for your insight. We really appreciate it, man.
Pleasure seeing you guys again. Yeah, take care, all right?
Yep, we'll talk to you soon. Father Steve Paolino, he's the pastor of St. Vincent de Paul Parish in Richboro in Bucks County. So cool to get some perspective on
Father
this.
Steve and I share a birthday together. So every 4th of July, we text each other a happy birthday.
Oh, yeah.
And he was the one who blessed my lawn.
Yeah, the Eagles logo. And what year was that?
So he actually did it twice. He blessed it the first time when we won the Super Bowl in 2018, and then the year we lost.
Okay.
That is one of the most wonderfully pure Philly Delco pictures. You with the family blessing the Eagles symbol in your lawn, and it's just everything to be joyous about.
What's crazy, so that I posted it on Instagram or whatever, and it's probably one of the most viewed things I've ever done on Instagram. But people were like, I can't believe that priest did that. Priest shouldn't be blessing, rooting, using, essentially his religious powers to to have the Eagles win the Super. But what's crazy? I went back and I watched it. He never ever prayed for the Eagles to win. He only prayed for all the players to remain safe.
Oh,
there you
That
go.
was, you know,
He's,
so
he's no amateur.
he's no amateur.
He knows how to do this.
No doubt.
And to hey, and you remember in Rocky,
Yes.
priest throws down a blessing to him before the fight.
I don't know what you're saying.
So it's got.
What are you saying?
And in here, and I'll throw you another one in the in Rudy.
Yes.
Before they take the field, they would say, "Our Lady of Victory, pray for us."
Pray
so
for us,
there's some sports and,
Yeah.
and prayers and religion and blessings.
Like in Rudy.
Yeah, you know.
Yeah.
Rock. You know how it is. So, all
Hey,
right.
Father, have you seen Rudy?
All right. Anyway, we do have to take a break in just a second here. If you're just tuning in and you're wondering if yesterday we revealed the news that Kathy's not with the show anymore. It was a heartbreaking, horrible day for all of us. I'm emotionally exhausted from that. And you can watch the video on YouTube, or you can check the podcast to hear how it all went. And we had talked yesterday. I just want to reiterate this morning.
I'm glad you're doing this.
That Kathy, we had hoped to get one more day from her today on the show. It was going to be fine to do that, but Kathy felt that everything that we did yesterday was the proper way to end her tenure here.
Upon further reflection, she said, I said everything I needed to say the right way.
Yeah, exactly. So we wish, yes, would have been wonderful and lovely. We love her so much to have her here once again, but it was her decision. We wanted her to do things her way. So that's how it is.
It's also a testament to Kathy that the powers that be here said, yes, go ahead. We will give the additional day, and then you'd set that up. And it's just so you're aware, she demurred from that. There is a chance she might be at the barbecue.
Yeah.
Which we'd love to have happen. We'd love to have her all the time, everywhere, but that would be nice as well. So we'll see.
We'll see. All right, we do need to take a break because we got to stay on time for 20 Money. That's coming up next. Bizarre File as well, so make sure you stay with us. Short?
Ever, yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, Kathy, is this your cousin?
My sister-in-law.
Yeah.
And she's in her mid-20s now.
Yeah, she definitely looks like a kid.
She looks like a kid.
Any chance you could
here.
flip that around? I want to see as well. Oh, yeah. Yeah, she looks like a teenager.
Yeah.
Yeah, most definitely. Hang on. I'm going to go to Erica. Hi, Erica. Good morning.
Good morning.
Hey, what's up, Erica?
Oh, so I am an elementary school teacher, and I'm 5 foot tall, and I'm constantly mistaken for one of my students if I'm bending down or sitting on the floor to help them, and someone else comes in the room. Constantly, where's your teacher? Like it's funny, but Marissa, I feel you because you're always in the front row when you're in a crowd. You know, when you line up for pictures, like school pictures, I was always in the front row. I still am in the front row, you know, with the kids. And like it's funny, but like okay, I'm short. You know, I'm in the room.
Do other kids? So will kids or your will they approach you as a kid sometimes if they don't know you're the adult?
From the back, sometimes.
Yeah.
You know, like if you just see my hair, if you see my face, I look young, but I'm I teach elementary school, so I'm clearly not. If you see my face, like a 10-year-old.
Right. Yeah.
But I've been out with other people who are much taller than me and kind of been treated like you said, like, oh, do you need something? Do you? Oh,
Are you looking for your mommy? Yeah.
I'm not. No, thank you.
Now, Erica, if you were to dress the proper way, you think you could pull off being, you know, a teenager for a little bit and fool some people?
Absolutely.
Okay.
We had a school theme day where it was the teachers dressed like kids and the kids dressed like teachers. And I wore like leggings and a giant sweatshirt and put my hair in pigtails and oh yeah, I could have passed for like a middle schooler.
I wonder if that would come in handy for I mean, listen, it's better that you're breaking, you know, that you look younger than, oh, who's this fossil, you know? But I mean, I wonder if that comes in, well, besides Marissa's thing about getting to use the order from the children's menu without being hassled.
That I've never tried. I've never tried that, but I've been in that Marissa situation where they're like, no, you're okay. And then other times they demand it.
Oh, Erica, when like at the Phillies, when they have special promotions, all kids 15 and under get a complimentary bobblehead. You should try that.
Yeah.
That's idea.
All right. Thanks, Erica. Appreciate it. All right. I want to go to now. It's not just the size, but this is interesting. Kevin has a thing that happens to his mom. Hey, Kevin. Good morning.
Hey guys, how are you?
Good. What's up, man?
Hey, all right. So my mom has a very young-sounding voice, and so whenever she answers a phone call or anything like that, people tend to think that she's actually a child.
Okay.
So she had called into the doctor's office to schedule an appointment or something like that, and when they answered, they thought that she was actually my younger sister, and they were giving her a hard time, saying, you know, that she wasn't able to make an appointment because my younger sister is only 11 years old.
Put your mother on the phone.
Yes, I'm trying to schedule a hysterectomy.
That's pretty funny, Kevin. And so, how did she prove to them that she was indeed the mom?
Well, they obviously asked her the harder questions that an 11-year-old.
Who's president?
Right.
So,
wow.
That would be annoying. Yes, all the time.
Thanks, Kevin. All right, listen. So that now I want to hear from childlike sounding people.
Yeah.
Right.
To call us. 215-263-WMMR. If you get mistaken as a child because of your voice, I want to hear that. This is something we can do on the radio.
My friend in college had a voice that sounded and it was exacerbated by the phone. He sounded like a kid, like a little boy, and it was he was forever getting brick walls. Can you put your parents on?
Yeah.
But obviously he wasn't talking like a 6-year-old or an 8-year-old, but he just sounded like a kid.
Let me go to Heather. Hi, Heather. Good morning.
Hey, guys. What's up?
Yeah, Heather. What's going on?
My niece is almost 30 years old, and she gave birth within the last, 7 months. And she tells me that, people give her dirty looks because she's got a baby and she looks young. I'm like, nah, that's not the case. Until I went out with her shopping one time, and I walked a little back, just far back, just to, see if she was full of crap or not. And sure enough, people look at the baby, they look up at her, and she's very slim. She's all skin and bone. She's gorgeous, but she has this angelic face that I think makes her look 15 years younger.
Like, what's your troubling story, sweetheart?
Right.
What happened to you?
Yeah.
Yeah. No, I can definitely see that. I've seen women who are tiny who have babies that are like a half their.
Yeah.
It's like carrying around a full-sized human for them.
Somebody texted in and said being able to shop in the kids' clothes section can help save some money. That's
I know people
true.
who buy.
If you don't mind Hello Kitty on your shirt.
No, well, I know people who do it, and I actually just did it for the first time, but will buy kids' Nikes because they're cheaper than the adult Nike.
Okay.
How big can you get them? Can you get them?
I mean, I can buy a kid size, and it's equivalent to the size shoe that I wear. Yeah, obviously,
little feet.
The larger size shoe you wear, I don't know that you can be able to.
What size?
I wear a 7, 6.5, 7.
So it'd be like a kid's 8 or a kid's 9.
No, what is it? It's a kid's 5, I think.
Okay.
Wow.
Yeah, I think it's a size and a half or 2 sizes down.
So I was able to save by shopping in the kids section for my condoms.
There you go.
Yeah, they were much smaller.
I was a waiter. I needed to get pants for my waiting job, and I ended up going to Kohl's and I shopped. I got my pants in the kids' husky section.
My son is what you call stocky. He's husky. He's a whale.
Why'd you do that?
It was cheaper.
It was cheaper.
I
Okay.
had no money,
Okay.
and I just needed black Dockers, and I think
I'm interested in that house dress.
Where do the fat kids shop?
Where those huge gelatinous kids shopping?
Let me go to Joe. Hey, Joe. Good morning.
Hey, you guys rock.
Thank you, Joe. What's up, buddy?
So when I started teaching initially, after I graduated, I was actually at my alma mater, and they asked me to go work at my high school, which I was really happy to do, to teach Spanish. And I have a backpack that's a professional bag to carry my laptop in. And I'm walking back to the other school that I normally teach at, and another teacher in the hallway stops. He's like, "Hey, son, do you have your hall pass?"
Oh, man.
I work here.
Yeah.
I work here! Hey! I work here,
You
a-hole.
son of a bitch. Imagine you think this little kid is freaking out. I swear to God, I'm going to sleep with your wife.
Oh, that's funny, Joe.
Yeah, no. Does it become annoying, Joe?
Yeah, I mean, that's why I had to grow out a full beard. Because if not, like nowadays, like if I shaved it off, I would look like a middle school student, and I don't want to get flagged down again.
Preston, I'm thinking of that Monsters episode where Eddie has the full beard.
Oh, yes. Hey, by the way, so if you watch Umbrella Academy, the character number 5, he is a young guy, looks really, really young, but acts much, much older.
Right.
And his character in real life is an elderly guy, but he's in a kid's body. And he pulls that off.
He's great.
Seamlessly.
Yep.
And I'm always amazed by that. Somebody who can
project that.
You might sit there and go, okay, maybe this guy's in his 30s and he's got some kind of a condition that makes him look like he's, 13 years old.
You refer to kids like that. They say they're possessed of an old soul.
An old soul, yeah.
The only time I ever felt like he wasn't doing a great job acting like an adult in this past season was when he was drinking alcohol. I was like, if he actually ever drank alcohol, he wouldn't be drinking like that. Do you know what I mean?
I do, yeah.
Let me go to Ashley, who sounds very young. Hi, Ashley. Good morning.
Good morning.
Hi, Ashley. So let's hear you chat a little bit. What have you? Tell us a little bit about yourself.
So I'm 41.
Oh, wow.
And I get from like teenager to young 20s. And I look very young too.
Okay, so not only do you look young, you sound young. So that's a double edge when you're trying to say buy alcohol or go into a bar or something.
Do you get carded a lot?
And yes, absolutely. And I have a 21-year-old daughter too. So when I was young, when she was younger, I would get dirty looks all the time. Like anytime I went to the store, people would like give me dirty looks, and I even had a lady at the store come up to me and tell me I should be ashamed of myself.
What? Because she thought you
was like
because she thought you were like a teenager with a child with an adult child, or
yes.
None of your business. First,
Do you guys get mistaken for sisters? You and your daughter?
So don't miss any one of them. Let's take a look at traffic. We got Nick taking care of you, and then we'll get to that money thing. Nick, what's up this morning?
Yeah, it's starting to get really jammed out there this morning, Preston, on 476 southbound between the Toll Plaza and Ridge Pike. That is jammed because of an accident. There's an accident that was cleared on the Schuylkill Expressway eastbound after Vine Street Expressway before exit 344, but it's jammed all the way back to the boulevard because of that accident. The 76 westbound from City Avenue out to Belmont, that's jammed because of volume, and then 95 north from Allegheny to Cottman Avenue. Jammed also on 29 northbound between Route 29 and Cass Street / Thunder Road, one of our personal faves, and 295 northbound between 42 and exit 30. That's slow because of volume. 295 north between exit 63 and exit 67, also because of volume. And then in Delaware, 476 northbound between 95 and McDade Boulevard. That's slow because of volume as well. This traffic report is brought to you by Share a Ride, Ride Match program. Summer's approaching, bringing more air quality alert days. Now's the time to leave your car at home whenever you can. To find carpool or transit or other options, you can go to pacarpool.org. And that's your traffic on 93.3 WMMR.
All right, it is 8 o'clock, so yeah, we got your chance to win that money. Let's do it right now.
93.3 WMMR Philadelphia.
I'm scared.
It's time for a Preston and Steve 20 money keyword.
All right, the word is share, S-H-A-R-E. You have until 25 minutes after the hour to enter it on the MMR app or at WMMR.com, or you can text it to the special contest short code number, which is 45911. One random entry wins $1,000 in the company-wide contest, and each winner gets a pair of MM barbecue tickets as well. Winners will get a call from Beasley, so make sure you answer your phone. The contest rules are available at WMMR.com. The Preston and Steve 20 Money is sponsored by United Tire and Service. So the word is share, S-H-A-R-E.
WMMR presents Preston and Steve's Bizarre File.
Brought to you by United Tire and Service. This month, stop into your local United Tire and Service and make a donation to support the Children's Hospital of Philadelphia and get a special offer on 4 new tires. Don't drive alone, drive United. All right, we'll start with this story. A nurse has been accused of shoving cheesy nachos down the leggings of her wife during a 3 a.m. domestic battery.
Run this by me again.
She shoved cheesy nachos down the leggings of her wife during a 3 a.m. domestic battery.
What kind of sick bastard does that?
Investigators say that the 40-year-old victim was making nachos with nacho cheese in the kitchen when her spouse, Allison Swan, told her that she shouldn't be eating this late and made a comment about her weight.
Stop looking at me, Swan.
So during the argument that ensued, Swan, who had been playing video games in the living room, walked over to her spouse, grabbed a handful of the cheesy nachos, and shoved them down the back of the victim's leggings.
There, that just happened.
When the victim, who is also a registered nurse, subsequently sought to change her clothes, Swan allegedly dragged her to the floor and shoved her fingers into either side of her mouth and hooked them like a fish.
Oh, my God.
Allison then continued to batter her by grabbing her head and slamming it into the floor multiple times.
Well, now it's getting serious.
Yeah.
Cheesy nachos, but this is bad.
During the confrontation, the victim told police Swan made several comments that she was the one in charge and that her wife was not behaving. A friend of the victim called 911 to report hearing via an open phone line the Swan striking her spouse. When police responded, Swan denied that a physical altercation occurred. She claimed that her wife had been in a drunken rage and had thrown the plate of nachos and rolled around and covered herself in nacho cheese.
Well, I know those leggings actually came with nachos.
However, an examination of the victim's leggings revealed what appeared to be nacho cheese on the interior backside, consistent with her story. A substance resembling nacho cheese was found smeared on a wall. Victim had a knot on her forehead as well and a scratch on her right arm.
May you never find yourself in a position where you have to explain why there are cheesy nachos in your leggings.
And while Swan claimed that her spouse had thrown the nachos, cops found the ceramic plate they were prepared on was completely intact. So Swan was arrested for domestic battery.
Bad Swan.
They sound like a lovely couple. Jackson Arnold, a 24-year-old former James Island, South Carolina man, has proved that he doesn't know what a good prank is. He allegedly hid in his ex-girlfriend's showers with a knife to scare her. And when she got home, he jumped out, causing her to scream and call 911. Well, police arrested Arnold on the scene, and he admitted that it was meant to be a joke and said that he was sorry.
It's not funny!
The woman wasn't hurt, but was very shaken up. Arnold faces charges of first-degree domestic violence and burglary.
He should have abducted her and put tape over her mouth and driven out to a field and threatened to kill her with a gun and then say, is this a joke?
A judge denied him bail, keeping him in the jail.
You say he was the ex-boyfriend?
He was the ex-boyfriend in the shower with a knife.
All right, police in a small Turkish town with 25,000 people named Lice burned over 20 tons of seized cannabis in the town center. And in the process of disposing of it, they wound up distributing it to the community instead. The huge fire sent thick weed smoke across the area, making residents feel dizzy, nauseous, and even hallucinate for 5 days. Police stayed inside with windows closed to avoid getting high by accident.
I've always wondered, so if you burn, you're basically on a large scale smoking it, right?
Yeah, I mean, absolutely.
Nothing has changed, just the volume.
Yep, most definitely. And that's what ended up happening.
That's what ended up happening.
So,
wow.
Yeah. All right, a cool, refreshing beverage is sometimes none of those things. A guy named Pablo Gonzalez, a 42-year-old businessman from Spain, ended up in the hospital after taking a sip of sparkling water at a restaurant. He was at a tapas place with friends and ordered a bottle of a well-known brand of sparkling water with ice and lemon. The bottle seemed sealed, but right after his first sip, he felt a burning pain in his mouth and jumped up. The liquid in his glass had a yellowish look to it.
Oh, boy.
An ambulance rushed him to the hospital where doctors found his esophagus and stomach were badly burned, appearing black.
What?
For nearly 2 weeks, he couldn't eat or drink anything. Doctors aren't sure if he'll fully recover or what caused the burns, and they're still investigating the
Could it have
strange
been
incident.
like radiator fluid? Because that's yellow.
Oh, I don't know. But, I mean, they said the bottle seemed sealed, so they got to figure out who the hell did it. Yeah, and what it is that he drank.
I was thinking of that scene of Harlan Williams drinking the piss. And
oh, my God. All right, then we'll do one more story here. Lorna Rook, an NHS blood donation worker in the UK, won about $40,000 after a coworker had compared her to Darth Vader. During a team-building activity in August 2021, her team took a Star Wars-themed Myers-Briggs personality test.
It was a compliment. It means you're authoritative.
Well, kind of, actually. So Rook stepped out for a phone call, and a colleague, Amanda Harbour, filled out the quiz for her, saying Rook's personality matched Darth Vader's. And the test described Vader as a focused individual who brings teams together.
That's true.
So, but Rook...
he also blows up planets.
Felt that it made her seem unpopular. The Croydon Employment Tribunal agreed with Judge Catherine Ramsden, calling the comparison insulting and a workplace detriment, meaning that it caused harm. And she won her case for harm after a protected disclosure, but lost claims for unfair dismissal and disability discrimination.
As of today, I have been vindicated.
So, yeah, but she's $40,000.
Wow.
Because somebody compared her to Darth Vader. All right, and there you go. That is what I have in the bizarre file for you. All right, the word that you need to enter if you've missed it is share, SHARE. And you have until 25 minutes after the hour. And remember, today is the last day for Preston and Steve's 20 Money. So we're going to take a quick break. We'll come back in just a moment. The word is share. So make sure you enter it now. Stay with us. We'll return shortly.
Yes.
That's got to be cool in one way.
Yeah.
So when is it the most frustrating? Like when strangers are berating you at Wawa?
Yeah, like it was just embarrassing. Like it, and I shouldn't have to tell someone what my age is. Like,
Right.
Here's my ID.
Yeah.
Like just mind your business.
Yeah, exactly.
Have you ever been in a place? I mean, so you always have to make sure you have that ID on you, or you will end up screwed in a number of situations.
Always.
Yeah. No.
Even checking into hotels, they're like, excuse me, where are your parents?
Yeah. Where's your mom? Where is your mommy?
If you're sitting, if you're at a restaurant and you're with a whole group of friends, adults, whatever, and you order a cocktail, or sometimes you the only one that they'll ask to see an ID?
Always.
Always.
So have you ever been offered like a comic book or like a?
Stare at it.
Yeah.
Like they'll stare at it for like a good minute. And I know they want to be like, especially when they hear me speak too, because I sound really.
That doesn't help.
Okay. All right. Thank you, Ashley.
You know what I think adds to it, because it does happen to me a lot, because you know
Wait.
how young I look.
You look
guys.
incredibly young.
Yeah, because I look so young. No, but
it was Preston and Steve and the kid was the original title.
No, but seriously, if I don't have makeup on, I always get carded. Like they'll look at
Really?
me. Yeah, if I guess I don't know, I look younger or whatever. And what was amazing was when I went out to dinner with my best friend Elisa Frederico, aka Dressing Jane, and they carded her and not me. And they carded me and not her. We're the exact same age. So of course, when the lady walked away, I was like, I clearly aged better than you.
I'm going to go to, hang on, Kevin wants us to try something out. Hey, Kevin, good morning.
Good morning, Gadzooks.
Gadzooks, what's up, bud?
So my daughter has the same issue everybody else does. She sounds so much younger than she is, and she looks younger.
Mm-hmm.
So I was going to have her talk to you guys a little bit, and then we'd give you the surprise on how old she is today.
All right.
Okay.
It's her birthday today. All right, so what's her name?
Her name is Phoenix.
Okay.
And, hey, Phoenix, how you doing?
I'm good.
Okay, so we can hear your voice a little bit. Tell us a little bit about yourself, where you grew up, where you went to school, stuff like that.
Neshaminy.
Oh, I went to Neshaminy, in Pennsylvania.
Mm-hmm.
It's hilarious because the amount of the times that people ask me like how old I am, it's hilarious.
Okay.
All right.
Because like I look and I sound younger than I am, and I've had many people tell me that they think that I'm 16.
Okay. Yeah.
I would guess younger.
I'd guess younger,
I would say
too.
middle school.
Yeah,
She
I
sounds.
was going to say like 13 years old. Yeah, something like
So Phoenix just turned 21.
Hey, happy birthday.
Yeah, that's awesome.
Thank you.
And are you ready to face the now? Number one, do you drink alcohol, or are you going to start drinking alcohol today?
Probably. I'm probably gonna have a drink when I get home from after work.
All right, are you are going to be prepared to have that ID ready to go all the time, I guess.
Yeah.
What about like things like R-rated movies and stuff like that? Has anybody ever stopped you and checked your ID?
Honestly, no.
Okay.
Really? Okay. Like, you sound so young. They probably proof you for like milk at Wawa, or if you're purchasing. You do. Yeah, I would have put you in like 11, 12. Oh, well, that's cool. Listen, there's a plus side to that. We assume because you are this way, you will age. You'll look younger longer. But I have seen people hit that wall where they've looked young and sounded young all their lives, and then it just like snaps and they fall apart. So hopefully that won't happen to you.
All right, cool. Well, thank you guys for your call. Appreciate it. Happy birthday to you.
Thank you. Have a good day.
She does sound
Speaking to somebody who looks and sounds young, and I just saw a story about her this morning. Yardley Smith.
Yes.
Who's the voice of Lisa Simpson.
Just got married.
She got married to her security guard, or somebody who was in charge of her security. So
I'm her security.
They were doing a little story on her, and she's one of those who always looked way younger and sounded way younger than she actually was, because that voice of Lisa Simpson is almost exactly just her regular speaking voice. Let me go, hang on here. I'm going to go to Shannon. Hi, Shannon. Good morning.
Good morning.
Hey, what's up, Shannon?
Not much. So I started working at a funeral home, my family funeral home, when I was 20. And I look really young. I sound really young. And my first experience was when I started answering the phone. I answered the phone, and this lady thought I was like 14 years old. She just couldn't stop laughing. And I was like, I'm trying to get your information. I'm trying to be professional. And she just wouldn't stop laughing. She's just like, how old are you? You sound like you're like 12. Why are you answering the funeral home?
Shannon, did this woman just have a loved one die recently that it called?
Yes.
And she had the moment. Okay.
My husband just died in a horrible locomotive crash, but you're really pepping me up.
Right. So I just was like, all right, I'm trying to be taken seriously, but I was like, do you want to take a break? Call me back? Like, I don't know, whatever you want to do.
Shannon, they must think, or she must have thought, that you use the bodies, you drink their blood to remain eternally young.
Yeah.
That's the whole, that's why, that's what's happening over there. They're drinking the blood. That's funny, especially at a funeral home.
Yeah.
Yeah, and I look really young, too. So when I would take funerals, people, just are like, what the heck is this chick doing? She can't be in charge.
It's routinely a funeral home. It's not like a teenager's summer job,
Right, exactly,
Yeah.
yes.
And I automatically think of old people when I think somebody running a funeral home. Well, I'm sure it's not.
I'm so sorry about your loss and everything. I'm sorry. It was like so awesome.
All right. Thank you, Shannon. Appreciate it. Some people have been on hold for a while. I'm going to go to Matt next. Hi, Matt. Good morning.
Good morning, guys. Gadzooks.
Gadzooks, man. What's going on?
So, I'm 30, and my wife a couple years ago was shopping for a wedding dress. They thought she was going for a prom dress.
Oh, my God. That's hilarious.
It happens all the time. I grew a beard just so that I look my age, but she's 5'0" and has a really young face. We're out to dinner, like, her parents take us out to dinner or something. She gets carded, I don't, and I'm like, why does this look so creepy now?
Totally. Oh, my God, Matt. So you have a beard, and you look like a molester then, right?
A little creepy, yeah. It's like she's wearing a wedding ring. We're with her parents. Come on.
Right.
Oh, that's funny.
I bet you when you walk along, people look for those hand signals like, I know she's been abducted. I'm just waiting for that hand signal.
Wow.
Yeah.
All right. Thanks, Matt. Appreciate it. Then there are those people that are born that look older than they actually are. We're talking about this story. Simone Biles, the gymnast, was asked if she wanted a coloring book as she was getting on a flight.
It's too funny.
But when you're a teenager and you look older, that can play in your advantage.
Yeah.
Because that's the person that buys beer.
Yeah, exactly.
Or at least tries to.
I got us hookers and beer for tonight.
Let me go to, let's see, we got a bunch
Best
of people.
elementary school ever.
Let's go to Chris. Hey, Chris, good morning.
Hey, what's the difference between people from Dubai and people from Abu Dhabi.
What was it?
Abu Dhabi do.
Yeah.
Yeah, I forget the actual.
People from Dubai don't like the Flintstones. People from Abu
Dhabi do. It's one of my favorites, man. Never goes old.
All right, what's up, Chris?
So my wife is 5'1", and she looks. Everyone jokes she looks like she's 12.
Yeah.
So we've been married 13 years, together for 15. We have our oldest son is 12. It's just I called in about the rated R movie, but you touched on that earlier. But we get carded for rated R movies every once in a while.
Wow. Is she assumed to be your daughter?
What's that?
Do they assume sometimes that she's your daughter?
The movie attendant did, but the people at Graterford Prison did. I was a correction officer at Graterford Prison before it turned to Phoenix, and they every once in a while have searches, even for employees. So I brought her to work because she wanted my car for the day, and I brought her to work, and the guy asked me, "So what are you going to do with your daughter?" This is my wife. She has a driver's license.
Oh my God!
So do you sense that, Chris, that it's kind of flattering, or is it more annoying?
I love it.
What about her? What does she think about it, though?
I would assume she thinks it's flattering. I mean, it is a compliment.
Yeah.
I agree.
Especially when you're going in and out of the prison, get all those
to the point now where she has to get a duplicate ID so I can carry one of her IDs on me because sometimes she doesn't carry hers. And if we wanted to go to get a night drink or whatever, don't worry, I got your ID, babe.
Nice.
Yeah, you'll be screwed. Yes, absolutely.
All right. Thanks, Chris. I appreciate it. All right. Wow. Well, yeah, it's it must be a bit of a pain, but somewhat flattering.
Yeah.
Like you were saying, Steve, I think that that can kind of work in your favor. All right. Anyhow, thank you for the phone calls. I appreciate it. Casey has alerted me that I have to give away another $25 gift card for Insomnia Cookies. Yes. It is caller number 14 that we will take right now, 215-263 WMMR. Give you the gift card. And don't forget that Insomnia Cookies' new premium ice cream flavors allow insomniacs to indulge in their favorite pairing of warm cookies and cold ice cream. And by the way, they had the cookies they brought in were hot today. They were like fresh out of the oven, still warm.
I tried. What do you have the list of the flavors over there? I forgot. Is it Moon? Was it
Moon Tracks?
Moon Tracks.
Yep.
I had.
It's excellent.
Oh boy,
I had the. Where was the one? It's not on here. I had the mint one. And I forgot the name because they have really cool names. So they have Cookies and Dream, Caramillionaire, which they didn't have. They ran out of it. They sold out of it. So that's very, very popular. But they have a classic, and some of the cookies they have are banana split, hot fudge sundae. So they have the cookies that have the ice cream flavors.
That's amazing.
Anyway, go to insomniacookies.com for details about the brand new cookies in ice cream flavors. And in the meantime, we'll take that caller, set you up. We'll be back in a moment. When we return, Jenny Slate will be joining us. College friendly. So yes, today Nick McWayne's 47th birthday. And we thought, it'd be nice to do something special. Sometimes we do little birthday events on the show, and sometimes we don't. We don't always do it. There's too many of us, and it would take too much.
We're busy people. Yeah, come on, man.
But this time around, Marissa Magnotta had a great idea.
Yeah, home run.
And we're like, if you can make this happen, that would be fantastic.
Right.
So I'm gonna welcome now Nick. By the way, to set the stage, Nick is in the far corner of the studio. We have two podiums set up. And so obviously we're going to play some kind of game. Let me make sure your mic works. Nick, can you?
Yeah. Sound good?
Yeah, everything
Okay.
sounds good. Okay, so do you have any idea?
No.
No idea what's about to happen?
No, I'm a little nervous. Traffic on 93.3 WMMR.
All right, thank you very much, Nick. Yeah, and I'm going to continue to address this. We were hoping to get one more day with Kathy today, but she was going to come in, but decided that yesterday was the way she wanted to wrap it up. We said a lot on our program. It was emotionally draining. I'm physically wiped out today. I don't feel good today. And I'm certain that was a part of it. But we want to follow Kathy's wishes, and she she sent us a text last night. She was like, I think that was it ended on the tone that things needed to end on, and so therefore we're carrying on.
Yeah.
And gang, bear with us. This is what we're doing. We're gonna carry on. We're gonna do our show. We're gonna do our best to have a good time, bring you some entertainment while you're doing what you do, and we've been doing this for a long time, and we'll do our thing. We'll keep doing our thing, and hopefully, have a good time every day when we feel that we've had a chance to let all of this.
It's going to take a bit. Got to take a bit.
Take it all in.
Yeah. We've done it for years, though.
Yeah, and there was something else I was going to mention too.
Well, it's going to be a work in progress. Well, you're thinking of that. I mean, there's going to be a lot of kinks, and I'm going to do a lot of things wrong, and I'm going to mess stuff up. And there's a dynamic that's existed in this room that's now 20% lighter. There were 5 people in this room at all times, and then Marissa's on the other side. And so it's just going to be an adjustment for us and then for you as a listener. And please be patient with us while that adjustment happens.
If you missed the whole thing yesterday, you can go back and check it out. You can watch it on YouTube, or you can listen to it via our podcast. And, I was saying we're not replacing Kathy. The position has been eliminated. That's how it goes. But Marissa obviously is going to continue to be a contributor.
Yes.
But we're not going to have a permanent person filling in that seat. And I'm looking at all the chatter and on social media and on our YouTube account, and they're trying to guess what the future of the rest of us here. And just to let you know, and this has all been in publications, and when we signed our deal years ago, it was all in the newspapers and everything. We have a contract till 2030.
Yeah.
So we're
not going anywhere.
We're not going anywhere. We're here. We're going to have a good time every single day. And like I said, we're going to do the best show we can possibly do, and still have some fun when it warrants fun. So with all of that, hopefully, we're all good, folks. Our relationship remains firm with you. And we'll do things like, the Connoisseur from time to time. How about that?
It's time for
Sorry, I got to look. I'm sorry, I wasn't ready. All right. So Connoisseur time. And, by the way, we have a sponsor. But before we do that, I need to mention this. Let me back up a second. Our friend John from Sequoia Outback is here this morning.
Oh, this is a perfect tie-in.
He is barbecuing because they're going to be at the Barbecue tomorrow, and you can get photos with the big Sequoia chair, Minerva, and Jackie Bam Bam. So stop by their tent around 3 p.m. tomorrow if you're at the Barbecue.
Cool.
Yeah. All right. And by the way, actually, our sponsor for the Connoisseur is our friends at Acme Markets. And we have $50 Acme Market cards to give away when we start doing the movie clips. And you'll need to Zoom in for those. So you want to text the word Zoom 610-660-9333. And we'll send you the link for today. So the first food story I'm going to start with. Had no idea that this was a thing. So the conclave, obviously we have a new pope now, but leading up today, part of what was under scrutiny when they are in the conclave is the food that cardinals eat.
That is true, yes.
There's a big story behind this.
Right.
Yeah, okay. Is it good food or is it lousy food?
It used to be lousy food.
It's brats,
but
right?
There's a very specific reason that they handle food the way that they do. The Vatican, there are so many rituals, there are so many rules that need to be followed, and some
centuries
things you may not even think about are very rigid. And so it is a century-old set of rules that governs what the cardinals can and cannot eat before they are locked into the Sistine Chapel. At the heart of these rules is the intent to maintain the secrecy and sanctity of their work and prevent any kind of influence or outside communication. So the Vatican's food rules for a papal conclave date back to the 13th century. Pope Gregory X first introduced food rationing to speed up the election process. So sometimes they were taking so long that they kind of starved them into making a decision.
Wow. Well, that, as we were told, there was a point in time where they actually took the roof off the building to make it inclement for them inside and speed it along.
Yeah, so cardinals were to be secluded in a closed area without individual rooms, attended by no more than 2 servants unless ill, and all food was to be supplied through a window to avoid outside contact.
Dude, if you wanted to expedite that thing, black coffee, beans, and bran muffins.
Yeah, move it along, folks.
Oh, boy.
Initially, after 3 days without a decision, they were allowed only 1 meal per day. And after 8 days, only bread and water were permitted.
Yeah. All right, pick someone.
So it used to really drag out. And they were like, we're tired of waiting.
Yeah,
so,
stop and think about it. If you had like a really comprehensive craft services table with a great food and buffet and so on and so forth.
You're not going
just
anywhere.
chill,
yeah. In fact, they would conspire to vote in a in a tie just so they could keep going on. I would imagine. So no, in the 1300s, Pope Clement VI relaxed these rules a bit, permitting more substantial meals such as 3-course options consisting of soup, main dish, usually fish, meat, or eggs, and dessert, which would include cheese or fruit. Casey, that's almost your recipe of soup, app, main, and dessert. But they left out the app. So soup, main, and a dessert, and maybe some cheese or fruit. So before the papal election, cardinals often meet at restaurants and cafes around Rome to discuss their preferences for the next pope. And these secretive conversations over meals and wine are an important part of the process. And food has long been seen as a potential, listen to this too, channel for covert messages.
So that you could send messages through what maybe ended up on your plate as it left the room?
Or
coming into the room?
Coming into the room.
Right, yeah.
So, for example,
what is this spelled out in tater tots?
A hidden message inside a stuffed chicken with a potential to sway preferences.
Hi, my name is Gene Simmons. I would like to place my vote for the Pope.
Or a cardinal quietly enjoying a plate of ravioli, unaware that it could be hiding a secretive note slipped in by the kitchen staff. Or a vote update smuggled on a napkin.
If I were you, I'd take a little extra time with the chocolate eclair. A wink, a wink.
So over the centuries, the Vatican has imposed increasingly strict food laws, ensuring that food does not become a tool of subversion. Certain foods, such as pies, chickens, and even cutlery and glasses, have been banned because they could be used to hide secret messages.
I wonder if they have ever had, during all of the times this has occurred, like a brawl or a physical altercation.
Yeah, how heated does it get?
Yeah, how heated does it get, especially if you're serving nothing but tater tots and Meisterbrown?
Dude, I'll bet you at some point, I mean, we're talking about centuries, there's had to have been fist
What
fights.
did you say?
Yeah.
Hey, who ate my cheese bread?
Who
ate my cheesy bread?
In the most recent conclave, only safe and simple food options were allowed in. Local nuns prepare a simple menu, including lamb skewers, spaghetti.
You call those skewers?
And boiled vegetables.
It's a sauce, not gravy.
So it is yet another thing involved that's very involved with the Catholic Church when it comes to this decision to make.
I am fascinated by the meticulous nature of all this stuff, but if you're talking about how much time over this amount of time and they keep layering on protocol after protocol, you know.
All right. Well, we have our first clip to play, and this has to do with food or drink. And let's see if you know what movie this is from.
Vino. A little vino would be Kino.
Movie that is from, and you can text the word Zoom 610-660-9333 for the link. And while you're doing that, we'll get another order. So I had to throw this in, man. This was my favorite thing that I read prepping for the Connoisseur. Pop-Tarts is about to blow your summer snack game wide open with its brand new line of ice cream sandwiches.
Wait, what?
And pints.
Okay.
Pop-Tarts.
Say that again.
Hell yes.
Say that again, but lick your lips while you're saying it.
Ice cream sandwiches made with Pop-Tarts and pints.
I'm totally down with this.
Yes.
In fact, they went right at the front of this list is the one I would have picked as the Pop-Tart to be part of the sandwich. The chocolate fudge Pop-Tart is extraordinarily good.
Fans can now grab flavors like frosted brown sugar cinnamon, frosted strawberry, and s'mores, either packed into creamy pints with pastry-style chunks or sandwiched between two toaster pastries.
Wow.
Yeah.
I used to love just regular ice cream sandwiches. And then this past summer, one of my children left an ice cream sandwich out for hours, and it never melted. And I was like,
"Were you?
That's weird. I'm never eating a freaking ice cream sandwich again."
What were the conditions? Was it sitting on the hood of the car in the parking lot, or was it? How was it left out?
It was left out on the counter in the kitchen long enough for it to just be a puddle.
Was
And
it
it was-
wrapped?
and
Was it
it-
wrapped up or still?
Yeah, it was still wrapped up. But
Okay.
I'm just saying, like,
I know.
Yeah.
Yeah, the preservatives.
I mean, I've had them melted before, and I've picked up the wrapper, and it just dissolved in my hand. So you got a weird batch, dude.
Yeah,
Or maybe it was that brand or whatever.
It might have been that brand.
Dude, I love
Yeah.
them. And I love Pop Tarts. Pop Tarts are some of the ones that I like are so high in calories, though. The
Dude.
brown sugar cinnamon's one of my favorite, but I mean, it's crazy calories.
This looks excellent. I haven't seen the pictures. I just read the story, so I'm looking at I would do the frosted strawberry one.
I could spank to this.
I love this idea. I don't eat Pop-Tarts. I mean, when I was a kid, I devoured them. I absolutely loved them. I would eat hot or cold.
Yeah.
And I do think that they're way better when they come out of the toaster. There's
They
just
are.
something a little more
Yeah.
special
Yep.
about that. But a lot of times you just grab and go. But the idea of having this with ice cream, this is a new.
Yep.
Apparently, it's been a trend for a little while. Do-it-yourself Pop-Tarts, ice cream sandwiches. People have been making those. I didn't know that, but they officially created this now.
Can someone, if you can look up the calorie count on some of those, I'd be curious to see.
Preston, that place down in Cape May that did I take you there? Did you like that?
You told me about
Yeah,
it, and I
Peace
went
Pie.
there. Yeah, Peace Pie, and they have all these different ice cream sandwiches that they make. I was a little disappointed, Casey, in that they were pre-made and frozen.
Yeah.
And I got one, and I bit into it. And it was rock hard.
Yeah,
it was too much.
I think the taste is there, but two things. It's hard to bite into in the beginning, and they're also really thick.
Yeah.
So it's almost
Like getting your mouth.
getting your mouth around it.
Get your mouth around that.
It can be tough, man. You
Might
got to
take two
relax.
hands.
Muscle relaxant.
So, but I was hoping, what I was hoping was it was hand dipped, fresh made right there for you, where they put the cookies and the ice cream together, and they go, here you go. So
This is actually
I would
not
like
so-
that.
Steve, to answer your question, the ice cream sandwiches, the strawberry variety, 230 calories. Not too bad.
That's not bad.
Well, we're looking at a mock-up here. It says 400 calories.
That might be a different one than the strawberry one that I was reading.
I'll take the strawberry one for 200 and what?
That says two pastries for the
Serving size 2 pastries.
Yeah.
Hell yes. 200, I could do that.
That's good.
No problem.
It's good.
So this is the ultimate mashup of nostalgic breakfast favorites and cool crave-worthy desserts, and those are now available. I'm not sure exactly where you get them, but
I'm going to want to sample as soon as I can.
yeah, I'm going to try that.
I'm digging that.
All right, we're going to play this clip, see if you know what it's from, see if we can get a winner here. Okay, so you're going to have to hit it.
Yes.
Sorry about that. We're having, I know this is really strange, but we're having some technical problems this morning.
Go figure.
But here we
All
go.
right. Yep, go ahead.
Vino. A little vino would be Kino.
Want some wine?
All right, we have Amanda joining us via Zoom. Good morning, Amanda.
Morning. Sorry to bother you guys at work.
All right, we love it. All right, Amanda, name that movie, please.
Happy Bachelor Party, the movie my father made me watch when I was in college.
Nice.
All right.
That is absolutely correct. You got it right. Amanda, hang on, please. We are going to give you a $50 Acme Markets gift card. Hungry and in a hurry? Well, Acme's Flash Grocery Delivery or Pickup gets you fresh groceries in 30 minutes or less. Fast, fresh, and right to your door. Acme, fresh foods, local flavors. All right, we'll cue up another clip. Sorry, Case,
You're good. You're good.
I keep going to this fader on the board because that's normally where I play it from, but we're doing something different. Play the clip.
What food have we got left? Well, let me see. Oh, yes. Lovely. Lambus bread. And look. More lambus bread.
All right. If you know what movie that is from, text the word Zoom, 610-660-9333. And Marissa did something. It's a theme. All the clips are in honor of the Pope. It's either wine or bread.
Nice.
That these clips are from. So
pulling this out of her butt.
All right. Next order up. What do I have, y'all? Sorry.
I'm digging the
extended jazz fusion.
I'm going to smoke some opium.
Wait, I'm missing a story here.
The hell?
Hang on.
Wait, what is that music, by the way? The
I don't know.
Connoisseur music.
It's autumn music.
I found it.
That might be the name of it.
Autumn
I'm
music?
just curious, like who the composer is.
I don't know, but we've used it for a long time.
I know.
now.
Yeah.
All right. Actually, I'm going to do this story. So, Deco's, a popular Chinese fast food restaurant chain, has been attracting a lot of attention because of its newest menu item. They are charred-looking chicken strips that don't have a very appetizing appearance. Do me a favor, Sam, if you wouldn't mind, if you can. I know you're getting winners, but I want you guys to see what this looks like. So Dico's is spelled D-I-C-O. Chinese fast food restaurant. They have these new charred-looking chicken strips. You guys have to say this. They look like turds.
Dico's.
Like straight up turds. So since 2015, Dico's has been celebrating Crispy Day by adding 1 or 2 crispy items to its menu. But this year, the newest additions have been attracting more attention than usual because of their unusual look. The black gold pepper crispy pork became available at Dico's restaurants across China at the end of last month, and it has been going viral on social media ever since. Not only do they look charred, but their shape has been drawing comparisons to human poop.
Yeah, we were looking at a dude tearing into one. We're looking at a still picture of them now. Yeah, very charred poop.
Yeah, they look like black turds. They look like dog poop, actually, that has sat in your yard for about a week.
Yeah, absolutely. It's been exposed to the elements. And so what we're looking at here is routinely pork, Preston?
Well, this is chicken.
Oh, chicken.
These
okay.
are chicken strips.
I like my chicken turds, please.
Are they around here?
No, this is in China.
Oh, okay.
So that's not around here.
So here's the deal. They're not necessarily burned. Okay, so although the company has clarified that the meat is covered in a special black gold coating
made from poop
that causes it to turn black when deep fried, most people are still not very tempted to try the new menu item.
Jeez, it does look like cat turds, too.
The company had developed the special coating by combining deep sea cuttlefish ink with black rice and used a proprietary high-temperature instant batter coating technology to ensure that it quickly turned black when it's deep fried. So this leads me to the question, have you ever had anything that you wouldn't eat simply because of the way it looks, as opposed to the way it smells or the way it tastes or something like that? It just looks like, man, I can't eat that. Because some people won't even try this because they think it looks like feces.
I would try it. The look, the smell is the thing that would repel me. But the look, no, I can get past most things. What is that? There's a type of cake or a type of pudding that is meant to literally look like turds in a.
So Rochelle and I made this cake one time. We did it 2 times. It's called cat litter cake.
Cat litter cake.
And so essentially you make a regular cake.
Yeah.
I forgot what flavor it was. It wasn't chocolate, but whatever. It was a lighter flavor. And so you break the cake up and you crumble it.
Okay.
And so it gets, just all cake crumbs.
Yeah.
You buy a brand new litter box. Okay. You put the cake in that.
Oh my God.
Then you take Tootsie Rolls and you soften them up in the microwave.
I don't think I could do that.
So you soften them up in the microwave and you shape them like turds and you throw them in there. Now, it tastes great.
Yeah.
And by the way, you use a clean new cat poop scooper.
New.
Exactly. Like the litter box is new too.
Yeah.
And so you use that as the serving. I think we took that to a party one time.
Yeah.
Wouldn't you know, nobody ate it.
No, not even one.
We did. We're like, see, look, it's good. You can eat it.
But they wouldn't eat it.
We weren't eating it.
Yeah.
Listen,
I would eat it.
We're looking at a picture of it here in the studio. I actually would not eat that.
That's what I was curious about.
Yeah.
Looking at it and those turds, I'm sorry.
Those are good turds.
Those Tootsie Rolls.
Yeah.
They look too much like poop. I don't think I could do
Tootsie
it.
Rolls.
Yeah.
I think what would throw me off more than the look of something is the texture of something. If something has a particular texture, like for example, cottage cheese comes to mind. I don't like how that tastes. Like that type of bubble pudding or what are the boba tea. Yeah,
yes.
I don't like the texture within those teas. Yeah, so I could totally get down on some kitty litter cake, Preston. That sounds delicious, and I'd be like, yeah, this is fun and funny. And then once you have a bite, you're good. But yeah, cottage cheese and not for me.
How about like a caviar or roe?
Yeah, you know why? Because I like it on sushi.
Okay.
Like fish eggs on the outside of a sushi roll.
Yeah, I wasn't sure if that shape, those little bubbly things, that bothers you.
It's the size of the balls, Preston. That's where the issue is. Yeah.
Ask any urologist.
You know what Chuck hated? Were
everything?
No. With when we had him try the fruit. it was berries because berries have seeds.
Yes.
So
Yeah.
blackberries, you definitely get seeds in there. Even strawberries, he didn't like those. Those little edible, barely there, can't even feel them.
Totally fine.
Chuck was sensitive to them.
He didn't like the little hairs on the raspberries.
Yeah.
I love raspberries.
I do too. Yeah, and the seeds on the outside of the strawberries freaked him out.
So raspberries and dark chocolate.
Yum, good stuff.
Yeah, a lot of fruits for me. It is more. There's a I don't know, a reaction that my mouth has to the
citric acid.
Citric acid.
Yeah,
it's like kind of like purses and stuff a little bit. I'm not like a huge fan of that.
Looks sexy though.
Is that
when you purse your lips?
Fruit in general?
So a lot of fruits. Like you had mentioned, raspberries has that. Strawberries has that.
Dingleberries.
Dingleberries has that.
Do you like blueberries? They're not real citrusy.
No. Yeah,
but
no.
okay. But how about like orange?
Totally
pineapple.
different. Yeah, pineapple's my fave.
Oh,
yeah. So
because that has more citric acid in it. Maybe it's something else.
It's got to be something else. But like a less ripe pineapple has more of that like
sounds like a novel.
Yeah, I know.
A less ripe pineapple.
It's funny because we got a pineapple last week and cut it up. I was so excited to try it, and like the first bite, I was like, "It's not done. It's not ripe yet."
Yeah,
You
hate
know?
it.
Yeah.
So yeah, there is a way to tell when pineapples are ripe without having to cut them open.
Avocados, I have a hard time. Like
It's a series of questions, Preston.
It's a Turing test of sorts.
No, I think avocados are harder for me to determine. I'm like, okay, can I cut into this one yet?
You squeeze them. They got to have just a little give to them.
A little bit of give.
Yeah.
Didn't you report on a device that somebody had made that was sort of the absolute last word in the freshness or the timing of an avocado?
Yeah, when it's ripe. I remember that story, but I don't remember the follow through on it.
That's such a thing.
Yeah.
Yeah.
All right. And real quick. So, Deco's spokesperson about these chicken strips that look like turds told Chinese media that for the company, taste and quality are key, adding that the chain has yet to receive any negative feedback on black gold pepper crispy pork. According to most reports, those brave enough to try the new menu item have been praising the taste and its crispy texture.
Would you like to try some of our splooge pudding?
Oh, God.
All right, let's see if somebody knows what movie this clip is from. Case?
What food have we got left? Well, let me see. Oh, yes. Lovely. Lambus bread. And look. More lambus bread.
I have a feeling our next guest is going to get this one right. We have Brittany, who is wearing a Lord of the Rings Two Towers shirt. Hey, Brittany, how you doing?
Good morning, Gadzooks, guys. How are you?
Gadzooks to you. Wonderful. Okay, so what movie is that from?
I have to say Lord of the Rings, The Two Towers.
That's it. She's wearing the shirt. Nice job.
Such a great movie.
I love it. Oh,
Fantastic.
my God. She's adorable. All right, hang on. We're going to give you a $50 Acme Markets gift card. Hungry in a hurry. Acme's Flash Grocery Delivery or Pickup gets you fresh groceries in 30 minutes or less. Fresh, fast, and right to your door. Acme, fresh foods and local flavors.
This food looks like human turd.
All right, we're going to play another clip, and let's see if we're going to get bread or wine in this one. Go for it. Hold on.
This one from the great Don Ho, the godfather of Hawaiian soul.
This is actually from a guilty pleasure movie that I, believe it or not, that I love. All right, let's see if you know what it is and order. Oh, wait. It's time for Hit It, Case. Your fast food roundup on the Connoisseur. Few stories from the world of fast food to share in one segment. So, Burger King, this is interesting, must face a lawsuit claiming that it misleads customers with advertisements that make its Whopper sandwich and other products appear larger than they actually are.
See, I would have thought they would have been dinged on not actually being part of the monarchy.
Oh, yeah, because they claim to be kings. So in a decision on Monday, Judge Roy Altman found it plausible that some reasonable consumers in the proposed class action could be deceived by Burger King's ads.
Are you sure?
Positive. 19 customers from 13 states accused Burger King of materially overstating the size of nearly all menu items in its in-store and online ads. So they cited its alleged portrayal of burgers that overflow the buns, with the Whopper appearing 35% larger than the actual burger and containing more than double the meat.
So I've seen these ads forever where the burger exceeds the diameter of the bun. I would never say that I was a sucker. I didn't feel ripped off. I mean, you just assume they're always going to fudge a little, even with fudge.
So here's the deal. Burger King acknowledged that its photographers styled sandwiches more beautifully than workers do in restaurants, but said reasonable consumers know the point of menu board photos is to make items appear as appetizing as possible.
That's what I just, that's me.
Yep. So Altman nonetheless found allegations that Burger King's ads go beyond mere exaggeration or puffery.
Oh, you with your burger puffery. You're a braggart.
He distinguished the case.
Oh, he goes on and on about the size of his burger in regards to the diameter of the bun, on and on. He's a fool.
He distinguished the...
Why did you tell everyone how big your burger patties are? Regale them with your story.
He distinguished the case from a similar lawsuit against McDonald's and Wendy's that a Brooklyn, New York federal judge dismissed in September 2023. But Altman said Burger King allegedly overstated the size of its products to a much greater degree, including in post-2017 ads where the Whopper appeared larger than in earlier ads.
Wait, so is it one guy, or is it like this his campaign as a lawyer where he's like going after these companies? Like, is this a dude who's pissed off?
No, this is a class action suit.
Okay, so this lawyer,
19 people.
And the lawyer filed a similar case against McDonald's?
That was a different person, yeah.
Okay.
That was in 2023.
There was a dude, though, Nick, who made it his mission and also his
obsession,
his thing to go after all these places. He might have been the one that brought up that first Subway foot-long thing.
It's not a foot
By the
long.
way, that lawsuit against Subway is pending in the Brooklyn court right now. So a lawyer for the plaintiffs said that he was pleased with the decision. So, all right, another fast food story. Bargain burger lovers are going to want to take note because McDonald's no longer holds the crown for the cheapest fast food cheeseburger in the U.S. That title now belongs to Wendy's and Burger King, who now lead the pack with $1.99 cheeseburgers, undercutting McDonald's $2.19 price.
Listen, thank you for saying that. But McDonald's...
I said under cunning.
Yeah, it's a very cunning thing to say.
Thank you.
What is that on the menu?
Cunning linguist.
Are you still serving those?
The McDonald's meal deal is...
They end at 11?
Is a great deal. I get the McDouble, which is it's a double cheeseburger. You get 4 nuggets, small fries, and a small drink for $5.
Wait a minute. You get a double cheeseburger, 4 nuggets. What else?
A small fry and a small drink for $5.
That's a really good deal.
That's a really you can also get it with McChicken. I prefer the McDouble, but there might be another one in there, but like you really can't beat it.
One part of that just doesn't sit. I don't pair. Like
chicken and burger.
Yeah.
I don't either.
I don't.
That's the part that's a little off to me, but it is a great deal for $5.
Yeah. So my go-to usually is that, and so I usually go to the McDonald's on Westchester Pike and Broomall, and what I like to do is eat the nuggets as I'm driving home.
That's your getting home
that's
meal.
That's getting my home meal, and then when I get home,
well, that's good.
Yeah, because you need a little time for the cheese to melt onto the burger.
How many different getting home meals do you have? Because you were talking about pizza the other day as a getting home meal for that one place.
Well, that's not necessarily so. You're talking about Imperial Pizza,
right.
And that for me, Imperial Pizza is a crime of opportunity. Meaning, if I'm in the area, if I'm in Seacane, I'm like, okay, I got to go to Imperial Pizza. You know,
it's almost like a cart shopping, or when you get to the register.
Yes.
Yeah. Okay.
Exactly. But the McDonald's, there's one right near my house. So I go there quite a bit.
By the way, I'm looking at our YouTube feed, and Mick the Stick commented saying a triple cheeseburger and a large Coke is $6.66 at McDonald's.
Wait, say it again?
Sign of the devil.
A triple cheeseburger and a large Coke. I didn't know they made triple cheeseburgers.
I didn't know that either.
It's like a special menu item.
So the double used to be way back when I was a kid, when I was a teenager, I would order double cheeseburgers and it was an off-menu item. They would make it.
I think essentially they'll the same thing with the triple, but it's unlike the Big Mac. Like there's no buns in between. It's just three stacked patties with the cheese in between.
You know what's crazy? Getting back to the McDouble meal deal, is it's more expensive in Philadelphia.
Because of tax?
Because
of the Liberty Bell.
No, because of I think the soda tax.
Oh, man.
Yeah.
Sons of bitches.
Yeah.
I don't know why.
Preston, Marissa asked that I play the food clip again.
No answers.
No answers.
See, okay, I had this. The begining was turned off. Try it again. Here we go.
Here we go.
And here's one from the great Don Ho, the godfather of Hawaiian soul.
I'll even tell you who that is, if that'll help out. That's John Goodman.
Oh, yeah.
Okay.
You saw him with a hooker on his back.
I did. Text Zoom to 610-660-9333.
Do you remember?
I remember.
Remember that?
Yeah.
May I just quickly,
Please.
an observation of that driving home. When I would go to Dunkin' and sometimes get the hot chocolate, the one that I go to is a little bit further from my house. There's one that's always crowded that I don't go to, so I go to one that's a little bit further. I will get a very small kid's hot chocolate for the drive back because I want to have my full hot chocolate intact. Did you understand?
Wait,
what
so
I'm
you get
saying?
two?
I get two.
That makes perfect sense.
So I get the big one because that's going to be my at-home drink.
Yes, you have a car one and a home one.
And then there's the car one, but I'm not grotesque about it.
Nope.
It is the smallest kid's size you can get.
You guys, I believe at Dunkin', you can order kids' temperature. Did you ever hear of that?
No, that I have not heard of.
Yeah, so if you ask for
what is the average temperature of a kid?
No, but
they'll cool it off.
They'll cool it off for
I
you
see.
so you don't burn your lips off.
Is this hot chocolate?
Yeah.
Okay.
Ask for kids'
So they'll
temperature.
add some milk to it. And
Here, could you blow on this kid real quick? It's pretty hot.
I have anthrax.
Wow. By the way, going back to the coming home, driving home food.
Yeah.
McDonald's burgers, the regular cheeseburger or hamburger is perfect for that.
Yeah.
It's and I prefer hamburger wise like Wendy's, but that's not a driving at home thing. There's too much, the lettuce and tomato and onion and
they're
all that.
juicier.
And it's a little bit bigger. But McDonald's, like it's almost like and I have a story concerning this. It's almost like an Uncrustable.
Yes.
Like the whole thing like holds together. You know what I mean?
In spectacular fashion.
Yeah. So, all right. Anyhow, continuing on with this, with a little bit of tapping, it says you can snag some discounted nuggets. Wait a second here. Mobile apps have the deals and freebies, and with a little tapping, you can snag some discounted nuggets, 2-for-1 sandwiches, or even a $5 Bacon King. But only if you're willing to let fast food giant track your spending habits. So keep that in mind. If you want some better deals, they are available at all of those restaurants.
So I said I'm a big fan of the Junior Whopper, Junior Double Whopper, the Burger King. That to me that gets it done.
Yep.
Yeah. I mean, because that's it. Again, portability, eatability, drivability.
So that's it. You can do the driving at home thing? Okay, got it. So then one last fast food story. McDonald's has just reported that its largest sales decline since the pandemic is happening. Weather conditions and frugal customers have caused same-store sales at U.S. locations to shrink by 3.6%. The lowest since the second quarter of 2020 during COVID, when it fell 8.7%.
Story everywhere.
The chain's customer base consists mostly of low to middle income consumers. Its high income customers, however, don't spend enough to offset the decline. Trump's tariffs may have influenced customer spending habits as well, per CFO Ian Borden, who in February said he expected low same-store sales in the first quarter. But in response, McDonald's is looking to value meals and menu deals like Casey was talking about, like the $5 meal deal, which will stick around for the remainder of this year. The fan favorite snack wrap recently returned to menus. And to celebrate the Egg McMuffin, McDonald's launched National Egg McMuffin Day, offering the breakfast sandwich for $1.
I always see wildly expensive cars in the drive-thru at McDonald's, like, Lambos and stuff. Just
you know what, man? Listen,
mansion people.
I I go to McDonald's more than anybody else in this room.
I know you do.
And it's pretty wild when I see, a G-Wagon in front of me or a Range Rover or something like that.
Yeah,
I'm
Bentley
like,
pulls up.
Yeah, it does happen.
Well, you remember in the first Iron Man, first thing he wanted was a Burger King cheeseburger.
That's right, yeah.
So the strategy has already shown signs of improving same-store sales thanks to new crispy McCrispy chicken strips, too. All right, let's see if somebody knows what movie that clip is from. Let me play the clip one more time, Case, if you would, please.
And here's one from the great Don Ho, the godfather of Hawaiian soul.
We're going to go to Michael. Hey, Michael, how you doing, bud?
Gadzooks, how are you?
Gadzooks, my man. We're all right. What movie is that from?
I'm sorry to say, I know the movie King Ralph.
Yes. I know. It's
I'm a fan as well.
It's a guilty pleasure of mine. Mike, you got it right. And we are going to set you up with a $50 Acme Markets gift card. Hungry and in a hurry, Acme's Flash Grocery Delivery. Or pickup gets you fresh groceries in 30 minutes or less. Fast, fresh, and right to your door. Acme Fresh Foods, local flavors. In fact, I'm sure we'll have another clip from King Ralph down the road because Burger King had a tie-in advertising with that because he goes to Burger King. I mean, he is the king, so it makes total sense. All right, next clip for you. Let's see if we can identify what movie this one's from.
What are you? Mobile, agile, hostile. What is pain? French bread.
French bread?
French bread? Is that what they say there?
That's what it sounded like.
I had no idea. All right, and I know that movie well. All right, let's see if you know what it is. So make sure that you text word Zoom to 610-660-9333. Next. All right, order up here, and this is our last one. Lunchables has launched the first ever crustless, dippable, and no-thaw PB&J sandwich.
There's a lot going on there.
That comes with a dippable jelly for dipping. Let's see if I can say dip one more time in there. Danny Levin, Associate Director and Innovation at Lunchables, said the launch of Lunchables PB&J is a continuation in our mission to reinvent the refrigerated category by providing high-quality, delicious, affordable, and convenient solutions for snack time and beyond.
DIP stands for developing interesting products.
Yeah.
I'd maybe try this one. Lunchables, I tapped out on those a long, long time ago. My kids love the pizza ones.
Ew.
I know.
I didn't like them.
No.
Lunchables they're more for kids. They're a little bit on the bland side. They're a little bit on the basic side.
Yeah.
And
the pizza ones were like sushi pizza. Like,
it's cold.
Yeah.
I need my pizza
that's
to be
bull
warm.
crap.
Yeah.
So I'd mentioned Uncrustables. I didn't have an Uncrustable story. I meant this one. So the thing about the Uncrustable, the PB&J, that's frozen, right?
Yeah.
And you have to thaw it out?
You
I
have
mean,
to thaw it out. I don't. I just eat it frozen.
Can you eat it right? Does it achieve a full frozen solid state?
Yeah.
Okay.
You eat it frozen?
I've never frozen.
Yeah. We
like
eat
ice
it
cream?
right out of the freezer. Yeah.
Huh.
Yeah.
I don't think I've ever eaten a peanut butter and jelly sandwich that was frozen. I've certainly had cold ones.
Give it a try.
Yeah. By the way, Casey gave me a tip that just ties in. We had a box of candy here for a couple of weeks, and there were Rolos in there, individual Rolos. And I have a love-hate relationship with Rolos. Sometimes I love them, sometimes I hate them. But Casey recommended to put one of these Rolos in the freezer. I did. It makes for a nice sucking candy afterwards.
Yeah, because Can you come around to the side of the counter? Do you have a good sucking candy? What are you saying, sir? I like to suck candy.
Uh-huh. And it's easier to
notice
suck.
You're not blinking.
Right.
No, because I literally just want to suck candy.
Yeah. And so as you're sucking it, the chocolate starts to melt in your mouth a little bit. And,
what are you, about 200 pounds?
And then you get to that caramel center. It was a delight. I appreciated this suggestion.
I'm looking at another post here. It's from Real Deal. It says, frozen chocolate is so much better. I've never been a fan of the frozen chocolate bar.
Oh, get out. I love
like
it.
frozen Snickers or any of that stuff. I've never liked that. Now, I like the ice
agree.
cream. I like the ice cream novelty versions of those that they've made.
Yeah.
But the actual take a candy bar, stick in the freezer. Some people love that. You're a fan,
I
Case?
love frozen Snickers.
What is it about that?
I don't know, but you know what's really funny is I am not a fan at all of Three Musketeers bars. But if you put it in the freezer,
You like it?
love it.
No kidding.
Yeah. In fact, when I was a kid when we would go to the pool, the swim club, at the snack bar, you would take a thing of M&Ms, okay, and you would smash it up, all right, and let it kind of melt a little bit and keep it in the wrapper. And then stick it in the freezer.
Okay.
And then you basically have an M&M candy bar.
Okay.
It's really, really
That's
good.
kind of interesting.
We have enough Rolos if we want to freeze.
Oh, no. There are frozen Rolos in the freezer right now.
All right.
I can't have one. I'm fasting
right,
for a medical
I'll wait until after the show and
test that I have to do.
It's
Colin
torturous.
just ran down the hallway.
All right,
so-
that's all right. You guys can try knock yourself out. Yeah, definitely, Steve. Try it. I want to get your feedback on that. Wait, we were just talking about the
Frozen
M&M
stuff.
Can you do the M&M trick with peanut M&M?
Yeah, I'm sure. Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
But did you ever try it?
Not that I recall.
Okay.
Not
You
that I
pop
recall.
a golf ball out of your anus.
Here, give that to Steve.
Okay.
Steve?
Yeah, can you?
We did it on Drunk Day, remember?
Oh, that's right.
Yeah, that's right.
Isn't that what we were dropping into the...
We've dropped so many things out of our asses over the years, Casey.
They were golf balls.
I lost track.
They were golf balls.
They were golf balls, yes. I was talking to Mark Summers last night, and I should have asked him about it because he was here for that. All right, Steve, what do you
Last
think?
thing I need is cracking my teeth on.
Yeah. No, you
No,
gotta-
it's a sucking.
You got to suck on the candy.
Yeah, which is not a great idea while we're doing a radio show.
Well, I don't see much of a improvement.
Okay.
You know,
I think part of the appeal is that
but I do like Rolos.
I do too. Well, yeah, like I said, sometimes I think part of the appeal is that it draws out your Rolo experience because you're taking your time because of the frozen nature of it. So you're enjoying the candy for a longer period of time.
It's like tantric.
It's tantric. Yeah, it's tantric candy.
Yeah.
That's right. That's a good.
That's a good band name.
Damn it! I got to. Okay, hold on. Tantric candy.
Yeah, but so Nick was he was asking me 2 weeks ago.
Yeah, how long we had this box? For?
A long time.
Okay.
Right the week we got it right after Easter.
Okay.
But you were like basically saying that you were tapping out on Rolos, and I said, hang on a second, stick them in the freezer first.
Yeah.
Because that might revive it.
Can you
for
call me later?
Yeah,
we need to talk.
Well, It was a thing because I didn't do it right away, and then I felt bad, and then Casey, I had forgotten that I put them in the freezer, and then
If you're talking the preeminent freezer candy bar, you're talking Three Musketeers,
Snickers.
yeah, right.
Yeah. I would say Snickers first, and then also, man, you get those. It's Ghirardelli or Ghirardelli? Ghirardelli.
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 Those delis.
Those little squares that have caramel in them.
Yes.
Stick those in the freezer.
yeah, I like
Okay.
those.
Yeah.
Boy, man, if you put a Butterfinger in the freezer, you would crack all of your teeth.
Dude,
Yeah.
do you
It's
remember?
already difficult.
I knew a kid who would freeze. What if you're talking about cracking your teeth?
Yeah.
What would be the one candy you don't think you'd have to make any more hard and difficult?
Like a Jolly Rancher or something?
a Mary Jane's.
Okay.
Which rip your goddamn teeth out.
Yeah,
Well, they're so sticky.
Yeah. What was it? The sugar daddies or the sugar babies?
There's
Sugar
both of
Mama,
those.
Sugar Daddy,
Yeah.
and Sugar Babies.
Sugar baby mamas.
Those
Yeah.
are terrible for your teeth.
Yeah, I definitely ripped a filling out of my mouth with the Sugar Baby. And then another note, the Reese's Fast Break Bars are superior if you put them in the fridge. Not the freezer, but the refrigerator. Trust me when it comes... Always trust the fat kid when it comes to candy and fast food.
What's the fast break? I'm not familiar.
It's peanut butter.
thinner?
Well, it's chocolate, peanut butter, and basically like a nougat.
nougat,
yeah,
really?
Yeah, so the peanut butter sits on a nougat bed. A bed of nougat.
bed of nougat, if
Yeah.
you will.
I'm looking. Do you sell nougat beds?
Wow, I've not had one of those.
Casey,
really
is there
good.
a Reese's bar that's also got like the peanut butter in crunch form, like a peanut butter cookie?
Yes.
Yeah, and
Those are fast break bars.
I
I mean,
probably
not a
asked
fast
this-
break. I forget what they're called.
I probably asked this a million times. What is nougat? Is it hazelnut?
No.
think
Nougat is like a mallow mixture. Steve, we looked it up one time.
I know, and I
can't remember.
forgot.
But they
Marzipan?
can be of different flavors. All right, Nick found what nougat is. It's a family of confections made with sugar or honey, roasted nuts, almond, walnuts, pistachios, hazelnut. It gives you all these examples. Pine nut, McNair, whipped egg whites, and sometimes chopped candied fruit.
Nougat.
The consistency of nougat is chewy, and it is used in a variety of candy bars. And so I think, Steve, that at the base, is like honey, sugar,
Right.
and nuts, essentially, are what
Honey
what
sugar
you're getting
nuts.
from. Hey, what's up, honey sugar nuts? Get over here, honey sugar nuts. Give me a kiss.
That's my little honey sugar nuts. Why don't I take you in the back room and give you a what for?
Honey sugar. What for?
I almost got fired for calling somebody honey sugar nuts one time.
All right. Anyhow, they're making these Lunchables, these PB&Js. Kraft Heinz, parent company of Lunchables, is also remixing the peanut butter jelly time song with help from Lil Jon and Twista to celebrate the launch of the new product.
I love
peanut
that song.
butter jelly time.
Peanut butter jelly time.
Peanut butter jelly with a baseball bat. So there are two options of the new Lunchables PB&J, grape and strawberry. And they are showing up now on store shelves, and they're $2.49 for a two-pack. Is that Chris Rock?
I don't know.
I think it sounds like Chris Rock, the beginning of it. I don't think it is, but... Okay.
It's
why would
the
the baseball
Buckwheat
bat?
Boys.
Oh, it's the Buckwheat Boys.
Yeah.
I remember those guys.
Produced by Chipman.
Okay.
Yeah.
All right, we need to find a winner and see if somebody knows what movie this clip is from. Case, hit it, please. Sorry, I tried to do it again.
This one.
What are you? Mobile, agile, hostile. What is pain? French bread.
I never knew they said French bread there. All right, we're going to go to Alan. Hey, Alan, good morning, bud.
What's going on, bitches?
Yo, bitch. All right, name that movie, brother.
Remember the Titans.
Great movie. You're absolutely correct. Yep, remember
That
the
is a great
Titans.
movie.
And we're going to give you a $50 Acme Markets gift card. Hungry and in a hurry. Acme's Flash Grocery Delivery or Pickup gets you fresh groceries in 30 minutes or less. Fast, fresh, right to your door. Acme Fresh Foods and local flavors, by the way. And that is all the time we have for the Connoisseur, friends. So we're going to wrap up this particular segment. We thank you for joining us for that. And I looked out in the green room and I saw some movement, and our friend John from Sequoia Outback is cooking up some food for us. So and the reason that he's doing this is the fact that we have, they have amazing grill setups at Sequoia Outback. So if you have some plans to grill this summer, you got to make sure you visit Sequoia Outback.
That's where I got my grill.
Check out their outdoor kitchens and top grills from Fire Magic, Weber, and Primo. And I can give you a $25 grocery gift card courtesy of Sequoia Outback and get your grilling started. So how do we want to do that giveaway, Marissa? I hadn't discussed that with you, and I apologize. I'm going to turn your microphone on right now. You tell me.
Love this. All right, we are going to set up a keyword page. So you're going to text
grill. Yes.
To 610.
660-9333.
Thanks for the help there.
All right, it's a teamwork thing we have going on here.
It makes the dream work.
Marissa is setting that up now, and we will give that to someone, and we'll do it a couple of times before the show is up. So heads up, and there's light at the end of the tunnel for the telephones, from what I understand. It's very soon, probably next week. They're already working. They're testing them out in the main studio and our sister stations, and we're like this close, that close to that newfangled technology.
We do have the fallback in case we need it.
I have it back here. It's ready to go. The candlestick phone. So.
We're good to go.
All right. Thank you, Marissa. It's all set up. So text word grill to 610-660-9333. We're going to take a break just a second. I do want to reiterate this if you're just joining us. Yesterday, hopefully you heard about the news about Kathy not being part of the Preston and Steve show any longer. It was heartbreaking and terrible and very, very, very difficult day yesterday, and we're all emotionally exhausted. But we carry on. We had hoped that maybe we'd get Kathy for one more day in to do a show. Our management was totally cool with it. But Kathy felt that yesterday was enough for how we handled it. And like I said, it was emotionally exhausting for us.
I would encourage you to, if you've been a listener of the show for any amount of time, or you kind of consider us a bit of your family over the years, it's well worth listening to, because it's also something that we felt that Kathy was owed, and it brings a lot of things into clarity for you.
Yes. And so you can watch it from yesterday's stream on YouTube, or you can also download our podcast and listen to it there. But we laid it all out, and we miss her already. But nonetheless, We do have work to do, so we're going to take a quick break. We're going to come back in a moment. We do have another chance for you to win $1,000 with the 20 Money keyword and more coming up. Word of the Week prize, giving that away. We'll be back in just a moment, so stay with us, please.
If there's any bit of trivia involved, I'm excited because I love trivia.
Yeah. What do you love about trivia?
Well, we used to play Crack Shot, which really made me nervous, but like it was also kind of fun, like trying to get them right. But I watch Jeopardy every night, and it's just my favorite game show. Shout out to Sheena Parveen, who's delivering clues for Jeopardy last night.
Yeah, she's now in San Diego, right?
Yeah, that was neat to see. But yeah, I'm just a trivia fan.
We did a Classroom. And I think you saw, well, you're better than I am as far as I do love Jeopardy. I do love the trivia, but I fold. I just get I fold instantly when the time pressure's on.
Well, Steve, like when you're on TV too, like when the cameras are on you, like I don't know if I'd ever do well on Jeopardy. Yeah. I do great on the couch when I'm sitting at home.
Yeah, likewise. Like I ran a couple of categories last night, and I'm like, how awesome? No, I'd be terrible.
Hey, didn't you audition for it one time or something like that?
I've auditioned for Jeopardy. I've never made it to the actual come out to LA stage,
right?
Of trying out. But there's a show that Ken Jennings is also on, and it's called
The Chase.
The Chase,
and it's based on a British version. And so they brought on the guy from The Chase, who's basically their goat with a couple of Jeopardy champions.
James Holzhauer's on that, Brad Rutter, and so I tried out for that, and I made it kind of far in that tryout process. But yeah, getting on those shows is not easy.
Yeah, and maybe someday you'll get there, but today is going to be the next best thing because, Nick, we are welcoming to the studio 16-time Jeopardy champion Ryan Long this morning to battle you in a game of Preston and Steve style Jeopardy. So Ryan has just made it into the studio. Ryan, step up behind the podium right there.
Oh my God, what an honor. I'm a huge fan of Ryan. What a great champion, man. Yeah, he's amazing. And a huge Eagles fan. And welcome to the studio, man. It's so nice to meet you.
I'm a huge everything, man.
Ryan graciously said yes to this invitation to come in and play a game of Jeopardy with you, Nick.
Well, it's I'm looking forward to losing, and but no, I mean Ryan, fantastic champion, really repped Philly well, and we chatted with you, I guess, over Zoom maybe 2 or 3 months ago, Ryan, and well, awesome. This is really cool. It's a real honor to meet you.
Ryan's run, I think you'll agree, Nick. We all watching you go through the process of become a champ and keep going, and you really there's some champions who are like, okay, all right. Not so interesting, but they're doing well. You were a lot of fun to watch, and so it's great to know that we'll be seeing you eventually when they have Tournament of Champions coming up. Have they alerted you to any that are in the future?
Yeah, well, first let me say I'm honored to be here in this temple of knowledge. The Tournament of Champions, we go back in September, and will air in November.
Excellent. Excellent.
All right. And you know what? We'll talk.
He's part of the Pantheon.
We'll talk a little bit more about Jeopardy, but I think we need to play the game.
I think we do.
So here's what we're going to do. I'm going to move to the other side of the studio. Marissa has made a Jeopardy board, and I'll give you the rundown of how this is going to work out. But I got to make the move.
I'll describe you walking over. Preston's now walking past Casey. He's now rounding the corner. He's now behind me. He's now behind Kathy, and he's walking over to the other side of the room. And Marissa's bringing in the game board, which looks quite nice. And Preston is all plugged in.
I'm ready. Oh, I didn't turn my mic on.
Oh.
Casey,
all right.
Okay, yeah. Okay.
All right, there we go.
This is just like being back in the studio.
And though the production value is
sure
exactly the same.
Exactly. If the studio was in a kindercare.
Case, if you could give me a little Jeopardy music, I will describe exactly how this is going to work. So we decided instead of doing the entire show where we would do 5 questions per category and 7 categories, we trimmed it down a little bit. So it's going to be 4 categories with 4 questions per category. The numbers are going to stay similar to that in that the easier ones will be 100 followed by 200, 300, and then 400 and so on. And we'll play the regular Jeopardy game. Now, I don't think we have any double Jeopardies on here. We forgot to do that. So it's just going to be straight trivia questions.
But that's the kind of game that we would do. We would forget to do certain things. However, I assume people can watch us streaming live, right?
Yes, we are streaming live on YouTube if you'd like to check this out.
Our Jeopardy board is falling apart. If we could just get a piece of tape to put
we're just working on it.
All right, there we go.
So the way this is going to work, and the little bit different than the regular Jeopardy, Ryan, is that we don't have the ability to hold off on your buzzers until the question is completed. Normally, I believe that's the way it works on the show. Until the host finishes asking or delivering the answer, you're kind of blocked out from buzzing in, right?
Yeah, there's a light that pops up that I'm way too slow at.
Oh, you did just fine. I think you used, and correct me if I'm wrong, Ryan, you would jump in. So, and I've seen people do it. James Holzhauer did it, where he let the question, so confident in your ability, you jump in and then you hash it out after you have those few seconds to figure out the answer. Am I right on that?
Well, my reaction time is probably not quite as quick as James's, but yeah, more or less.
Yeah,
more or less.
It seemed to be a winning. Well, it certainly was a winning way to approach the game.
Yeah, it's sort of counterintuitive. My brain works just slow enough in those moments after I ring, and just fast enough that I have time to consider the answer.
All right. Well, the way this is going to work, I will start to read the clue, the answer, and if you go ahead and buzz in, if you buzz in before I'm finished, I'll just stop and not continue. Now you're going to be able to see it too because it's written on these cards right in front of us. So it's not quite Jeopardy level.
So smart. I didn't even know there was a buzzer.
There's a buzzer right there.
By the way, in the early,
the board is falling apart.
In the early stages of Jeopardy, it was not mandatory that you wait for Alex to finish the question. You remember that? Or the clue?
Well, yeah, I mean, but
they changed
I
it.
would listen to him talk anyway. Like, I would feel bad ringing in on Alex Trebek.
Right.
Such a great voice.
Was Wink Martindale the host before?
Wink Martindale was the host initially, and then in the early stages, though, and when they sometimes show the best of episodes, it was actually annoying to have people buzz in before he had finished the clue.
Right.
And I think that's what mandated them doing this full, let me read it and then buzz in.
And he had that delivery. The answer is.
Right, yes.
Like that. All right, so we're going to do it a little bit differently. We'll do it our way. Let's try the buzzers out. Nick, if you wouldn't mind hitting that.
Hey!
Very good. And Ryan, could we hear your buzzer? All right. So when you hear that, you'll know who buzzes in. All right.
Preston, do you prefer to have thinking music underneath, or do you want to go dry like they do in
I think a little bit of music underneath kind of fills it out for radio more than television. Hannah Marissa is still taping together our board for us.
On Jeopardy, they play Gangnam Style under the...
This is not going to work. It's okay. Hang on. What is the... What? Oh, it's because of the bass on there.
What is adhesive?
Hang on. Here, I got you, Chris.
Yeah, that's a good question, though. Do we have to do it in the form of a question, Jeopardy style?
Yes,
okay,
please.
Jeopardy style, man.
Yep, we got to do a Jeopardy style.
Go Jeopardy or go home.
Okay, so the categories. You ready to begin?
Yes.
The categories are, remember there's 4, Round the World, Hooray for Hollywood, Stupid Answers, and For Those About to Rock.
Now, quick question.
Yeah.
Our scorekeeper will be?
I can do it. You can do it.
I thought Romano was going to do it.
Oh, okay. Romano's going to do it. Yeah,
Okay.
But do you want? I think I'm just going to do it on my computer. If I keep walking up in there, I'm going to get in the.
No, don't put it on there. Don't put it on there. Just
and
let
you
us
know
know
the scoring process, right?
Yeah, you get penalized.
For incorrect answers.
Do you know how to add and subtract?
Wait. Hold on. Wait.
I was about to ask, are we going to get the calculator involved here? Or?
I am not. I don't watch Jeopardy. So if they get it wrong, they subtract that amount that they are.
Yes.
Okay,
Yes.
got it.
Yeah, we'll help you out along the way.
Okay.
All right.
This is why we did fewer answers here for this.
Because
All
we're
right.
idiots.
Hold on. Now Nick Murphy's moving something. Dude.
So you can see the game board.
All right, we good to go?
Yeah, we're good.
All right, here we go. Since he's the birthday boy, we will allow Nick to get us started. So, Nick, what's it going to be?
All right, well, let's start with Round the World for 100, please.
All right, here we go. And the answer is Wyoming's largest lake. It lies right in the middle of a national...
Hey!
Nick McElwain.
What is Lake Yellowstone?
Yellowstone Lake. We'll give it to you. Yes. Yes. Okay, that's 100 points for Nick. All right, Nick, you get to choose again.
I'll take Round the World for 200, please.
All right, and the answer to that question, I shouldn't have trimmed my nails. I can't get this off here. At over 3,500,000 square miles, this desert covers an area larger than Australia.
Hey!
Nick.
What is the Sahara?
That is correct.
Yeah.
So far, 300 points for Nick, 0 for Ryan.
Picked a topic he is strong in, by the way.
Yeah, geography nerd here.
Yeah.
I'll do Round the World for 300, please.
All right, next answer is the number of states that touch the Pacific Ocean.
Hey!
Nick.
What is 5?
That is correct.
Wow.
You want to try and run the category?
Yeah, Round the World for 400, please.
All right, here we go. Round the world for 400. All right. The smallest and shallowest of the world's 5 oceans is this one.
Hey!
Nick.
What is the Arctic?
That is correct. You grabbed the category.
Damn.
Kathy, what's the total so far?
1,000 points.
1,000 points for Nick. 0 for Ryan. Well done, Kathy Romano.
What an adder.
On the math. All right, Nick, next category.
All right, let's just keep going to the right. We'll do a hooray for Hollywood for 100, please.
All right, and the answer is this PBS bird has a star on the Hollywood Walk of Fame.
Hey!
Nick.
Who is Big Bird?
That is correct.
Wow.
Wow. All right.
Ryan.
I think Ryan's being nice.
Coffee didn't kick in yet.
You're just tuning in. Ryan Long, 16-time Jeopardy champion, taking on Nick McElwain in Jeopardy for his birthday. Did you want to do 200?
Yes. Yeah.
I assume. Okay. I started.
Sometime Alex would pick a.
I'm going to override you on that and go with Potent Potables for 400.
Hooray for Hollywood. Here we go. Marilyn Monroe adored this jazz great and helped her get a booking at a Hollywood hotspot. Ryan.
Take a shot. Ella Fitzgerald.
That is correct.
In the form of a question. In the form of a question.
Go ahead. Jeopardy champ, Ryan Long.
My apologies. It's my Jeopardy champ privilege showing.
That is right. And by the way, in the first round, they were usually a little lenient with that.
Yes,
so.
they are. Now they get there are 2 rounds. What do you think? We're half-assed here?
Yes.
Just because the board is falling apart and we left out double jeopardy?
Who is Ella Fitzgerald?
Very, very well done, yes.
That's my reaction time's a little slow, I said.
All right. All right, so next category. Where would you like to go, Ryan?
Go on with Hollywood for 3.
All right, and the answer is she wrote Love to You All over her tiny bare footprints in 1935, and she was only 6 years old. Ryan.
Who is Shirley Temple?
That is correct. All right, what's the score so far, Kathy?
It is 1,100 to 500.
Yay, for Kathy.
Yeah, good job, guys. I'm her fact checker. Yeah, I got the same.
Yeah.
Thanks.
All right, Ryan, you get to choose again.
Hollywood for 4, please.
All right, we're going to close out the category, and here we go. Her father, Pat, created both the Today and Tonight shows as president of NBC. This is one of the tougher questions. Her father, Pat, created both the Today and Tonight shows as president
This dead air is going to make for great radio.
of NBC.
Yeah, I
If
mean,
they don't get it, I want to go for it.
we do get penalized for getting
Yeah.
them wrong, so I'm not going to ring in on this one.
All right. Steve, what's the answer?
Sigourney Weaver?
That is correct.
Yeah, wow.
Nice.
All right. And Ryan, you still have the board.
Stupid answers for 1.
All right, we're going straight across here. All right, stupid answers. In 1981, this 9-letter word was added to the state flag of Wisconsin. Ryan, your answer, please.
What is Wisconsin?
That is correct. 100 points.
He cracked himself over that.
Next.
Stupid for 2.
All right, and
This is a topic we all excel at.
our answer is, it is the first verb in the Pledge of Allegiance.
Hey!
Nick.
What is pledge?
That is correct. Yes, 200 points for Nick. Nick, you have control of the board.
Let's go for those about to rock for 100, please.
All right, we're switching categories. Here is your answer. After hearing Elvis live in his hometown of Lubbock, Texas, he switched to singing rock and roll. Ryan, your answer?
Who is Buddy Holly?
That is correct. 100 points for
Ryan,
Ryan.
a big music fan. We know that.
Ryan, you now have control.
Let's go stupid answers for 3 and satisfy my OCD.
All right.
Yeah, I hate when they don't finish this.
We almost got it complete in order all the way across. All right, here we go. It is the one-word name of the Ben & Jerry's flavor described as vanilla ice cream with vanilla bean specks. Ryan, your answer?
What is vanilla?
That is correct. Yes, 300 points for Ryan.
Go 93.3 WMMR.
All right, thanks, Nick. And by the way, Sequoia Outback is here, and our buddy John is cooking up some food for us, and that is in conjunction with a giveaway they have and an awesome offer for you to come by and take a look at their grills and their fire pits. They've got all kinds of great stuff to do for your outdoor area.
Oh, yeah,
And especially
absolutely.
their grills are amazing. So if you're interested in winning a $25 grocery card courtesy of Sequoia Outback and get your grilling started, you need to text the word grill to 610-660-9333. All right, 610-660-9333. Text the word grill. You'll be in the running for that. And of course, if you need an upgrade for your deck, you got to get to Sequoia Outback. They got everything you need: decking, railing, furniture, fire pits, grills, all of it.
Your whole area, I'm sure, is from Sequoia, as is mine. And we have the Weber Grill, which we love from Sequoia.
I am so out of it today after the whole thing yesterday and revealing information about Kathy. No longer a member of the show. Heartbreaking, horrible. I'm out of it. And Nick, I don't even know if you realize this. I was doing a live commercial read for Hand and Stone, and I said that you were going to Sequoia Outback, not Hand and Stone.
You did?
Nick is going to Hand and Stone today. And we got done with the commercial, and Steve's like, I know you didn't know you just said this, but at the beginning of the commercial for Hand and Stone, you said Sequoia Outback. And I'm like, God.
I was right next to you when you said that. I didn't hear it either.
See, I got no acknowledgement from you. So you're out of it too.
It's 2 nights in a row of zero sleep. And yesterday was jarring and awful. And we had a sense that it was coming yesterday, but we didn't quite know where we were going to go through. And then it was emotionally heartbreaking. There were also, I want to say, a lot of heartwarming moments yesterday. I heard from so many people who were expressing love and kindness and sympathy, and then saying nice things about us, and obviously saying wonderful things about Kathy. I thought Kathy handled herself so well yesterday.
It's true.
As sucky and as awful as yesterday was, there were really some bright spots too.
Yeah, I'm glad you said that, because I did want to thank people for reaching out yesterday and this morning as well.
Yeah.
So friends and family and people that I don't even know, people reaching out. Thank you so much for that.
It's funny you say that, because a lot of times people will say, I know you don't know me. I said, that is a very small issue here, because we do know of you, and if we haven't met, we will meet, and we savor and cherish this relationship, whether we do know you by face or name, or you're just somebody who supports the show, and we do have a union and a bond that means the world to us.
So yesterday, I got home, hung out for a little bit, just sort of decompressed, shedded some more tears, with my wife and my daughter, and then I ended up mowing my lawn. And then after we do a conference call every night, I just sat on the back deck and I went through like every single text message, and it was a lot. And then I finally got done the last one, and I had texted Kathy. I was like, dude, have you done a copy and paste response yet? Because when you're responding to that, she's like, oh my gosh. She's like, I haven't even scratched the surface of people that have reached out to her.
Wow.
Yeah.
We were hoping to get one more day on the air today, but like I said, yesterday was so emotional and touching on so many levels, heartbreaking, but heartwarming, like Nick, to use the phrase that Nick used. So Kathy felt that was enough, and that she would rather just have things end there, and we appreciate that, and we would love to have had her back in, but it's her call to make.
And what I feel confident is we said, and they were prepared, the powers that be, whatever way it worked for her here. And she got time to think about it and made that decision. It made sense. Yeah, I mean, it was the way she wanted it.
Dude, Bert Kreischer posted a carousel of pictures of her and him together. I thought that was pretty awesome.
He's a good man.
He's a great man. He's a real good friend. So that was really sweet of him to do that.
And his post was entirely in Spanish.
Was it?
I had to hit the translate button. Yeah. I was like, oh, this seems like it's probably pretty nice, but my Spanish is rusty.
That's great.
Yeah.
That's excellent. So we carry on. We're and as I said earlier, I'll address this again because I've seen, like I said, the chatter on social media and on YouTube, our YouTube channel, that the rest of us are we're locked in. It's public knowledge. There were articles written about it when we signed our deal way back when, but we're good to go through 2030. So we're definitely hanging around.
Hope that isn't bad news to you. But we'll be here for a while and doing what we do. And again, as you said so eloquently many times, Preston, we are thrilled to have hopefully your continued support.
Yeah. Absolutely. All right. In the meantime, I got to clean out my junk drawer.
Preston's cleaning out his junk drawer. Getting things out of his junk drawer. Finding stuff here in the junk drawer.
How's my timing?
Perfect.
Thank you.
Perfect. All right, let me dig in here. Oh, look what I found. Here's a story. Actually, it ties into earlier this morning. We had Jason Martinez from Fox 29 join us live from Rome, from St. Peter's Square.
Right there.
At the Vatican. And then we had Father Steve Paolino on to talk about the implications of the new Pope and all the things that happen with that. I saw this story, and here's something I was always curious about. Cardinals wear a variety of unusual hats. And how do those cardinals choose those hats? So it's not just one. There's a few different type of hat as a cardinal that you can wear.
All right.
So to suit the occasion, to represent their homeland, or sometimes to make a personal statement, cardinals primarily wear one of three different types. The most basic hat
says number one.
Number one. This is the most basic hat is a skull cap. It's called the Zucchetto.
Zucchetto.
And it's
That's Pinocchio's father.
No, that was Geppetto, right? Geppetto. So this was
Ken Zeppetto used to work here.
Ken Zeppetto used to work here.
That's right. Yes.
Thank you. I knew there was a Zeppetto in there
he
somewhere.
did like a good marionette show.
Yes.
All right. So it's a simple round hat. It looks like a beanie or a yarmulke.
Yeah.
Next is the collapsible biretta, Biretta. It's a taller, square, rigid cap with three peaks on top. So you've seen that one.
Something a little more audacious.
There are certain times when it's customary to put on the biretta, such as when entering and leaving a church for Mass, but it is often personal preference. Cardinals wear both of these hats in red, which symbolizes how each cardinal should be willing to spill his blood for the church.
Biretta in red.
I was thinking.
Yeah, Biretta. Yes. The
Don't
Zucchetto.
do the time if you want do the time. Don't do it.
With no price on your head. No.
Don't do it.
Don't do it.
The Zucchetto is actually worn beneath the biretta. Some cardinals also wear regional variations of the hat, such as the Spanish style, which features 4 peaks instead of 3. And on special occasions, such as when preparing to elect the next leader of the church, they may also wear a mitre, which is a tall and usually white pointed hat.
So they say Pope Leo chose more traditional vestments.
Yeah,
and
a little bit more ornate.
Right.
Than Pope
Francis.
Thank you, who was a little more simple.
He went with Bob Mackie.
That's his designer. All right, so Pope Leo.
Francis.
So the mitre, as I mentioned, is the same style cap commonly worn by the Pope, and it comes in 3 different styles with varying degrees of ornamentation according to the occasion. Now, cardinals also strongly associated with the wide-brimmed galero or galeri, it would be the plural of that. So that is another one, which resembles
Where's my galerozoid?
It resembles a cowboy hat, but with 2 long sets of tassels.
Howdy do, partner. You know, I've been working in the fields all day, and I feel like I'm a little amorous. That can't be that. It's the Pope.
The galero was once the signature hat of the cardinal.
I've been cowpoking all day.
The lowering of the galero was the highlight of the investiture ceremony that inducted new cardinals. But the Catholic Church, like so many people, found in the 1960s a time of radical change in fashions. That's when they brought in hot pants.
That's right,
for the Pope.
These things are a little too tight to wear my butthole. I like to talk to a representative from Hager Slacks.
Oh, it's like LBJ. That's right, yeah.
Let's see if you can't believe me about it. An inch from where the zipper ends round under my back to my bunghole. The crotch down where your nuts hang is always a little too tight.
So if that's the president, I guess the Pope could occasionally have a moment like that.
Sure.
Yeah.
In 1967, Pope Paul VI began to crown cardinals by bestowing birettas instead of galeri, and a move toward humbler headwear. And in 1969, he abolished those hats altogether.
You know, when I was a kid and going, obviously to Sunday school, and when we got to go back and see the workings, the inner workings of the church.
The sacristy?
The sacristy, yeah. And it was a case, I remember it was like, it really had a magical feel to it. It was something, and we had very good, the priests who were working, it was St. Anthony in East Northport, Long Island. And the priests were all very wonderful with us, and there was just something magical about it. To this day, it made that much of an impression on me, seeing all that stuff.
As an altar boy, being back in the sack, that was kind of a cool place to be.
Yeah, agreed.
I didn't see this comment until just now, but obviously Pope Leo went to Villanova, which is a really cool local connection, and somebody texted in, maybe they can get Jay Wright back.
Yeah.
This is the basketball program. There's such a freaking mess.
I know.
Bring him back. And by the way, Casey pointed out that Delco went from poop to pope
Yeah, right.
within a week.
Yeah.
So how about that? You
Just love
redeemed yourself.
The diversity of Delco, man.
So despite the papal decree, there are some who would like to keep the Galero alive, however. And American Cardinal Raymond Burke was spotted apparently trying to bring back the vintage hat, and Cardinals may still feature it in
trying to make fetch work.
their coat of arms. Pope Paul VI isn't the only one to leave his stamp on clerical fashion, whereas other clergymen follow fairly constricting guidelines when it comes to their ceremonial garb. Cardinals wear red, bishops wear purple, and priests wear black, but popes are free to choose different colors and start their own trends. Few have taken advantage of this freedom, like the recently retired Pope Benedict, who was known for wearing a wide variety of headwear. For example, Benedict was known to sport a Saturno, which is a wide-brimmed hat similar to the Galero.
It looks like the planet Saturn, Preston. There's a ring around it.
Saturno, there you go. And he was also seen venturing out in a Camaro, which is a wonderful sports car. Yeah.
That is the Camaro Trans Am we can race.
That's right, rock bottom Trans Am.
Yeah. And this is priest had a Camaro.
So no, the Camaro looks almost exactly like a Santa hat.
Camaro, you're only a day away.
When Rock gets angry and upset in Rocky IV after Apollo dies, what sports car is he driving then?
Oh, it is. Is that a Ferrari?
It's like a Ferrari.
Is it a Ferrari?
Yeah.
Because he gets out and he drives really fast, and that's how he's expressing his feelings.
You could tell that I was upset because I was driving very fast and had a certain relaxed attitude towards the rules of the road. That was beholden to the fact that I just lost a cherished friend needlessly.
This is burning heart, right?
Yeah.
And a little bit of burning farts because I had some cayenne pepper.
Well, sometimes.
Yeah.
You touch that and then touch your
It's a tinderbox down there in my shorts.
That's right. Going back to Pope Benedict.
Yeah, gotcha.
Okay, even when it came to the traditional mitre, Benedict generally chose hats taller than those worn by his predecessors. Who chose to keep things simple.
It's tough to talk, isn't it?
It is. For his sartorial efforts, the Chicago Tribune called Benedict the best-dressed pontiff ever.
I wonder if the pontiffs can select the height of their hats.
I'll bet they can.
Can you? And then, if that is the case, which pope had the highest standing hat?
Good question. Do not know the answer. We'll have to dive into that. But I do have another story in the junk drawer. Let me see if I can find it. It has to do with hats.
Is that it over there?
I got it. So, wearing a baseball cap backwards. This is all about the psychology of the people who wear baseball hats backwards.
So, was that your look at any point?
Yeah, for a long time.
Yeah.
I did hat backwards, and I eventually bailed on it. But I didn't eventually, I didn't like the way it looked, but I used to really like it.
I never was.
Yeah.
I never wore the cap backwards. I didn't wear a lot of caps to begin with.
Yeah.
But I was never the backwards cap.
I wear a cap every single day, and I have been told that I am more attractive when my hat is backwards. Believe it or not.
I know I'm wet.
Yeah.
Maybe. All right.
But like I also know that there are people out there that are just totally anti-backwards, especially for older like adult men, like you look like a kid
Right.
when you're wearing a backwards hat.
So, here are the psychological traits typically displayed by men who still rock their caps backwards. Number one, authentic self-expression. So who knew that a simple fashion choice could be such a window into someone's psychology? When a man chooses to wear it backwards, what he's really doing is expressing his authentic self. It's more than just a style statement. It's a declaration of individuality, a rejection of conformity. Famous psychologist Carl Rogers once said, "The only person who is educated is the one who has learned how to learn and change."
Yes. That's his mother.
This could easily be
Dinner's
applied
ready.
to the backwards cap. He isn't afraid to break the mold, to step outside the expected norms. His cap orientation speaks volumes about his desire for authenticity and personal growth. It's a nod to his willingness to learn, to change, and most importantly, to be his true self, or her true self, too, because we just had the comedian in here the other day.
Ashley Gavin.
She wears a backwards hat all the time.
So the one look I always thought was just wildly stupid was the brim tilted to the side.
Yeah, I think it's goofy looking.
I think it's too goofy looking.
Yep, off to the like in the opening of French Prince for Bel Air.
Yeah, exactly.
He wears a goofy hat like that.
Just don't like it.
All
Really, the only time I wear my hat backwards is when the brim will be in the way forward. Like so, like I'm doing exercise at the gym. No, like pull-ups and stuff like that.
Right. You wear a hat while you work out?
Yeah.
Really?
Yeah, it's a sweat cap.
I've seen you, Casey, like right before a really big and important arm wrestling match.
Yes.
You'll take your hat and you'll turn it around.
Like a switch.
Right,
yeah.
Are you mocking me?
You do wear it backwards here from time to time.
Yeah.
I've seen videos of you many times on our Daily Rush videos of you wearing it backwards.
You want to win the respect of my son.
All right. Also embracing the non-conformist.
I lost it.
What?
And I took him in a truck drive across the country.
Oh, that's
and
right.
I earned it back.
That's right.
He said, "You got one thing left to do. Win against the guy who is literally 44 times bigger than I am."
Wow. So the backwards hat wearer not only is an arm wrestler, he is not trying to make a fashion statement. He's simply expressing his nonconformist nature. The cap is his way of showing the world that he values his own unique path over societal conventions.
Wow, they really thought this out.
All right, and I'll also add a dash of rebellion. This seemingly simple style choice can be a subtle form of rebellion against societal norms and expectations. It's a quiet yet powerful statement of refusing to fit into a mold of asserting one's individuality. The famed psychologist Carl Jung once said, "The most terrifying thing is to accept..." That's another Carl, to accept oneself completely. I wonder how many famous psychologists are named Carl.
Apparently that's right.
Carl, good to see you.
Wow.
It's Carl, we assume you're going to become a
psychologist, yeah. So for many men, wearing the cap backwards is a way of embracing their unique identities, quirks.
Did any of this go to your decision of wearing the cap backwards?
Probably. I probably maybe a little rebellious or a little attention seeking.
Right.
That's probably why I did it.
If I've ever done it, I've been walking with the sun at my back.
That's a good. It's for practical reasons.
Yeah, for the back of the neck.
The only time that I see a backwards hat, usually, and go, no, come on, is on a golf course.
Okay. Well, is that accepted on a golf course?
Yeah, I mean, there's no technical rule. They maybe some private clubs might say, yeah, you can't wear a hat backwards.
Do you know what I see at the golf courses? Just anecdotally and through stories about the report, these insanely wide-brimmed, like
women wear
crazy wide.
Yeah, so there a lot. Some women, and this is not me being stereotypical. It's just my observation at the golf course that I live nearby. There are groups of Korean women that play golf year round. Man, they are the most dedicated golfers I've ever seen in my life, and they wear very large visors.
Wow,
really big.
That's what I'm talking about. Almost like a bizarre, like duck bill.
But they're very practical for being out in the sun, so it makes total sense. So I understand why. But yeah, I don't like the backwards hat thing on a golf course. So also another is a symbol of youthfulness.
And then that's where you can start to go down a bad path. If you physically or just in general present older, you're going to look goofy with your hat backwards.
And as psychologist Carl Samuelson once said, youth is not a time of life, it is a state of mind.
Is that it?
No, it's actual Samuel Ullman, but I added Carl.
You could say Samuel, Carl, his middle name.
And also it says a display of humility. This might seem counterintuitive, but a backwards cap can sometimes be a sign of humility.
I'm humiliated.
Often, no, not humiliation, humility. While it's often associated with rebellion and individuality, it can also be a symbol of approachability and a down-to-earth nature.
Yes. You know,
these all make sense to me.
I mean, they're wildly subtle, but yeah, I don't think anything is too crazy, you said.
Yeah. All right. One more.
One more?
We got to wrap it up? Okay.
Carl!
Jesus. You do a good version of that,
Thank
by the way.
you. I didn't know I had it. Carl!
What's that originally from? Is that Walking Dead?
Yeah.
Okay, yeah.
That's Andrew Lincoln, right?
Yeah.
Okay.
He's at,
Coral.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Carl's Jr., he's ordering.
All right. So
Wendy's or Carl? Carl's!
As you know, this will be used for wholesome reasons only, but researchers at Northwestern University have created a new super thin wearable device called a haptic patch that lets you feel touch in virtual reality and other digital settings.
So,
I mean, where are you going to put that?
Yeah, on your PS5 controlling.
Yeah, the blow station.
The blow station.
The patch is flexible. It sticks to your skin like a bandage and can send different feelings like vibrations, pressure, or twisting.
So did you remember the Star Trek movie where the Borg queen takes Data and puts on this flesh that allows
he
him
can
to
feel. Yeah.
I think this sounds like that.
Yeah, and this is right out of
First Contact.
Ready Player One.
Yeah.
Is loaded with haptic pressure suits and things like that.
So I've played a lot of VR games and I enjoy them. When push comes to shove, though, my favorite way to enjoy a game is the old school.
Oh, yeah, I got you.
Yeah.
Looking at a monitor.
Yeah.
But unlike older, bulky haptic devices, this one is soft and moves with your body, making it comfy to wear. It uses tiny electronic parts controlled by a smartphone to make precise sensations. Yeah, like feeling a virtual object's texture.
Does it make you shoot?
It has to, right? The team tested
The blow station does.
on volunteers who could tell apart different shapes and motions like a square or a poke with 96% accuracy.
That's pretty amazing. I wonder where the application of this to people who may have had burns or sort of skin grafts.
Well, I don't know about that, but it's going to make VR games more real, but also help people with disabilities feel digital signals, it says, or improve robot-assisted surgeries.
Right.
The researchers are now working to make it even smaller and wireless for everyday use.
I mean, it's amazing when they did my stuff. You know, they did it with what they call the Da Vinci machine, and an old Italian man. But it's amazing how precise and how minute the precision on that stuff is.
Yep. All right. We got to close up the junk drawer gang. Thanks, Carl, for being a big part of it.
That was the junk drawer.
No, wait, I'm not ready.
Preston's closing up his junk drawer. There's nothing left here in the junk drawer. Until next time, that was the junk drawer.
Alrighty, as we take a break, I want to remind you about your chance to win a $25 grocery card, courtesy of Sequoia Outback. To get your grilling started, just text the word grill to 610-660-9333, and then make sure you stop by and see our friends at Sequoia Outback. They're going to be at the MM Barbecue tomorrow. They have a tent, and you can swing by there, and they have the giant chair, and Jackie Bam Bam is going to be doing an appearance there as well. John will be barbecuing, well, this morning, but I don't know about there at the show.
He
but
probably will
nonetheless.
be.
But get to Sequoia's Memorial Day sale to upgrade your outdoors in time for summer. My whole deck and backyard areas.
Same here.
Sequoia bound, baby.
Same here.
All right, we'll be back in just a moment. Stay with us. Stupid.
Mott the Hoople?
Yeah. All right, Ryan, we're going 400 here?
Yes,
All
absolutely.
right, stupid answers for 400. Closing out the category. In 1452, Leonardo da Vinci was born near a small Tuscan hill town called this.
Hey!
Nick.
What is Florence?
That is incorrect. Ryan is buzzing in.
What is Vinci?
That is correct. Leonardo of Vinci.
Yes.
And he was
I guess I'm just a little stupider than you, buddy.
Kathy, what's the score so far?
It is 900 to 1,400.
All right, so Nick has the lead right now. So where do we want to go in Those About to Rock?
For Those About to Rock for 4.
All right, 4. We're going to the bottom of the category. Ryan gets to choose. If you're just tuning in, Jeopardy champion Ryan Long facing off against Nick for his birthday. Here is the answer. At the concert for Bangladesh, George Harrison got this guitarist to chime in on While My Guitar Gently Weeps. We go to Nick.
Who was Eric Clapton?
That is correct. 400 points for Nick. Nick, you have control of the board.
For Those About to Rock for 300, please.
All right. Next answer is, this arena rock trio hit it big in the 70s with the Ayn Rand-inspired album 2112.
Hey!
Nick?
It was Rush.
Better get that right.
And for 200, please.
All right, final category, and here we go, final answer. This 90s band named themselves after the Seattle art installation.
Hey!
Nick.
Who is Soundgarden?
That is correct! Wow. All right, at the end of round 1, Kathy, what's the score?
Nick is leading with 1,800, Ryan with 1,400.
All right. Okay, narrowed it down a little bit, but we're close. So we move on to Double Jeopardy now.
Where the scores can really change.
That is correct. In fact, they double. And I got to make sure, Nick Murphy, I move this into the proper location.
Yes.
Is that good? All right, he says it looks good.
He
All right.
also says to wet your lips and seduce the camera.
Now, normally we go over and we interview the contestants at this point. Actually, it's during the break.
Do it
during
now.
the break of first. So, Nick McElwain, you have a very large head.
Yes, I do.
Tell us about that.
Was that painful for your mother?
Yeah. In fact, Steve, she ended up having 3 straight C-sections as a result, and
we share that kind of in common. My mother was in a very long birth because apparently my head got stuck. So.
You know what? I will. I'll say say hi to my mom. It's her half birthday today. But she's the reason I started watching Jeopardy in the first place. So Ryan, in a weird twist of fate, maybe part of the reason why you're here today is because of my mom, and I love Betsy dearly, and she's a huge Jeopardy fan and a huge fan of yours, Ryan. So shout out to Betsy.
That's pretty cool.
Shout out to Betsy.
All right, Ryan Long, you're from Bucks County, Pennsylvania?
No, well, I grew up there part of the way, but yeah, pretty much.
All right, where do you call home now?
I live in Mount Airy.
In Mount Airy. All right, and
you're my neighbor.
Yeah, I sure am.
Should come over.
See how I hesitated, but politely though?
Yeah, no, I would too. I would never go near my house.
Real quick, tell us about your, Nick went and auditioned for Jeopardy. Tell us about the steps that you went through to eventually make it on the show.
Oh, well, yeah, I auditioned, and this is, I guess, are they doing it in person now?
You start online, the online process, and it used to be different than it is now.
Yeah, no. Well, I took the online, and then I did a Zoom interview, and then I just, sat on my ass for a year and a half.
A year and a half?
Year and a half?
So when
about 14 months. Yeah.
It was wild for a bit, Ryan, because the only pool of contestants they were pulling from were in the Los Angeles area, where we're right there. During COVID, they weren't bringing people or making people travel, and now it's opened up again. And you very often now find people from Philadelphia in this area on Jeopardy.
Yeah, well, I mean, I guess we are very good at hiding our smarts. So.
I think there's a lady on Monday that's from Philly as well.
Yes.
I think I saw something on Action News last night or the day before. So we're going to have another Philly contestant representing Philly on Jeopardy next week.
Nice.
All right, well,
By the way, Preston, you're doing a great job.
Thank you.
You're doing an excellent job, and Kathy, as scorekeeper, is doing a phenomenal job as well.
Thank you.
She is.
And Casey, as fact checker to the scorekeeper, is doing a great job.
I think we stayed away from any pronunciations where I might need to use a dialect, which is always one of Alex's great skills. When he would pronounce something, no matter what language or what dialect it was, he would make sure that he rolled his R's when it was necessary and so on.
You'll just sound like Borat.
I will. Let's begin.
To watch the ladies make water.
All right, so let's get started. Casey, give me some music here as we head into round number 2. Give me like the Jeopardy theme.
Oh,
Something a little more upbeat.
Yeah,
because we're going to. All right, so the categories for round 2 are. Thank you. I know. Worked really hard on that. Cinespeak, Do a 180, All in Our Heads and Textbooks, and Fuzzy Friends.
Fuzzy Friend.
Those are the categories. All right, so the way it usually works is whoever leads has control of the board, I believe.
No, whoever's
losing has control of the board, I believe. Ryan, you get to
He
begin.
gets to spin the wheel.
All right, Ryan, where are we going to go?
Jesus. Fuzzy Friends for 400.
Fuzzy Friends for 400. All right, now we're taking a different approach. We're going to bounce around the board a little bit here. All right, so the answer is, when faced with danger, certain ducks, snakes, and mammals do this, also called thanatosis. Ryan, what's the answer?
What is playing dead?
That is correct. So 400 points for Ryan. Next, please.
All in our heads and textbooks for 2, please.
All right. And that answer is, an infant might exhibit this type of anxiety when they are taken away from someone to whom they have a strong attachment. An infant might exhibit this type of anxiety when taken away from someone to whom... Yes, Nick.
What is separation anxiety?
That is correct.
Nice.
200 points for Nick. All right, Nick, you have control of the board.
Let's do Fuzzy Friends for 2, please.
All right, and that answer is, the two-toed one of these can live...
Hey!
Nick?
What is the sloth?
That is correct. All right, next category.
Fuzzy Friends for 6, please.
All right, and our answer for that one is, it's the world's largest burrowing animal and can make a destructive tunnel complex 650 feet long, so farmers don't find it as cute.
Hey!
All right, Nick?
What is a prairie dog?
That is incorrect. So farmers don't find it as cute as zoogoers might find it. It's the world's largest burrowing animal and can make a destructive tunnel complex 650 feet long. Ryan, any answer?
I'm sorry I made you wait for me not to answer.
Okay. The answer is, a wombat. They usually give the
wombat.
answers.
Yeah.
A wombat. All right.
Yeah, he does give the answer.
Nick, next category.
Well, finish out the category. Fuzzy Friends for 8.
All right, and that answer is...
You're so excited.
It's a birthday wish come true.
The arrival of foxes in Western Australia in the 1920s was bad news for the quokka, a type of this kangaroo relative. Ryan.
Ooh, what is a wallaby?
That is correct. 800 points. By the way, the points are doubled here. All right, Ryan, you have control of the board. Where are we going to go?
Doing 180 for 4, please.
All right, and that answer is, this position is the last line of defense in rugby. In the NFL, it's the offensive role of Larry, oh my God, I can't pronounce his name, Larry Csonka and Moose Johnson.
Larry Csonka.
Csonka, spelled with a C?
Yeah.
Okay, I don't know what I did.
Guy's stupid.
This position is the last line of defense in rugby, but in the NFL, it's the offensive role of Larry Csonka and Moose Johnson. Ryan.
What is a tackle?
That is incorrect. Nick, do you want to take a shot at it?
No.
Okay.
Oh, it's a fullback.
The fullback.
How much was that, by the way?
400.
400.
All right, so no answer. Or wait, yes, incorrect answer, right?
Right.
Yeah.
All right, Nick, where are we going to go?
Do I go or didn't Ryan get the last one right?
He did.
No, I got it wrong.
Well, no, you got the last one right, but you also got the last one wrong.
Yes.
He had control of the board last?
Yes.
Okay, Ryan, where would you like to go?
Doing 180 for 6.
All right, and that answer is...
So ashamed I got that wrong.
Like a score in U.S. football, a goal kick, a reminder of rugby's soccer origins, is worth this many points. Ryan.
A goal kick?
Yes.
Like a field goal? Or just a point after time?
I'll read it for you again. Like a score in U.S. football, a goal kick, a reminder of rugby's soccer origins, is worth this many points. So it's in rugby.
3? What is
that?
3?
Is correct. Yes.
What is 3?
Yep. What is 3? Yes.
Even when he sheepishly gives the answer, he's right.
A funky word one. Kathy, what's the score so far?
Ryan is leading with 3,000 points. Nick has only 1,400.
What?
What happens in Double Jeopardy? All right, Ryan.
Where the points can really change.
Hold on, Casey has different scores.
I thought Nick had 1,600.
It's like my math is
math
is bad, but not that bad.
He lost 600 points when he had 2,200.
No, he only had 2,100.
Oh, okay.
Okay. Let's go, Ryan.
You can feel confident.
That's 15, not 14.
Yeah.
That's 15, not 14.
Let's just meet in the middle. We'll give him
I believe you scored 3.
Listen, I think I'm correct. If we
Well,
want,
I think you scored 3 touchdowns and I had 7 home runs. Is that the math we're working with here?
That's it.
We're sticking with Kathy's numbers.
Yes, we are.
All right, Ryan, what's next?
Do a 180 for 8.
All right, and that answer is the Timbers represent this city in Major League Soccer.
Hey!
Nick.
What is Portland?
That is correct for 800 points. If you're just tuning in, we have Nick on his birthday facing off in Jeopardy against 16-time champion Ryan Long. All right, Nick.
Let's do Cinespeak for 8.
All right, Cinespeak for 8. 2008. I know who I am. I'm a dude playing a dude. Ryan?
What is Tropic Thunder?
Yes, well done. 800 points.
Great
All right,
scene.
Ryan, where would you like to go
I was
next?
saving the movie category for him, dude. Let's finish off. Do a 180 for 2, please.
All right, doing a 180 for 2. And the answer is this 5-letter word means an extended exchange of strokes before a point in tennis.
Hey!
Nick.
What is a serve?
That is incorrect. This 5-letter word means an extended exchange of strokes before a point in tennis.
No.
No answer?
No.
It is, Nick, Steve, you want to answer that?
A rally?
A rally is correct. Well done. Yes. So 200 points for Steve.
Thank you, Kevin.
By the way, Steve has like 600 points by now.
If I lose to Steve in this game.
Do you know what the problem is? It's like I'm watching Jeopardy and I want to.
I know you want to say it out loud, right?
That would be awesome if like 2 people are playing and you somehow come in 3rd place.
You know what? I want to ask you guys if you do the same thing when you're watching Jeopardy on TV and you're saying the answers out loud. If you confidently know it, you just say the answer. But if I have to take a split second, I add the what is a, you know what I mean?
Oh, you drag it out.
Or you go
yeah.
Or you go like this. Argentina. Argentina.
Yeah. All right. Let's see. Who's up? Who has control of the board here?
I guess that's
Last opportunity that we on the Preston and Steve show are going to have for you to win $1,000 with 20 money. Let's do it.
93.3 WMMR Philadelphia.
Yeah.
It's time for a Preston and Steve 20 money keyword.
All right. The word is Dough. D-O-U-G-H. You have until 25 minutes after the hour to enter it on the MMR app at WMMR.com, or you can text it to the special contest short code number, which is 45911. One random entry will win $1,000 in our company-wide contest, and each MMR winner gets a pair of MMRBQ tickets as well. Winners will get a call from Beasley. Make sure you answer your phone, and the contest rules are available at WMMR.com. Preston and Steve's 20 Money is sponsored by United Tire and Service. And again, the word is Dough, D-O-U-G-H. If you want to win, you got to enter that right now. We have a final look at traffic. Nick's going to give it to us. What's going on so far this morning, Nick?
Yeah, it's starting to clear up from the morning rush, Preston. It's still jammed. Schuylkill westbound between Vera Avenue and South Street. That's just because of volume. There's an accident that has the left lane blocked. This is on 95 southbound at the Betsy Ross Bridge south of Aramingo, and it's jammed. I'm sorry, to Aramingo, and it's jammed from Cotman Avenue south to there. There's some volume still on the Blue Route southbound at the US 1 Media Bypass down to Baltimore Pike. The Vine Street Expressway, that's just slow. The length eastbound from 76 to 95, and then westbound from the Parkway out to 76. Schuylkill eastbound is slow from the Blue Route out to Belmont Avenue, and then again from Montgomery to Vine Street Expressway, and the Schuylkill westbound from City Avenue out to Gladwin. 322 eastbound between Bethel Avenue and Cherry Tree Road. That's slow because of volume, and then 322 westbound between 452 and Cherry Tree Road. That's also slow. That's in Upper Chai. This traffic report is brought to you by Whole Foods Market. Save on stunning florals at Whole Foods Markets. Prime members get 15 stem tulips. 15 stem tulips or 15 stem tulips? Anyway, they get a bunch of tulips for $9.99 each through May 13th while supplies last. Shop in-store or online. Terms apply. And that's your traffic on 93.3 WMMR.
All right, beef out time. Here it is.
WMMR presents Preston and Steve's Bizarre File.
Brought to you by Dermatology Associates of Plymouth Meeting Research Department seeking volunteers for an alopecia areata clinical trial. Adults and kids 12 and older with 50% or more scalp hair loss are eligible, and you can learn more at PlymouthMeetingDermatology.com. So a 47-year-old man from Cape Coral, Florida was injured by a bison in Yellowstone National Park on the 4th. The incident occurred in the Lake Village area of the park when the man approached the bison too closely and was subsequently gored. The individual sustained minor injuries and received treatment from emergency medical personnel. The incident is under investigation. No further details are available at this time.
You know, you guys have been around these things. They're gigantic.
They're just massive, man. This marks the first reported incident of a person being injured by a bison in 2025. In previous years, there were 2 reported incidents in 2024 and 1 in 2023. The animals are aggressive. If you don't respect their space, it's your responsibility to stay more than 25 yards away from the hole. Did you just bump your chest?
Respect.
Away from large animals, bison, elk, bighorn sheep, deer, moose, and coyotes.
Moose.
And at least 100 yards away from bears and wolves. So
Why don't you forget the moose?
It's a good idea.
For a moment.
Carl. A married couple was arrested Sunday evening for allegedly engaging in lewd activity at a sidewalk cafe in Florida. So let me explain what they were doing because it's interestingly described in a couple of different stories I read. Ryan Cook and Kimberly Morey were at the Where's Jubes bar in downtown St. Petersburg.
Sounds great.
When the disorderly conduct occurred. According to a witness, Cook placed his hand up his wife's dress and used his finger to do what you do up there.
A little blasting.
And reportedly caused a disturbance and a breach of peace. Maury was charged for allowing her husband to place his hand up her dress and engage in sexual conduct. So because she didn't stop him.
Okay, she was charged as well.
Yeah.
For finger blasting.
The arrest affidavits do not identify the witness who fingered the frisky couple.
Come on.
Cook and Morey.
Now, are you the blaster or the blastee?
Cook and Morey were each charged with disorderly conduct and possession of an open-air container.
And which finger was it?
They had a bottle of Captain Morgan rum open with them.
There you go.
During a court appearance on Monday, Cook and Morey pleaded no contest to the charges. A judge found them guilty and fined each about $500, and they were subsequently freed from the county
I'm going
jail.
to give you only 9 more times to do that.
Sorry.
Bless you.
Right.
The skies above a small Kansas town became the stage for an astonishing and unusual spectacle as a large black ring seemed to defy explanation.
This was freaky looking.
The bizarre phenomenon was spotted by Bonner Springs resident Frankie Cameron on Monday afternoon while on a motorcycle ride, which was abruptly halted by the unusual anomaly hanging in the air on a nearby country or county road. So he said, I just pulled over. He said, I'm almost 50 years old. I ain't never seen nothing like that. Carmen,
I mean, I've seen shapes before.
Carmen captured the strange occurrence on video, noting that the center of the ring was intensely dark and smoke appeared to be swirling around it. And he said in the video, can somebody tell me what the F this is? And he said, I'm not using no app. It appears that little black stuff has fallen down the center of it.
I'll tell you what I believe. It's some sort of wormhole bridging the temporal rift.
Initially perplexed, he considered possible explanations, but dismissed the idea of mortars as he heard no loud noises while riding his Harley Davidson just blocks away.
It is a sort of inexplicable thing. I mean, unless someone has explained it in your story.
Amidst the onlookers' amazement, one woman in Carmen's video shared her initial thoughts, seeing it from afar, where she thought it looked like a flock of birds. It's
what
not
do you think that is, Carl?
The video, Carl, get over here. The video was later reviewed where meteorologists offered a likely explanation. According to their analysis, the rare smoke ring was most likely the result of some type of explosion.
Oh.
They liken it to the formation of a mushroom cloud where rapidly rising air traps smoke in a ring-like formation because it's moving faster than the surrounding air. After posting the video on his Facebook page, it quickly went viral. He said, my phone just kind of blew up.
I mean, literally.
And described the surge in attention from the unusual post as local news stations further amplified its spread. I have seen those before on video before. Yeah. And also, keep in mind, when we do the, at Camp Out for Hunger, when we have celebration fireworks and they do those big fire pots.
Yes, you're right.
Those big-ass smoke rings go up, and they stay there for a while,
That's pretty amazing. You know, I saw there was a picture of the phenomenon. It was basically atmospheric situations like this. And the situation we had, it must have been from this area, those particular clouds, do you remember that kind of look like almost like a mattress top? that has sort of that
Oh yeah, ripple on it.
ripple
yeah.
on it.
Mhm. Yeah.
And do you remember that night? I
Yeah.
walked out and I'm like, what
It was really cool.
in the
Looked-
hell?
It was a repeating pattern.
Yeah.
It looked really cool.
It was really otherworldly.
Yeah. Reptile wranglers in Florida said that they believe they set a new local record for the Miami area when they removed 98 iguana eggs from a single yard. Wow. I mean, and they're like chicken-size eggs, okay?
I broke the record.
So Humane Iguana Control said personnel responded to a home in the Miami suburb Palmetto Bay on reports of iguanas burrowing in the yard.
Bet you I could eat 98 iguana eggs.
Michael Ronquillo said we removed 98 eggs. He's the owner of this place. 3 female iguanas had nested in burrows that were all interconnected and each had laid their own clutch. The business
Those eggs are clutch.
Said officials believe the egg. No, they're fetch. The egg collection could be a new local record.
It's pretty amazing. We're looking at it right now.
Yeah. It's the most eggs he said we've ever removed from a single site. We couldn't find another case that might be that many being pulled in all at once. Iguanas are considered to be an invasive species in Florida.
And
by the way.
they're I mean, at this point, with being invasive, they're kind of out of control, right?
Yeah,
I mean,
yeah.
between that and the burgeoning snake population.
Yeah, the pythons that they have an issue with. All right, and there you go. That's what we have in the bizarre file for you this morning. So your keyword is dough, D-O-U-G-H, and you have until 25 minutes after the hour to enter that. So make sure you do it now. Text that word to 45911. All right, the word is dough, so enter it now. We're going to take a break. We'll come back in a second. Lesson question, music news, trash, those things are on the way. We'll be back in a moment. Stay with us.
Preston and
Steve. Ryan, where do we want to go?
Hey, you know what? This will be my birthday gift to you. Go ahead. You choose one.
All right, Nick. Well, thanks, Ryan. Let's do Cinespeak for 6, please.
All right, Cinespeak for 6. And that answer is 1993. If the Pirates of the Caribbean breaks down, the pirate. Ryan?
What is Jurassic Park?
That is correct.
Yes.
The pirates don't eat the tourists.
Yes.
Is the finish of that line. All right, where to next, Ryan?
I have one. I'm going to deny myself. All in our heads and textbooks for 4.
All right. All in our heads and textbooks. The answer is submissive and pugnacious are synonyms for the 2 words in this type of behavior. Fine, whatever. Ryan.
What is passive aggressive?
That is correct. Yes, 400 points. All right, where next, Ryan?
Textbooks for 6, please.
All right, and that answer is the DSM-5 psychiatry text defines it as, quote, persistent difficulty discarding or parting with possessions. Ryan, the answer?
What is hoarding?
Yes, 600 points for Ryan.
You got to see Kathy's adding skills over here. They're amazing.
Yeah, really good.
All right, next, Ryan.
I think I saw an abacus.
Why the sundial, though?
What is an abacus?
What is
What do you don't know?
It is
what is?
Yeah,
an abacus.
It is like gingivitis.
We'll go with that.
All right, Ryan, where would you like to go?
Textbooks for 8, please.
All right, closing out the category with the answer. In the operant kind of this learning process, desired behavior is rewarded. Ryan.
What is conditioning?
Yes, that is correct for 800 points.
Killing it in double.
We have 2 clues left. Where are we going to go? Cinespeak, what would you like?
Cinespeak for 2, please.
For 2. All right. And the answer is 1986. I feel the need. All right, Ryan.
What is Top Gun?
That is correct. The Need for Speed. And the final category, 400 points in Cinespeak, is 2013. Look at me. Look at me. I'm Nick.
What is Captain Phillips?
Yes, Nick got one. 400 points. Kathy, and we have no. Wait, do we have Final Jeopardy?
Oh, come on.
Yes, we do have Final Jeopardy. All right, what's the total so far?
All right, Ryan is leading 6,400 points. Nick with 2,400.
Hey. All right. If you would, please, we have our own Vanna White, Bill Weston, bring over the Final Jeopardy category. And normally,
stop talking.
We give you the category,
right?
And then they have a moment to make the wagers.
Right. So the category, then the right, exactly.
Oh, Nick will like this. Final Jeopardy category is National Historic Landmarks.
National Historic Landmarks, and you both have to make your wager.
Okay, so you make your wager now. Now, it's at this point, me and Casey and Nick have this little game that we do sometimes when the category will pop up. If we happen to be watching Jeopardy at the same time, we will text each other, and before we even hear the clue, we'll try to guess what the answer is. Just wildly, just on the base category knowledge.
write down an answer.
Yeah.
You guys do it now.
Yep, we would write it down now, and on occasion, we've actually gotten them right.
Because and again, sometimes and the obviously the pros know this.
Well, the clue will give you an answer sometimes.
Yeah.
But just the category alone,
I wrote my answer
it's
down.
a wild guess. All right, Casey wrote down one just for fun. So
Wait, real quick. How many points do I have, Kath?
You have 2,400.
Okay.
And
you're
Ryan
saying
has
there's a
how many?
chance.
Ryan has 6,400.
6,400.
Right, got it?
Yeah, it
Not a
depends on
runaway.
how greedy Ryan is feeling, you know? I mean, we'll
Remember
see.
Cliff Clavin on Cheers that one time? Who are 3 people who have never been in my kitchen, and he bet the whole shebang?
All right. Have you guys made your wagers?
Yeah. Yep.
All right. So let me now reveal this. All right, Casey, different music, please.
Yes.
Let's change this up a
Inagata
little bit.
Devita.
Yeah, please play Iron Butterflies, Inagata Devita. All right, so here we go. Final Jeopardy, and then you can hit the Jeopardy theme because that's how long it takes for them to fill this out. In National Historic Landmarks, landmarks in 2 states include the... What is this?
Oh, we're dead.
Landmarks in 2 states include the 155-year-old bridge connecting Covington, Kentucky to this city.
Larry Zonka.
Landmarks in 2 states include the 155-year-old bridge connecting Covington, Kentucky to this city. All right, write down your answers now. And this is when the camera pans across the contestants. Right now we're zooming in very close to Nick.
Nice,
And
Nick.
a little fade, a little dissolve to both of our contestants. All right.
All right, pens down.
Time is up.
All right.
All right. So we go to, we started on the low end first, I believe, to see what Nick's answer is. Nick, landmarks in 2 states include the 155-year-old bridge connecting Covington, Kentucky to this city. Your answer is?
What is Cincinnati, Ohio?
Which is correct. And how much did you wager?
I bet it all, Alex.
You bet it all, Alex.
All right.
2,400. So, Kathy, 4,800.
That would be 4,800.
All right, well done.
She's so good.
All right, now on to Jeopardy champion Ryan Long. Ryan, your answer? Happy birthday, Nick, and he bet 1,000. That meant he did not know the answer, and so he loses 1,000, Kathy.
And he is still our winner.
And we still are Jeopardy champion. Now 17 times, Ryan Long.
This is official. Yes, 17.
Yes.
17 times.
All right, now, we had a feeling something like this might happen.
So double Jeopardy?
No. But we whipped up a category, Nick, that you might do better than he has done in. So we're going to try you guys out on this final Jeopardy category.
And Ryan, you said you're a fan of the show and you've been listening.
yeah.
So this might favor Nick a little bit more, but you could have a shot at this.
All right, so Casey, if you would bring the music down. Our final fun category is 2 Nicks and a cup. Milestone moments from the broadcast life of Nick McElwain. So buzz in if you know the answer.
Okay.
All right, here we go.
It's actually, if you don't realize, it's actually skewed towards you, Nick.
Okay. All right, so
it'll favor you.
Gotcha.
It's the meteorological condition that caused Nick to exclaim, guess what I get to do?
Hey!
Nick McElwain.
What is snow?
That is correct, yes. So we'll do 200 points for Nick there. We'll double it each time. All right, next answer. It's Nick's incorrect explanation of why birds seem to tilt their heads towards the ground.
Hey!
Nick.
What is they're listening?
For?
Worms.
Yes, that's correct, yes.
For 400?
400 for that. All right, 600 for this one. It's Nick's deep dive that led to his belief that this Oscar-winning song was actually titled Shiloh. Ryan?
What is shallow?
Yes!
My man.
Ryan got 600 points.
Wait, hold on, because I gave those points to Nick already. What, Casey? What was Nick at? 5,400.
I don't know.
I think it was
no.
12,000.
Yeah.
Yeah, we're just starting fresh.
All right, okay.
Whatever you want to do.
Yeah, starting all over again.
Just make it yen.
All right, I'm gonna stop keeping count.
All right. Now this is a tough one. Okay. It is the core training contraption that made Nick an early pre-meme video star.
Hey!
All right, Nick.
What is a balancing roll?
Yes, a balance board.
Yeah.
Balancing roll. That's correct. That was at Black Diamond Sports.
Nick got up on it, and it's I wouldn't even ever have tried this, but got up and you not face planted, but hit the ground hard.
Close to it.
Yeah.
All right, this is a tough one. This is the final question. It is the nom de plume that Nick is listed as in Steve Morrison's iPhone contact list.
Hey!
Nick?
This is a good one, Ryan. What is Nick what the F?
Yes, that is correct.
I did not want to spell his name as I was putting it in, and I went with that.
All right, and we don't need to total up the score.
Yeah.
Nick's winning by about 1,000.
About 1,000. All right. Well, Nick, we thought this would be a nice birthday, and it was Marissa's idea.
Thank you, Marissa.
To do a Jeopardy run.
And thanks so much to Ryan for coming in. I mean, this is, honestly, like, if you're going to lose, you might as well lose to a champion like Ryan. And this was so much fun. Thank you, guys. I really, really appreciate it.
So, Ryan, what's the story on the Tournament of Champions, when you guys are expected to film, when that will air, and all that stuff?
Yeah, we're going back in September and airs in November, and that'll be the first time outside of this, thought about Jeopardy for any amount of time.
Wait, I have a question. When they're going to do that with you, I mean, like, how many days does the Tournament of Champions last? Do you know if you're guaranteed to stay a certain?
Hey!
What is 10?
And are you do they have you night by night, or are you set for like a 10-day stay? Do you have any idea yet?
I have no idea.
Okay.
I have no idea. I haven't thought about it. I've been doing like life stuff.
That would suck if you lose and go backstage and your luggage is there. Like, yeah, like beat it. I mean,
it's like, dude, I brought all these shirts.
You're so laissez-faire about this stuff, and I remember, like when you were competing, and I remember we spoke to you, and you said you didn't really kind of train for it or anything like that.
No, I mean, I put as much prep into it as I did into this morning.
So tirelessly working.
Dude, I was studying Nick all night. All night.
Do you think that if you were to do that it might kind of throw you off a little bit?
I mean, I don't want to tinker with the process too much. If I go out there, whatever I do, be fine. Yeah, I'm going to come away with some money. So,
well, you've said that you're a voracious reader, right?
Yeah.
So, and then you have a good pop
Left
culture.
my copy of Lord of the Rings in the other studio.
There you go. All right. Well, so all of that works in your favor. I think some people have said that they will go and review old episodes of Jeopardy, but that's not your style, and it worked for you. But I think a lot of people mistook your sort of quiet, methodical way, for being like a deer in headlights. But that's just your nature,
Yeah, it takes me a minute to react to things. I don't just jump right like,
Were you ever nervous? Because you didn't come across as nervous.
I was.
My wings. It is 10:23, and the Preston and Steve show. Excuse me, on a Friday morning. I'm going to mention this again. I've mentioned it throughout the program a few times today. If you missed the announcement yesterday, Kathy is no longer an employee of WMMR. It was a heartbreaking day. It was just very, very difficult, emotionally draining. And we were hoping to get one more day with Kathy. Our management was totally cool with it, but Kathy felt that the way things wrapped up yesterday, that was probably the best way to just call it a day.
We did the whole show, and this segment that really is what where it really got very emotional is available for you to peruse. So, and any questions or issues or things that you may have are contained within that. I guarantee you. We went about 45 minutes saying things that we all wanted to say to Kathy, and again, she's amazing. I mean, she's completely amazing the way she handled everything, and her initially she wanted it to be upbeat. It ended up being that, at least bittersweet, let's say. But it was she was amazing the way she conducted herself.
I was texting her with her this morning, and I said, "Hey, remember how you always wanted people to be hysterical and crying at your funeral?" I said, "Well, if yesterday was an indicator, it's going to happen." I said, "Your wishes will come true," and I said, You're welcome. And she got back to me, and she's like, "Absolutely."
So I was walking her out. I had her mini fridge. We had a hand truck was bringing it out to help load it into her vehicle. And at that time, I asked her, and it had just been up on the show. I mean, she had thousands and thousands and thousands of emails. And as you said, Casey, the text and everything. And you know what? Keep them coming, because I'm sure she would love to hear from you, and she'd love to tell you how much she, and did say on air, how much you meant to her.
She might go to the barbecue.
I'm hoping.
What are the last text? The text from yesterday said she's thinking about it, so she may come out, and I'd be nice.
Yeah,
if she did. But I also understand it might be a little overwhelming, but we'll see. But nonetheless, this show, our group, the crew, we move forward. We continue on. We're going to be here. We're not going anywhere. Like I said, we're not replacing Kathy. No. It's the position is gone, and poor Marissa. I'm sorry, Marissa, but you're our gal. But nonetheless, we have business to take care of, and we continue doing our job. But we just want to be fair and open and frank with you. I used to be Frank, but now I'm Preston. Now I'm Carl. But we'll be whatever name you want us to be with you. And we love and appreciate your support. So thank you, thank you, thank you.
And as you said, Preston, we're all here to 2030.
Yeah.
And so at least hang with us for that, right?
Yep, exactly. All right, lesson question time. We have a pair of tickets as MMR Rocks Theo Von at the Wells Fargo Center, Wednesday, July 9th. Tickets are on sale today. The question I will ask you is this. According to me, what is Pope Leo's Pope Leo's nickname? Not really. I messed it up. All right. It was earlier this morning. Let's see if you were listening. It was around 7:20. What did I call Pope Leo? And now his new nickname. All right. So if you know that, you have to you have to text the word Zoom. This might be the last day, maybe, that we have to do it this way. We will continue to do Zoom.
Yeah.
But for something like this where we need a real quick turnaround, phone call's the way to go. But right now, if you text the word Zoom to 610-660-9333, you can get through that way if you know what my nickname for Pope Leo is. And we'll see if you win. And we're going to do the trash while you are checking in.
The trash business is a gold mine.
93.3 WMMR with Preston and Steve's Hollywood Trash.
All right, trash is brought to you by Rita's new Cola Ice is now at Rita's. You can try the Twisted Cola Blender with Cocoa Lime Cream and get to Rita's quick. Cola treats are here for a limited time only. What's going on this morning, Steve?
Well, Harvey Weinstein accuser Kaja Sokola testifying that Weinstein bragged to her about making stars of women he sexually assaulted. So repulsive was this revelation that many in the courtroom were able to body surf out on a wave of vomit.
Hey!
Justin Baldoni's lawyer, Brian Friedman, saying he believes Blake Lively's testimony should be live streamed to Madison Square Garden. Not to be outdone, the Las Vegas Sphere has put in a bid to carry the trial of the Delco Pooper. And finally, alleged multiple murderer Brian Koberger. His search history reportedly included sites on Ted Bundy and consensual pornography. Koberger's attorney was quick to point out that it also included some recipes for peach cobbler.
All right, we will see if we can find somebody who might know the answer to the question. According to me, what is Pope Leo's new nickname? I almost said it. We are going to check in with Gary via Zoom. Hey,
Gary!
Hey, Gary, are you there?
How you doing?
Awesome, buddy. All right, Gary, what, according to me, is Pope Leo's new nickname?
Is it Pope Leon?
Leon! Well done, sir. Hold on. We are going to give you a pair of tickets as MMR Rocks. Theo Von.
Leon!
Wells Fargo Center, Wednesday, July 9th. Tickets go on sale today via Ticketmaster. For more information, you can head to WMMR.com.
Now, Preston and Steve's Music News on 93.3 WMMR.
Brought to you by Coors Banquet. You can join the Preston and Steve Show live from Keenan's in North Wildwood. Friday, May 23rd for the official opening of the Jersey Shore from Coors Light Banquet. Start your summer, start your legacy. That was Kathy, the fart thing. Play that again if you would, Steve, because I was...
That was Kathy. We had introduced the concept of the blue flame, chasing the blue flame.
Yeah.
When you light a fart and there is a blue flame, and we were trying to establish that actually does happen. Casey, you put your body to the test, but we were waiting almost like an expected, a birth.
Yeah.
He tried several times and it didn't work. You couldn't fart, and then when it eventually did happen.
We were in the smaller studio,
and the one who didn't want it to happen that's Kathy freaking out.
That's her actually cheering a fart.
So, but that's Kathy's way.
Yeah.
So when I use in the most glowing way, guy's girl.
Yeah.
And some people that is in the best way possible. That is Kathy Romano.
That's why she's one of my all-time favorite people. Okay. Anyway, moving on. As of yesterday, Ghost, the band, has become the 5th most popular rock band on Ultimate Guitar, a major website for guitar tabs and chords. Their tabs have been viewed over 26 million times, beating out bands like AC/DC and System of a Down, but trailing behind Metallica, Nirvana, Green Day, and the Beatles. So there are a lot of guitarists that want to learn the Ghost song. So the top viewed track from Skeletor is Satanized, which has been viewed by guitarists over 40,000 times. But their all-time top set of guitar tabs on the site is Mary on a Cross, which has built up over 600,000 views. Unlike streaming or sales numbers, data from Ultimate Guitar shows active engagement from guitarists and shows what songs musicians choose to learn and play. So
choosy guitarists choose Ghost.
They do choose Ghost. So they're loving it. As ways to get fired by your band go, this one's bad. Chris Adler, the former drummer of Lamb of God, shared that he was fired from the band in 2019 via email.
That sucks.
Which he found devastating.
I still think that's not as bad as the Dave Mustaine getting fired from Metallica. They just handed him a bus ticket in New York and said, "You're out." And he had to take a bus all the way back to San Francisco.
He believes that his dismissal was due to his diagnosis of musician's dystonia, which is a condition that causes muscle contractions and loss of fine motor control during specific musical tasks. Adler also thinks that the band was upset about his work with other groups like Megadeth and Protest the Hero. Despite the shock, he moved on and now plays with Shallow Rising. Lamb of God replaced him with Art Cruz, and Adler says that he is at peace with the band now. And also the upcoming Tony Hawk Pro Skater 3 and 4 video game, or 3+4, I guess is what it's called, set to release on July 11th, will feature a new soundtrack with bands like Mastodon, AFI, OCs, and King Gizzard and the Lizard Wizard.
King Gizzard and the Lizard Wizard.
Yeah, they're a jam band.
Other artists include
I'm a big fan.
Drain, Iron Maiden, and Kitty, mixing heavy metal, punk, and rock. The game is
I see King Gizzard and the Lizard Wizard.
The game is a remake of the classic 2000s title with new skaters, tricks, and parks. Mastodon's Precious Stones will be featured in the third wave, along with hits from AFI and Idols.
If you, I don't want to go off on a tangent here, but I guess I'm going to do it. If you were to pick a game from years ago that you played that you wish they would reissue, does any come to mind? Actually, I came up with one yesterday. I was telling you about the game Manhunt.
Okay.
Which was not that long ago, but I wish they would reissue that because that was one of the most consume my every thought games I ever played.
Star Wars Battlefront.
Star Wars Battlefront.
Yep, my boys and I, we used to play that all the time, and it was a great bonding game for us, and we had so much fun. They did update it a couple of times, but I'd like to see a new one. I haven't looked to see if they've made a new one. It's
a great game
that had a lot of the older elements, but with better movement and stuff like that. You know,
do you know, it was one of the cool parts of the last one they did, Preston, is they had a VR component to it, and if you had the PS VR. You were in a TIE fighter firing on a Death Star.
Awesome.
Not a Death Star. You're firing on an Imperial cruiser.
Nice.
Yeah, and you're flying around it. And it's pretty amazing.
That's pretty cool. Other rockers featured on the soundtrack include Motorhead, Alice in Chains, and more. And then one last thing, Nick, you want to cover this? What did you tell me about?
Yeah, so it was just kind of a surprise, and it's something we've talked about recently, but Peter Frampton, of all people, came out and played with Pearl Jam last night.
Oh, wow.
So Pearl Jam's doing this rather limited tour, and they were in Nashville for a couple of nights, and last night was Nashville night number 2, and he came out, and everybody in the band, as is the case with most people, loves Peter Frampton. I think that they had a friendship, but he came out and he said some nice things about him, how all the guys in the band grew up loving him and listening to him. And then Peter Frampton played the song Black with Pearl Jam last night.
Oh, that's cool.
Yeah.
Wow. Nice. So
Did you hear the story about the cat that was buried under a piece of sod? I named him Pancake first. I'll tell you backstage.
All right.
The whole band, sort of out of respect to Peter, they were seated because Peter can't, I think, play standing up at this point.
Yeah.
So everybody in Pearl Jam sat down so that they could all play together and play that song at the same time with him.
That's
so cool.
I'm happy he's still playing.
Yeah, for
That's
sure.
Really cool.
I mean, I never saw him as the head of his own concert, but I saw him on the Bowie Glass Spiders tour playing, and he was playing, there front. Bowie was very inclusive in the way, he was bringing Frampton into everything he was doing on stage, but it was an amazing concert.
I think one of the reasons why Pearl Jam releases all their concerts and all their bootlegs is because of how much they love Frampton Comes Alive. And so they wanted live experiences at Pearl Jam shows to be available for people to buy and download and own. So Pearl Jam released all these bootlegs over the years because in no small part of what Peter Frampton did with Frampton Comes Alive.
Cool.
That's awesome.
Yeah.
Excellent. All right, that'll be the last bit of music news. We're going to take a quick break, come back in a second. When we return, we'll get you your letter of the day, and we'll get the Word of the Week prize. Stay with us.
Getting on Jeopardy is really, really difficult. And then winning a match is really difficult. To win as many in a row as you did is super impressive. But this season has featured a lot of multiple champions. I mean, Matt Amodio and the last winner, I think, won for like 10 or 11 in a row. So it's just, I'm sure at some point maybe get into a little bit of a groove. Did you find like you found a comfort zone?
I mean, yeah, I guess. Once I found out how the, the timing of the buzzer and like all that kind of stuff, and they run you through. They do a pretty good job, and then once you got that, it's just what you know.
It's a great game. It's mandatory watching, and
it's democratic.
Yeah,
game.
yeah.
You know
And
what I mean?
it's funny because, as you say, it can be based on all sorts of attributes. So, some can be who's ever quickest to the buzzer, whoever gets that down. The methodology is great to watch you come alive in our little pretend game here in the second round, because that's kind of your methodology when you were playing and having all those wins.
Yeah, it's more about, to me, like everybody has a different strategy, but to me, it's more about being cool under pressure.
Yeah, yeah.
So I don't get too worked up.
Right.
I win. If I lose, I lose.
See, I would cave so quickly.
I know.
I'd be a disaster.
He is so
I'd say
chill.
the F word.
Ryan is so chill. It's awesome, man. All right, well, listen, we're obviously we're going to follow along. We're very proud of you in this area, and we wish you the best, and we thank you so much for coming by this morning, Ryan.
Thank you guys for having me, and happy birthday, Nick. And I'd still like to say that I'd love to have some Eagles tickets. So
who's not sending you? How can a champion not be given Eagles tickets?
I'm kidding. It's great. I appreciate being here. Thanks, you guys.
All right, our pleasure. All right, with that, we have to take a break, so we're going to do that very thing. We'll return in a moment, but let's give some love to Ryan Mountain again.
And to our host. Our host did a great job.
Thank you. We'll be back in a second on MMR. Stay with us.
Preston and Steve.
Actually.
No, I didn't.
I thought you said you had it.
No. I didn't have it, but I know about this place that's in Montauk. So it's Steve. It's supposed to be at a shared plate, and I think it was like 16 chicken fingers.
You get 16 chicken fingers.
And like so the person who posted this Instagram video, you can see the actual, like they ordered it. You can see the actual plate. Like it wouldn't even be enough fries for us in this room.
No kidding.
And 16 chicken fingers, it was $90.
It's at a place called the Montauk Beach House.
Yeah, so it's a motel. There's most of the places to stay there are motels. So this is one of them. It's a trendy spot where like you don't have to be staying at the motel to go to. You can actually go to their pool and hang out for the day. It's like one of those places where all the young kids go, take their Instagram photos and post it. And so you can like hang out. You can get like little areas that you sit around a table that's near the pool. You order food, drinks, all that. And $90 chicken fingers.
So this is a motel, not a hotel?
Yeah, so most places in Montauk are motels.
Okay. And they're charging $90 for chicken fingers and fries at a motel.
Yeah.
$90. So what would an average order of chicken fingers? When you order chicken fingers, you get about 6?
You have 5 or 6.
Yeah.
Get some French fries. What? $6, something like that? $8?
No, they usually right.
Yeah. Listen, this year especially,
they should be getting 60 then.
This year especially, the prices there were astronomical. It was absolutely ridiculous. My cousin ordered her son buttered noodles. I'm not kidding you. $17.95.
Oh my God.
For buttered noodles?
Buttered noodles.
You know what, though, as we're saying this, as we're speaking about this, if you think about it, you could, if you go to a sporting event.
Oh yeah.
If you were to buy something that had 16 chicken fingers in it,
it would be up there.
I bet it'd be $50.
You know, you're
probably,
right. You're right, because I've spent, when we've had events and stuff comes up a little short, and I'm trying to take care of the people if they've come out for an event that we're having, and we have a suite or whatever. Yeah, you're right. It can be that high.
So,
obviously, I mean, food costs have gone up, but.
Chicken fingers, like think about what they're making on the chicken fingers or the $17.95 buttered noodles. Like,
I mean, we get a chicken finger platter. Actually, it's like chicken cutlets. That's what the word is, cutlets. That feeds an entire party. There's a place near me called Cut Above, and like that platter feeds an entire party, and that's $90.
And I'm looking at a picture of these chicken fingers. They look like your standard. Nothing special about them. Pulled right out of the freezer chicken fingers.
Chicken fingers.
Chicken fingers.
A quick question. What's the new place that's all the rage that is?
Raising Cane.
Raising Cane. It is a chicken finger specific fast food restaurant?
Yeah.
All right. So what is it? Do we know?
Apparently the cane sauce is amazing.
All right.
It's like in press. I had.
I'd like to try it.
Yeah, I know. Me too. Because they say they just opened one in University City.
They open at like 8:30 in the morning, for example, or
it's just a quick drive over.
I'm not really sure, but press. I had said
we'll
that
give you free commercials.
Chick-fil-A.
Oh wait, that's illegal.
The Chick-fil-A sauce is the #1 fast food sauce, and somebody was saying you got to try the cane sauce.
All right. Well, listen, Steve did bring, and you did. This may open up a can of worms. We had the story about the duck sauce killer just a little while ago, and you said, what sauce would be worth taking a human life
for?
And that's a good question. So I must try this cane sauce if it is supposedly.
Anybody looking up the store hours?
One that might be worth killing a human being over.
Listen, it's not something we would do without putting some thought into it. We'd have to taste it first before we murdered someone.
No, but I am looking up their prices. So a 6 chicken finger dish, it comes with French fries and some other stuff. Coleslaw is $15.19.
I'm sorry, say that again. How many fingers?
6.
6 chicken fingers, fries, and coleslaw is $15
with sauces. Yeah,
that's still
that's a Raising Cane.
That's pricey. It's not $90, but well, let's see. How many? 6, 12, 18. So roughly, if you ordered 3 of those, you're talking about $45, right? And this is $90 for 16 chicken fingers. It's double the price. This is stupid, man. So the Montauk Beach House. So the guy who's the food and beverage director, Yanis Papagianni.
I make a chicken finger.
Maintained that the price of the dish is, quote, not even close to competitors, but that the chicken fingers are, quote, an amenity that the venue offers on certain occasions.
Oh, come on. Get the hell out of here.
The special today.
Today is a chicken finger day. We'll also be putting out bowls of pretzels because it's a special day.
So Raising Cane's opens at 10 o'clock.
Glasses of water for everyone on Wednesday.
Seriously?
Oh, my God.
They open at 10 o'clock?
10 o'clock. They're 3.8 miles away. We should probably send somebody there for research. Do you think?
Research purposes.
Yeah.
I think
I don't need to have it, but, you know.
No, I know, but the other scientists in the room.
Okay, all right.
They do.
So, by the way, Papagiani, the food and beverage director here, explained that the chicken fingers are not on the regular menu, but offered for certain VIP guests at select times.
Hell out of here! I can't.
Mick Jagger's here. Break out the chicken fingers. Oh, these are great chicken fingers. $90.
I mean, chicken fingers, I feel like, are overrated. I
love chicken fingers.
But chicken cutlets, I can wholly get behind. I love chicken
I go
cutlets.
the other way.
See, I'd take a chicken finger
I'm
over
a finger
chicken
over a cutlet.
Yeah.
But they
finger me any day.
Yeah, don't cutlet me.
But when
finger me.
When they not pulverize it, but when they tenderize it.
They flatten it out. Yeah.
Yeah,
I will take
the
a
jam
very
right there.
flat. I do love chicken cutlets. I really love chicken fingers. But I know what you're talking about. If someone makes the chicken cutlets very flat, those are very good as well.
So, in comparison to other local hotspots like Duryea's Lobster Deck, Duryea's Lobster Deck, and Bounce Beach Montauk, the price is staggering. Duryea's chicken fingers go for $19 an order, while Bounce is slightly cheaper at $18 an order.
So those two places are like, by the way, these are places that we don't even go to when we're there, but those are also very trendy spots. Like Bounce is, if you guys would be so annoyed if you even saw it. Like it's just, they literally built it, I think, and designed it for Instagram, basically.
That's the whole. What is it Gurney's or what's the name of the place?
Gurney's
is
Gurnings.
Gurney.
Where they make those
gurns.
faces.
But that's one of the legendary upper crusty. Yeah. What's that face for? It's Gurney's.
Now, Duryea's Lobster Deck, that's been there for years, but they sort of have gone a little bit more upscale in recent years.
Duryea sells a $97 lobster Cobb salad.
Yes.
If you really want to spend
What
some
do
time.
you think?
$7.
What's the most you've ever spent on like one actual menu item? And it's got to be, for me, it's got to be some sort of a
$5,000 for one chicken finger.
No, it's got to be some sort of a steak at like a high-end steak restaurant.
Yeah, I went to, what's the really awesome steak?
Butcher and Singer.
Barclay Prime. Yeah.
I went there, but we were taken to dinner there by a hailstorm on 93.3 WMMR. Darkness always wins. 10:46. Preston and Steve show coming to a close. Let me see. The rain so far today has been way lighter than I thought it would be. We were just off air talking about the Truist golf outing, the Truist Championship. Because initially yesterday they were calling for thunderstorms, but this is very, very doable, and they might get that full round in. We'll see about that. And of course, we're more concerned about tomorrow and the weather for MMBarbecue. And 74 degrees and sunshine is what they're calling for. So beautiful.
On paper, that looks to be one of the best weather scenarios we've ever had. We were really enjoying the September realm because it was delivering us some really great weather. But I'm fine with what I'm hearing right now.
Mm-hmm. Most definitely. All right. Oh dear God.
What?
Guitar! I thought that was Guitar! I want to thank our guests. We had two guests on the show this morning, both in the same break. And, of course, a new pope was chosen yesterday. He went to Villanova. Yeah. He's got some Delco ties. And we had Jason Martinez from Fox 29 live from St. Peter's Square at the Vatican. Checked in with us this morning via Zoom. It was really cool, man.
It was impressive, I have to say, yeah.
He's a super nice guy, too, and he had some really cool things to say. And then we had Father Steve Paolino, diehard Preston and Steve fan, and he's a pastor of St. Vincent de Paul Parish in Richboro in Bucks County. And we just asked questions about, hey, what's it like for you guys? You work in this industry.
It's fascinating. It really is. Regardless of what whatever you believe or your level of faith, this whole thing has been around for quite a while, and it is amazing.
Yeah. And I would like to not thank but congratulate Mr. Cody Wagenseller from Norristown, Pennsylvania. He just won $1,000. It is Preston and Steve's 20 money, and we are setting up Cody with $1,000. So congratulations to you, Cody. That's you got the last shot that we had. Sponsored by United Tire and Service, but fear not, dear friend, your savior has arrived. Pierre Robert will have more opportunities for you to win money.
You said savior. I looked around. Thank you. Yes, I will have more money. One more chance at noon with me alone. Then with me and Brent at 3. And then Brent has one final chance at 5 o'clock. Then we let it rest for another couple of months till we bring it back again.
Excellent. 2 things I also forgot real quick, Pierre. Number 1, thank you to Jackie Bam Bam who came on the show this morning. In the 7 o'clock hour, he was still here.
Shocking.
I know. So he popped in for a little bit. So thank you, Jackie. And then we have a last second shout out. And this is for our good friend, Mr. Dan Colachico, who runs PrestonandSteveRock.com. He said, today is my wedding anniversary. And without Casey, I would have never met her.
Oh. Wow.
He got me tickets for the Phil Collins concert, which I got right in front of Phil for, where we met in 2010.
Oh, wow.
And we've been together since. And I wanted to shout out Kelly. Through the good and bad, we are still here, and I love you. And to Casey, you changed my life, and I love you too.
Wow.
That's a shout out from our friend Dan Colachico.
He's the best, Dan.
Yeah, that was very nice.
I mean, he's the best person, and he's probably one of the best.
He's maybe the best Dan that ever lived, as far as we know.
Yeah, I mean, he's the best, Dan, and then he's the best Dan.
He's certainly in the upper tier.
Right.
Wow. Well, enunciated and grammarized.
Perfect.
Yeah.
Letter?
Yes.
Okay.
Preston and Steve on 93.3 WMMR.
Now, the Daily Letter.
All right, the Preston and Steve show is brought to you today by The Letter.
Q is in Queen.
All right, Q is in Queen, so let's take it. You got to Zoom, by the way. Text the word Zoom to 610-660-9333. We'll send you the link for the day, and if you happen to know the word, then you will win the prize. So we wish you good luck. So what's in store for today?
Well, it's going to be a big pre-Emma barbecue day. By the way, we've loved Kathy, and I was hoping that Kathy might just show up at the Emma barbecue.
She texted, and she might.
Okay.
She's thinking about it.
I could just see you guys walking on stage. She didn't even have to say anything. Just you guys walking on stage and taking a bow. I'd love to hear the reaction.
It'd be great. It would be great.
Anyway,
we covered. I'll reiterate it one more time. We were hoping to get another day with her here, and she was going to be able to do that. But the weight of yesterday and all the emotion that we all went through was enough to just kind of end things there as far as the live broadcast.
It was a long year yesterday.
Oh my God! Oh my God!
Oh boy!
It was. So anyhow, but maybe we'll see her tomorrow, and we'll have some drinks, we'll hang out, we'll listen to some great music, so we'll see about that.
And today, I mean, it's not very pleasant outside, but tomorrow's supposed to be 70-something degrees and sunny.
Perfect.
So, I mean, if you're thinking at the last minute of going, you can go. It's very festive. It's our little love letter to our listeners, and a lot of fun, a lot of music, and a lot of strolling around, so it's good. So we'll have a workforce block of nothing but Emma Barbecue bands. Starting at noon. I've got one more pair of tickets at least to Jackson Brown in Atlantic City, June 28th. As I said, the money keyword at noon, 20 money. And it's also Mother's Day this weekend, so I think the bulk of our sweat set, which is about to start, will be Mother's songs.
Mother's songs. I love it.
Yeah.
Excellent.
Mother's Little Helper, Mother May I by Mary Had a Little Lamb.
Okay.
That's not really real.
Okay, no, not that one. Mother Pink Floyd.
Yes.
Right. That's a great song.
Fish's Mother.
Fish does not have a mother.
I know, I'm kidding.
Okay.
All right.
I am now going to check in with Stefan. Am I pronouncing your name correctly, Stefan?
You got it right.
All right. What is our word of the week, please, sir?
It is barbecue.
Great day in the morning.
All right, Stefan. Hang on. I'm going to set you up. We're going to give you a set. We have 4 VIP admissions to Pig Dog Beach Bar, Maurice Piers Amusement Rides, and Raging Waters Water Park, June 13th, plus $40 for Maurice Piers. It's a gift card valid for food and beverage, and a limited edition of the official Eagles Autism Foundation Sunny Seagull. Sound pretty good, Stefan?
I love it. You guys rock.
Thank you, buddy.
man.
We love you. Hang on. We'll get your information. We'll set you up with that. And don't forget, a commemorative Eagles Autism Foundation event poster comes along with that. We will take this moment to thank our sponsors. The Preston and Steve Show brought to you today by Dunkin'. The Preston and Steve Show runs on Dunkin'. Also brought to you by Acme Markets, fresh foods, local flavors. And thank you to Pierre's roommate, our good friend John, Sequoia Outback, who is here this morning. John brought by all kinds of goodies for us to eat, and also don't forget to get to Sequoia Outback for all of your outdoor grill needs, and in fact, all of your backyard needs. They're going to take care of everything at Sequoia Outback, 2420 Bethlehem Pike in Hatfield.
He's my boyfriend now.
You can go to decksupplies.com to get the information. That is it. We are done. Rage on and have yourself a great weekend, and we will see you tomorrow at the MMRBQ.
Yeah.
And I'll see you tonight at the Take Steps Walks at Citizens Bank Park for the Crohn's and Colitis Foundation. Bye-bye.
Mm-hmm.